Podium test 1 2 3. Podium test 1 2 3.
Max, you are unmuted. I just wanted to let you know.
For those of you that are online waiting, we're having some Wi-Fi issues in the room that we're getting resolved, so just hold tight.
Now we're getting feedback. But I hear something.
Oh, it says you
I wanted to see if I could get sound. Maybe you should turn on.
This is louder. Trying to turn myself up for the feedback.
Okay, I am on.
We'll only hear from you.
Here, let me put mine back on.
Oh, is your sound off right now?
You want to sit right here? I'm going to move all my computers to the kitchen table.
Malia, you'll want to mute.
Okay, I think we are ready to begin the meeting. So if everybody in the room could take their seats and everybody online, if you could mute, check your mute. Just a little bit of technical business. I am able to see hand raises on those of you participating in WebEx. So if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand and we can call on you in the room. make sure you log into your microphone and hit your request to speak button if you'd like to speak during the board meeting. When we're ready to take a vote, we'll call for votes in the boardroom first, and then we'll call out board members who are online individually for their vote, a yes or no vote. I believe online we have Board Member Belknap. Are you present?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair Huntsman,
Yes.
Board Member Bolter.
Yes.
Okay, are there any other board members online? Okay, in the room we have Board Member Newell, Board Member Cannon, Board Member Davis, Board Member Haynes, Board Member Gravitt, Board Member Lear, Board Member Earl, Board Member Marsh, and Board Member Hanson. Okay. We'll begin our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Board Member Mark Marsh will lead us in that. Thank you. Our board member message this morning is Board Member Janet Cannon. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was thinking a lot about back to school and about how challenging back to school has been for all of us in this time of a pandemic. And it made me think to look back 102 years ago and see what school was like during the Spanish flu pandemic of 1918. So I'm going to just take a few minutes and show you how the Spanish flu compares to COVID-19. In 1918, no one knew what a virus was. There were no antibiotics, no antiviral drugs. What they have in common is Spanish flu and COVID are very infectious respiratory diseases that cause fever, coughing, aches, and can lead to pneumonia, and they can either be mild or fatal. These two diseases are very different, but both are novel viruses. And when novel viruses hit a human population, it takes quite a bit of time for us to understand and develop a treatment for them because previously they've been unknown. And you can see that in Wisconsin, they were closing schools and theaters in 1918. So what did school kids look like in 1918? They looked a lot like they look in 2020. Even though they didn't have the knowledge of exactly what they were dealing with, they knew enough to have ban travel, to quarantine people, to social distance, to try to limit contact. And this was very tricky because the United States was fighting World War I and sending soldiers all over the world. What was happening with schools in 1918? It was what was known as the Progressive Era, and schools were being reformed. They emphasized hygiene and taught hygiene in school. They established school lunch programs. They enacted child labor laws so the children couldn't work, but they could go to school. They made school attendance compulsory, and when Mississippi in 1918 passed mandatory attendance, it was the last state in the Union to do so. So all the other, I think there were 48 states at that time, had mandatory school attendance. And they built playgrounds and promoted outside education for children. In 1918, President Woodrow Wilson enacted what was called the Children's Year. The U.S. was engaged in fighting World War I, and the president was concerned with that they were looking for young people to draft, and so many of their recruits were not healthy enough to serve in the draft. So he created a child welfare campaign to aid maternal and child health, to document the effects of poverty on ill health, to reduce school dropout rates, and to address the needs of orphans and delinquents. And interestingly enough, in April 1919, Wilson went to the Versailles Peace Conference to negotiate the end of World War I. And at that conference, Wilson collapsed, and they believed that he was weak from Spanish influenza, which was rampant in Paris at that time. What else was new in schools? School nurses. Absenteeism fell by 90% within 6 months of the first school nurses coming on the job in 1902, and by 1914, New York City schools had 400 nurses. Rather than send six students home where they would miss school and get no treatment, nurses cared for children's illnesses and provided their families with health information. After a study showed that school nurses cut absences in half, more and more cities funded school nurses. And by 1914, nearly 500 cities employed school-based medical professionals. In 1918, school nurses gave students a degree of safety that would not have been possible otherwise. And medical personnel had the opportunity to educate children and their parents about how to be healthy. So when the pandemic hit, and it hit hardest in October and November of 1918, most cities closed their schools for 4 months or more. But New York decided to keep their schools open. And here's why. In 1918, New York had almost 1 million school children, and 75% of them were living in tenements. The students in the tenement districts, schools were clean, well-ventilated environment where they had teachers, nurses, and doctors, and they could be taken care of much better there. If students had a fever, someone from the health department would take them home. I thought of Scott Hansen and his concern about students riding home on the bus when they were sick. So in this case, the health department personnel would take those students home. They would go in and judge whether the home conditions were suitable for the sick child to be isolated and get care, and if not, they were sent to a hospital. And the health department required families of the children recovering at home to either have a family physician or use the services of a public health doctor at no charge. What a wonderful thing they were doing. Chicago's kept schools open during the pandemic. They had 500,000 kids, and they thought, well, we'll keep these kids off the street and away from infected adults. But they knew that fresh air was important. So even though it was winter, they overheated the schoolrooms and they opened all the windows. And you can see the little kids sitting here with their hats and their coats in the open windows in Chicago. But parents in Chicago were so concerned about the pandemic that they coined a phrase called flu phobia. And parents kept their children home. At least 50% of the children in Chicago stayed home. And absenteeism was so great that it really didn't matter, they said, if schools were open. That was a great way to social distance. So while New York and Chicago kept schools open, the most successful way of attacking the pandemic in 1918 was to do quarantining, isolation, close schools, and ban public gatherings. The Spanish flu killed 50 million people worldwide. It's killed 675,000 Americans. In fact, 1/3 of the American population came down with this disease. The life expectancy in 1918 and 1919 was 11 years less because of the Spanish flu. What are we looking at today? Today in the United States, we have over 6 million cases of coronavirus compared with 50 million worldwide in the Spanish flu epidemic. And we have experienced 184,000 deaths. In Utah, we have, this is as yesterday, we have 52,500 cases and 410 deaths. So, yes, we are in a unique time, and it is a concern for all of us. But yesterday I was looking at Facebook, and I found this on Sean Newell's Facebook post. And I thought it was the perfect way to end this little presentation. I pray that September, October, November, and December are months filled with good news, blessings, growth, new opportunities, healing, and love. Amen.
Thank you, Board Member Cannon. Okay, next is our employee recognition. Superintendent Sydney Dixon presenting the Employee of the Month.
Thank you, Vice Chair Cummins. We had a wonderful Employee of the Month celebration virtually, and normally we would gather in my office for pictures. We would hand out the parking pass and the 8 hours of administrative leave, and while the parking pass is not real helpful, we were able to have a wonderful celebration, and so I'd like to introduce you to Tracy Peterson. If you can, Jeff, maybe get that picture up. Tracy works in the finance section, and she was nominated for many things, but she is an amazing employee who has been responsible for helping people get through grants management. And if you've heard anything about this system, it's a wonderful system to help us in many ways, but it's cumbersome to learn at first, and it can be very time consuming to get everything in first round while you're learning the system. And Tracy is known for being a problem solver, and she troubleshoots, and she is just praised and heralded by so many employees in our organization and people out in the field. And she is just very, very professional and kind and patient, and everyone loves her. You just hear nothing but praise about her. And it makes people feel much calmer when they're trying to get into grants management, knowing that Tracy's always there to help. But outside of grants management, she's just one of those consummate problem-solving employees. So I don't know, Jeff, if you can pull up the picture of the virtual meeting so you can see Tracy's face. We told her she could get out of being in front of you today, but that's our Employee of the Month, Tracy. So Jeff, I don't know if we're...
When I pull up the photo, it only goes gray on the screen, so unfortunately I cannot get it to show.
Okay, thank you. Well, she's very lovely, and we don't want you to think that she looks like a gray screen. So we'll send that out to you. So congratulations to Tracy, and she still gets those 8 hours that we're going to challenge her to take at some point, and a few other little goodies. And we're very grateful for Tracy and other employees like her.
Everyone check
Janet needs
your
to mute her
mute.
computer.
I'm sorry. What do you want me to do?
I would like to reiterate that Tracy's not an alien.
Okay, are we clear? Okay. Next, we'll go to Michelle Watts with new employee introductions.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. We have new employees. These are new employees that have been hired since the July 2020 board meeting. There are 7 of them. Jeff, do you have the slideshow?
I am showing the slideshow on my screen. Can everyone see it?
I don't see it.
Okay, hold on just a moment.
That's it. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, next slide. Oh, Krista Hotelling is a K-3 literacy specialist. She's from Pennsylvania, worked at the Syracuse Arts Academy as an assistant principal, and is excited for the opportunity. Next slide. Tracy Vandeventer, Director of Utah Center for Continuous School Improvement. Previous work at the Ogden School District as a principal. And she is thrilled to focus her efforts on helping students and teachers and schools grow and improve. Next slide. Alicia Romero. She is a new executive secretary in teaching and learning from Miami and worked at the Huntsman Cancer Institute as an executive assistant. She's dedicated and driven with a great personality and a great sense of humor. Christine Elegante. She's a new K-3 literacy specialist from Farmington. Worked in the Davis School District as a first grade teacher. She finds joy in she says to find joy in everything you do, every job, relationship, home. It's your responsibility to love it or change it. Quote by Chuck Palahniuk. Janet Hansen, UPIP specialist. She's from Utah. Previously worked at the Ranches Academy as a special education director. Loves the outdoors, reading a good book, hanging out with family, and playing with my dogs. Oh, I love those things. Next one. Manera English is an office assistant 2 from California and worked previously as a personal assistant. And she says, I'm only as good as my weaknesses. Next slide. Teresa Harvington, digital teaching and learning program specialist from Bountiful, Utah, and was previously a Davis school teacher in STEM for 18 years. I think I can. I think I can. I know I can. I like that quote. I think that is all. So welcome to our new employees that have started since July. We wish you the best.
Thank you very much, Michelle. And welcome to everyone. Okay, next is the acknowledgement of student art. Kathy Jensen. This is something we've missed the last few months.
Thank you, Chair Cummins. I have missed it too, and I'm happy to be here. Today we are presenting the artwork from the 48th Annual Utah All-State High School Show that is sponsored by the POPS program and Springville Museum of Art. It seems like a very long time ago that many of you went with us to the museum to select art for purchase, and this is our first opportunity to hang the 6 pieces and share them with you and with our public. The first one on the east wall is by Cadence Lewis from Westlake High School, and she has titled her piece Reach, and it is a sketch with graphite. I love how that expresses the experience of our children as they reach for new things and experience and touch the world around them. The next piece, Valeria Vioral from Highland High School. She was a senior last year. Her piece is titled Euphoric Bliss. She received honorable mention in the 2nd Congressional District and also the USB e-Purchase Award. If you ever go and ask for a tour from a representative or a senate, typically you are taken on a little tram in a tunnel from the office building to the basement of the Capitol. And in that tunnel, each representative has the opportunity to have one piece of work from their state. And for Utah, those 4 pieces are chosen by the representatives, and they hang there for a year. So it's really an honor, and if the Utah pieces are always outstanding, just saying. So she was an honorable mention in the 2nd Congressional District. Euphoric bliss is almost saying the same thing twice without being truly redundant. I think this represents my piece because it's almost too much, but the diversity in styles, textures, and media gives it a separation to the structure of the body. With the saturated colors, I wanted to represent the energy of an unexpected happiness attack. The craziness becomes an escape when everything around becomes overwhelming. This project was a challenge to myself because it involved many techniques that required dedication. It also evolved in the time of creation because I would be exposed to comments, classes, and constant revision. So many life skills taught in that one piece. The next piece is by Nikayla Nilsson from Skyview High School, and she has titled her piece Unexpected, and it is watercolor. For my own choice painting, I really wanted to paint something I love, and I've always loved fish. I have multiple fish tanks in my room, and that's when I decided I would bring one of the previous sketches to life in watercolor painting. This was my first large-scale watercolor painting, and I really enjoyed doing it. The hardest part for me was getting an even wash for the big water areas. On the west wall, Peter Caroon from West High School, also a senior. It is a digital photography titled Daydream. This photo is meant to illuminate how our mind and imagination can be a powerful tool when we think beyond what's real. Everyone gets lost in their thoughts, pondering upon their own imagination and venturing outside reality. But there's a great beauty in a world which we imagine because it is a world unique to each individual, full of desire and creativity. Maybe this daydreaming does not cause us to lose touch with reality, but rather guides us toward the reality to which we aspire. The next piece, the portrait, is by Jack Beck from Spanish Fork High School, and he has titled this Refined. I wanted to show through my piece the opposition that you can have in a painting. I wanted to show through dark, abstract, and sharp shapes to show a more refined focal point, and to use them to make the girl seem lighter, defined, and more smooth, thus making the piece a better example of fine art and classical portraiture. Finally, Hunter Nielsen, Lehigh High School, grade 11, and he has titled his piece Spirit Mountain. He also received honorable mention in the 4th Congressional District. I love to mountain bike, and so do my parents and my family. When my parents asked me to paint a picture for our living room, I guess it's not going to be in their living room. I guess it's going to be here instead. I knew that biking in the mountains of Utah would be the perfect thing, from the snowy peaks to the red rock. And so in this artwork, I captured the way I see the outdoors and what I feel when I go biking. I have provided you over here on the table with a catalog of the pieces that were selected to be in the catalog from the show last spring. And then there is a second piece. When the pandemic hit, our POPs organizations had to pivot and be flexible in their delivery system. And Springville Museum of Art decided to do Up Close and Far Away. They invited all school children across the state to represent their experiences and their feelings during the pandemic in art. They received 339 different students, 89 different schools. Their responses were vulnerable, thoughtful, and clever. Many were poignant and reflected the students' grief, frustration, and loneliness. Other entries focused on the unexpected benefits of the moment. Together, they communicate the varied experiences of Utah students in 2020. So I would encourage you to look at this with the help of Dr. Christelle Estrada and our friends at UEN. Many of these pieces are being videoed with the artists and put to an original composition. So we'll have a music video of the pandemic pieces that we hope to share with you soon.
Thank you very much. Next, we have our education highlight, Jeff Van Holten.
Hello, everybody. I'm sad I can't be here in person with you all. It looks like it's a fun time. I hope you're all doing well. I wanted to just quickly say I'm very excited to be doing the education highlight now. I'm excited to have that added to my job duties. I'm going to introduce very quickly the State Director of Utah History Day, Wendy Rex Atzet. And Wendy, I apologize if I mispronounced your name. She is going to introduce our education highlight today. We'll pass it over to Wendy.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Jeffrey, you said my name perfectly. So I am a historian at the Utah Division of State History, where I direct Utah's National History Day program, and we're celebrating Utah History Month in September. So I want to invite all of you board members and attendees at this meeting to tune in this month to our annual conference on Utah history. It's free, and the whole thing is online, and our theme this year is rights and responsibilities, and that's in honor of women's suffrage, the women's suffrage anniversaries we're celebrating this year. So you can link into our program and join any sessions at our website, which is history.utah.gov. National History Day, or for short NHD, has been operating in Utah since 1980. It was created at Utah State University, and you probably are more familiar with the name Utah History Fair because it went under that name for over 30 years. In 2014, the program was moved to the Division of State History, and at that time the name was changed to bring it in line with our affiliation with the national organization. So NHD is a year-long academic program. Our curriculum supports project-based learning in the classroom, and then that culminates in a series of competitions that run through the spring and summer every year. And at our contest, students present their work in one of our 5 creative categories, which are exhibits, documentaries, performances, papers, and websites. NHD is all about active and engaged learning. Rather than memorizing disconnected facts and forgetting them as soon as the test is over, our students actually do history. They do what historians do. They choose a topic that matters to them and they explore it in depth. They analyze historical documents, images, artifacts. They learn how to identify credible sources of information on the internet, a valuable skill. They investigate multiple perspectives. They draw evidence-based conclusions based on real historical sources. In the process, they meet many of Utah's core standards, not just in social studies, but also in English language arts and other disciplines. And one of the things I love the most about this program is that it really allows students to have their own aha moments about how the world they know is the product of choices and actions that were made by people in the past. And so they come to see how and why history is relevant to them. So we have amazing teachers using this program in rural, suburban, and urban schools from San Juan County up to Logan and Box Elder County. About 20% of our schools are Title I or have high percentages of students who qualify for free and reduced lunch And our students range from English language learners to general ed to honors and gifted students. Last year, over 5,000 students did an NHD project at the local level across Utah. And when the schools closed in March, we were right in the middle of our spring contest season, but we quickly pivoted our remaining contests to a 100% virtual format. So 422 students competed at our state contest in April, and 57 Utah kids went on to compete at the national level this past June. And we have spent the last 6 months preparing to support our teachers and our students in their online and blended learning during the upcoming school year. This program can work very well as an online or blended program, as well as a physical brick and mortar kind of program. So now it is my great pleasure to introduce to you Madeline Christensen. She is a 4-year NHD veteran, and she has become a true historian. Madeline's in 11th grade this year at Orem High School, and she began doing NHD as a 7th grader at Lake Ridge Junior High. She's explored a wide range of topics through her NHD projects over the years. She studied women during the Revolutionary era. She studied Prohibition. She studied a female spy of the French Resistance during World War II. And today she's going to talk to you about her work on the Ghost Army. It's a project that's near and dear to her heart. And also her experience really is a great example of how history and civics are truly, two sides of the same coin. So with that, I will turn it over to Madeline.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you, Wendy, for this amazing opportunity and introduction. I'm really excited to talk about my experience with NHD and really how it's shaped my life and how it's shaping my future. So this will be my 5th year doing NHD, and I've gone on to state every year I've done the competition and to nationals all but 1 year. NHD has taught me a lot of valuable skills and how to research and cite sources, conduct interviews, create and argue a thesis, time management, and also just how to channel my creativity into something academic. And through learning about history, I've just had a greater appreciation for the people and events that have come before me, and they are shaping my present, and I'm able to learn from their examples and make my future better. And so the project that Wendy said, like my Ghost Army project, which I would say is probably the peak of my projects, it's the Ghost Army of World War II, which was a deceptive unit that used measures such as inflatable tanks, radio tricks, and sound effects to fool the Germans. They saved thousands of lives without ever firing a shot. And this project really is special to me because my 102-year-old great-grandfather, which is seen in the picture, was a member of the Ghost Army. And the first I heard about the Ghost Army was from my grandmother. And I didn't believe her at first because I have never heard of the Ghost Army in any of my history classes or any of anywhere, not online. But as I began to research, I found it was very real, but it was still very unknown. So I had the amazing opportunity to actually travel to Europe and follow in the Ghost Army's footsteps. And so there is me in the countryside of France where the Ghost Army did Operation Elephant. And I interviewed 8 of the 15 Ghost Army veterans and have become really close with a lot of them. I basically have adopted 8 other grandfathers, and they're really close and near to my heart. And my project went on to the national competition, and I drove my project out to DC, and on my way back I was able to visit many of the Ghost Army veterans I have interviewed. And my project at the national competition actually won the National World War II History Award from the National World War II Museum. And that is the only national honor I have had with any of my projects. So this project is very special to me. I wasn't close to my grandfather before, but now because of this project, I know and I love him, and he knows and loves me. And it wasn't like that before, but now I talk to him often and I visit him and he knows my name. And it's been interesting because his own sons and daughters didn't know what he did during the war. And I've been able to teach them about his military service through my efforts. And the Ghost Army wasn't declassified until 1996, so that was 50 years of secrecy that my grandfather never told his wife or any of his children. The men were sworn to secrecy and couldn't tell anyone, and these men were never recognized because of that. According to the U.S. government and Army, the Ghost Army never existed. I became really passionate about getting them recognized, and I have actually been very involved in lobbying Congress to get them awarded with a national Congressional Gold Medal. And so I have been to D.C. Twice, in last October and in February, and I have continued to email and try to do virtual lobbying throughout the summer, and I've gotten quite a lot of co-sponsors, and we have to get 2/3 of the House and Senate, but right now we have about 170 co-sponsors in the House. So I've helped it progress a lot. And because of the project, I've had a lot of amazing opportunities. Like I said, the project won the National World War II History Award. Congressman Ben McAdams entered my great-grandfather and me into the congressional record, and we were able to go in his office for the last 4th of July. And my grandfather, that was really the first honor he's been given in his life for his military service. I have been featured on C-SPAN, ABC2 News, KSL Radio, the front page of Deseret News, and Valor Magazine. But all of these opportunities were given to me because of NHD. I never could have dreamed of doing these without this opportunity to just research and learn more. And the National World War II Museum actually opened the first ever Ghost Army exhibit. And the first picture was me and my great-grandfather attending that. We were able to fly to New Orleans and celebrate the first Ghost Army exhibit with 2 other veterans. And it was really a unique experience. And because of that, because of this whole experience, this year I have won the Billy Michael Leadership Award for Utah. Well, the national one, but that was also World War II Museum. And I am actually currently interning for Congressman John Curtis. And I'm just, because of NHD, I've never could have dreamed of all these things happening. I couldn't have dreamed I could ever reach this high, but I suddenly am here and I didn't even realize I was. And National History Day has really given a purpose to my life, and it's helped me in ways that I didn't realize it would, and continues to help me in completely unrelated subjects. The story I've learned, I've carried with me as a torch, and they've become part of me and part of my legacy, and I've become part of their legacy. And I just really want to get them remembered, and that's with all of them, not even just the Ghost Army. these stories are my examples and they're my history and my future. And it's literally has shaped my life. And it's made me mature and insightful and analytical. And I find pride and satisfaction and motivation through my projects. NHD has also helped me through grief and mourning and harder things, because some of the veterans I've met with have passed away, and it's been hard, but that just pushes me further to get them recognized and get them the honor they deserve, because they really do deserve it. They were incredible. And both my NHD and my lobbying has made me a lot more aware of the world, and it's helped me learn current events, which I've never been very current, but now I'm starting to get that way, and it lets me know more about my country and what rights I have as a citizen. And most of all, this has just given me a work ethic I will never shake in a family that has never been so close. And I love it all, and it really is part of who I am, and I'm proud of what I've accomplished. And so I yield my time to questions.
Are there any questions from board members?
Would you like to see my project? I have it up in my living room with me, so.
Yeah, we have one question, Board Member Marsh, and then we'll let you show your project. Thank you.
And I had was, as you look back through history, how were you able to gather up the information that you needed to put this together when it was such a kind of a secret society?
So it was declassified in 1996, and so there have been a couple of resources. It was hard, but I believe my annotated bibliography had over 80 sources. So because I went on the tour of Europe, the historian that's the president of the Ghost Army Legacy Project was leading the tour, and he was able to help direct me to some sources. I was able to use, there's about 5 books published, and a documentary and some secondary sources, but a lot of my information actually came from the primary sources. So my great-grandfather had a scrapbook, even though some of the stuff he kept was technically illegal because he wasn't allowed to take diary entries or anything. But I was able to use his information. I was able to interview him and the 7 other Ghost Army veterans and just really look at the official history and the operation maps and these primary sources and just create my argument based on what the information those gave me. And so why don't I move this over here? So this was my project, and I actually had a shadow box with all the patches and handbooks that my great-grandfather had. And the Ghost Army never had their own patch, so a lot of the patches show the story of where they were, what division they imitated, and just a lot of the ways they had to become part of the Ghost Army. But my projects, a lot of my projects have a physical representation of something. The Ghost Army is very secret. So the way I showed that was I actually had this black light that you would flip on, and I would have invisible ink writing that would show the secrets of the Ghost Army and just a way to show the deception that they had. And that was probably a large crowd pleaser, but yeah. Any other questions?
There are no other questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate your time and your efforts and what you've accomplished. Thank you very much for joining us today. That's an applause if you can't hear it. So. Thank you. Is there anything else on this, Jeff?
Okay, that's it. Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you for joining us, Madeline. Thank you very much. And thank you, Wendy.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda is public comment. First, we have Heidi Matthews with UEA. Go ahead and just push the button on the mic there.
Thank you. Heidi Matthews, the president of, or I'm a teacher serving as the president of the Utah Education Association, and thank you for having me this morning. Come Monday, we will be celebrating the role of labor in our country, and labor has played a great role in our schools and continues to. Our professional organizations and labor unions have assured that female educators can actually continue to teach when they're married or gasp pregnant. And that those were once grounds for dismissal, probably during the time that we were looking at in the 1918. Our labor unions have fought for, and organizations have fought for equal wages, despite gender, color of skin, and rights for due process. So we're not fired for capricious reasons or unfounded accusations. And what we're finding now in our world is that we really need to celebrate the role of labor in our schools, because we really believe in the motto that an injustice to one is an injustice to all. And while we have many successful school reopenings this fall, many throughout our state, there are places where it is not successful, and there are injustices. And as Wendy, this wonderful student, shared, her education is shaping her life and shaping her future. And then that is what's happening in our schools right now, and tending to the people who make that happen, our teachers. It's what we really need to do in order to shape lives and shape futures. And we have, again, some of these injustices. The UEA has shared concerns with you, with the legislature, with our governor, with our state departments of health, with our school districts, about the absolute essential need for oversight and compliance for school plans. We've shared our concerns about the absence of employee rights and workload considerations in those plans, and sick leave policies. And what's happened is, because there are so many different interpretations and no backstops for adherence to standards of science, we have some places where the science is not being followed, and it is more about the wills in our communities, and we're concerned. And so we launched a COVID-19 reporting form just last week for educators to report their school concerns. And so far, within hours, we had about 500 responses. And again, this is a reporting form. It's not a survey. It's for people who have concerns about the specific requirements. And two areas, unsurprisingly, came forward. One had to do with inadequate classroom distancing. 80% of the responses, and the other was excessive workloads. And, when we talk about classroom distancing, when feasible doesn't mean that we're not flexible, and we need more flexibility, and we need some more support from every entity in our state government and you to be able to ensure that our students and teachers are protected and adequately distanced. And then with regards to workload conditions, we are seeing teachers with absolutely impossible and unsustainable workloads from being both face-to-face learning and distance learning. So in conclusion, all of us, together and individually, must do better, and we must protect our students, we must protect our teachers, and And we must really celebrate the role of our labor organizations and work together so that we can ensure the future of our students and have the teaching force who is supported and protected during our most trying times. So thank you.
Thank you. Could you turn that, somebody got the mic off? Okay. Next, we have Lionel Miller.
Thank you. That would be Linnell Miller.
Linnell, sorry.
My name is Linnell. That's okay. That's okay. My parents saddled me with a difficult name, so I'm so used to it. My name is Linnell Miller. I sit on the governing board for Paradigm Schools. I submitted a letter to all of the board members that was forwarded to all of the board members, and I'm not going to read the whole thing. I have some points that I need to make in addition to reading the letter, and since I only have 3 minutes, I'm going to jump right in. We're writing specifically, and I am speaking to you today specifically regarding the vote that you're going to take this afternoon regarding turnaround status for schools. Paradigm is currently in turnaround status, and I am asking you to vote to allow Paradigm to exit turnaround status. The beginning of the letter states, we are writing to request that you vote to approve Paradigm's exit from turnaround. We respect and have grown from the turnaround process and are thankful to those who've been asked to sift through sheaves of information on our behalf. We appreciate and, as the data shows, have made significant progress as a school using the turnaround progress. We fully intend to embrace what we have learned and to further improve the school and the education it provides. I have a chart here that I was able to pull up, and I was able to pull up all of the schools that are recommended for turnaround exit. All of the schools, according to the committee, all of the schools except for Paradigm are going to be recommended for turnaround status. I'd like to do some comparison data. I was able to pull this up off of the internet. Of all the schools that you will review today, Paradigm school ranking is the highest. It is the farthest away from the bottom 3%. Of all of the schools you will review today, our school has the highest proficiency in math, science, and ELA. Of all of the schools that you will review today, our school has the highest graduation rate. Of all of the schools that we will review today, our school has the highest average composite ACT score. Of all of the schools you will review today, our school has the second highest growth MPG of the lowest 25%. Of all of the schools you will review today, our school is the only school not recommended for exiting. Our school is the only school whose recommendation form from the panel that you will see today and review from the committee and from the panel, it's the only one who doesn't specifically cite data. It actually has the word suggested a reluctance to use curriculum. So they are basing their recommendation that we stay in turnaround on a suggestion that was made and not on the data that I was able to pull up off of the internet regarding all of the schools in a comparison. We will be the only school in the entire state whose turnaround status will then be determined by performance during this COVID year. So my recommendation is, please, I would ask, and it is my position that Paradigm has met the metrics for exit from the turnaround process. The school has learned so much from the process of turnaround, and we've put what we've learned into place. We are ready. While turnaround is a time to learn and grow, it can also be compared to rehab, which should not carry a stigma, but it does. And so I'm asking you, based on the data, not a suggestion, but based on the data and the comparison to the other schools being recommended for turnaround status, that you allow and vote for Paradigm to exit turnaround status. If you have any questions, please, I would ask that you allow me or Fernando Seminario, the school director, to be able to address you at 1:30 today. I also contacted Mike Haynes, who is my representative on your board, and gave him this exact presentation and this exact discussion. And the last part that I would like to say is we are very committed to our school. This is from the letter that we wrote to you and its continued success. We would sincerely ask that you base your decision on the solid data and the progress made. We would like to exit turnaround so that we can focus our time and energy on continued improvement beyond the turnaround process. Please vote to allow Paradigm School to exit the turnaround process and resume operation as a fully functioning charter unit. And please, I'm available all day today if anyone has any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ashley Baker. I don't see an Ashley Baker online or in person. Okay, so we'll go ahead and move on. Thank you for those giving public comment. Okay, next on our agenda is our Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind portion of our meeting. We'd like to invite Carl Empey to come forward if he wants to give his presentation. Come right here to this bottom portion. Superintendent Coleman, if you want to join us up here as well, you're welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members, and staff. It's a pleasure to be here. I have two financial reports to present this morning. The first is our 12 months ended June 30th. They are in preliminary form. We're waiting for the state to do a calculation on post-employment benefits.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you really quick. Sorry. Apparently those mics aren't picking up very well online, so go ahead and hit the button on the other one. Sorry, I didn't notice that sooner. Okay, thank you.
Should I start over? Okay, good morning. The two financial reports I have this morning are the fiscal year that ended June 30th, 2020 for the 12 months. They are in preliminary form. We are waiting for the state to do their calculation of other post-employment benefits and charge us the respective expense for it. And that's why these are marked preliminary. There's the three standard financial reports, the statement of net position that used to be called the old balance sheet. There's a statement of revenues, expenses, and changes in net position, which is the old income statement, and then a statement of cash flow. There's a lot of numbers here. I think the key report is we ended the year financially solvent, and it was a good year. And I'd be happy to sit down with any of you and walk through these numbers and reports specifically upon your request and not maybe take your time this morning. Are there any questions just on the June 30th year-end financial reports?
I see no questions. Go ahead and
Okay,
proceed.
great. Thank you. The next financial report is for our first month, July 31st. There's not a whole lot to report. We had inflows and transfers of about $3.7 million. I'm just going to round. Our expenses were $1.1 million, so it left us with a surplus of $2.6 million. So we're in a good position as we start the year off. We don't have a student count yet. We will have that in our next monthly report of the number of students that we serve. Our land grant enrichment fund balance as of July 31st is approximately $1.3 million, and our donated funds is approximately $1.2 million. The report that's on the screen is the supporting detail that gives all the line items that summarize in the green there, the $3.7 million in our revenues. Down below that is our expenses of the $1.1 million. The report behind that is just the donated funds summary report showing the balances in each of the respective categories. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, I don't see any. Oh, there we go. No, I don't see any hands raised. Oh, Mike Haynes, go ahead. Thank you, Board Member Haynes.
Thank you, Chair Cummins. I was just curious about the donated funds. Is this funds that have come through the foundation, or is this in addition to those?
This is as of August or July, we've created a separate account for the foundation. So the donated funds that you have here are a combination of the foundation's donated funds and the donated funds of the school. The majority of this, if you look on the donated funds, is about $900 and some odd $1,000, which is the foundation money, which is coming from one of our extremely generous donors.
Fantastic. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, there are no other questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, hold on just a second. Let me turn your mic on. There you go. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead, Board Member Cannon.
Thank you. As I looked over the 2021 USDB financial report, you had a box that showed estimated revenue, and from the state, you're getting 78% of your revenue comes from the state. And then my question's about the federal. It lists 3.5% of revenue coming from federal.
And that's
I thought it would be higher than that. I thought for special needs kids, it was more like 10%. Can you just
Yeah, we
enlighten
really
me?
do not receive much money from the federal government for our programs. We rely primarily on the state transfers that funded on an annual basis by the legislature.
And so, don't we get about 10% of our money from federal funding? Am I wrong about that? Is it siphoned off to go to other places, or?
I can't speak on behalf of USBE, but all I know is on USDB, we receive very little in federal funds.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. MP. Okay, next is the superintendent's report. Superintendent Coleman. Okay, let me. Hit your request to speak button. Okay.
Okay, board members, got the microphone working. It's nice to be with you. Board Member Cannon, I had the same question early on, and we get approximately $250,000, $300,000 for special ed money out of a $40 million budget, and then we also get some money for the child nutrition program. That's federal money. There are small amounts, but it's less than $500,000, I think, overall. And I think a lot of that has to do with most of the students we serve are out in the districts, and so they probably get the special education money, and the state set up schools for deaf and the blind, and so it's kind of their responsibility to fund most of it. So we do get some money for preschool and some for elementary school in our campus programs, but that's maybe 250 to 300 kids total. So that probably explains why. I thought it was interesting too. I thought, well, we're special ed, we should be highly funded by them, but no, the state really does most of the work there. Board members, I have a few items for you. The first one is good news, of course. In the most recent special session of the legislature, they fully funded our teacher salary increases. So that was taken care of this year, and they were very good to work with. I have to compliment them. When they found out about the oversight that happened earlier, they immediately went to work in getting that resolved. And we had everyone from leadership all the way to individual legislators, even calling me the Sunday before saying, okay, we think we've got everything lined up, don't worry. And so our teachers will, in fact, I think our business office has already calculated all that, and our teachers should be made harmless all the way to the beginning of their contract, which was August 1st. And so they really didn't miss out on too much, and that's anything they'll be held harmless and made whole on that. So that's great news. The next thing I just put on your radar for our next meeting, we will have our annual report, and we'll send that to you earlier in your board packet, of course, and we'll review that with you before we submit that to the legislature. I think it's actually due in October or November to the public education, I guess it's the appropriations subcommittee, but anyway, we'll make sure that you have that, and we'll have time to discuss it in your board meeting if you have any questions about it. Just a quick update on school opening. Of course, that's been our main focus and heavy focus the last 2 weeks. We started a couple weeks ago in Ogden and Springville, and last week we opened schools here in Salt Lake, and so far so good. We've had about 8 requests from educators for special accommodations, safety accommodations beyond that which is in our school reopening plan that you approved. And as you remember in that plan, we said we would be do everything we could to accommodate them on a case-by-case basis. And I think we've been able to find good accommodations and meet most of their requests. And so things look good so far. We're still working through a few things with a couple, but it's been a very good, healthy, productive, interactive process with them. And so I thought I'd report back to you on that. So, and every morning we all come in and get our little temperatures taken at the front desk and go to our different places. We still have a lot of people working from home whenever telecommuting makes sense, or teleworking, I guess is the term we use now. But our educators and the aides and others are just doing a great job so far, and I think there's a great sense of excitement to be back in school, of course. Most of our PIP services are being done remotely with families with occasional visits when necessary, and that's with the infants where our teachers visit them in their homes. In a normal time, they would go to the home for almost every visit. So we're working through all that, and it seems to be going pretty well. I'm going to have the associate superintendents in a few minutes come up one at a time and just give you a report from what they're seeing right where the rubber meets the road. Another item you might be interested in on our Facebook page and other social media, we have posted an interview that I did with KSOP. I do that about every 6 months or so with Dick Harmon there, who's just really great and very supportive, and it's fun. We get feedback from people and say, oh, we heard you, and we talked about the different things that we've done uniquely in this time to meet the needs of our families and students and teachers and other staff members, and so that's fun. If you feel like listening to that, you can find it on our social media. We're also creating a little simple video training for new board members that with just to onboard them and kind of introduce them to the Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind, understanding that not many board members are elected even knowing that there's a special responsibility for USDB. And so if you have any input on items that you would like us to include, I know we've asked you before, but we've had staff here at the State Board office helping, and even Jeff Van Holten went down and was filmed and talked about it. And so we thought that would be helpful to your colleagues who come on board new, which we're anticipating in January, of course, several of those. And then if you have any other questions for me, I'd be happy to answer those. But if not, I'd like the associate superintendents one at a time, maybe School for the Deaf first. Michelle, you can come up and just sit at that table and just share with board members what school opening has been like, answer any questions, and then we'll have Susan Patton come up and swap places with you when you're finished.
Okay. I'm excited to be here in person. I like visiting with people face to face. The children have equally been just as excited. Our students, even with, as you have imagined with all students, are elated to be back together again. Our students, it's even more so as they are able to communicate again. Sadly, it's very difficult for many of our students to communicate at home with some family members, and so coming to school is a huge deal. And so they were been excited. We had to help them with social distancing because they like in the culture of the deaf culture. when you've had a good conversation with someone, you end that first conversation with a hug. And that's from then going forward. That's how you greet other people that you've met. I guess if it doesn't go well, you know really quickly. But they're pretty excited. The big concern or the big issue that we've had has been with masks. We are finding even the clear shields are problematic. So Superintendent Coleman and I took time and we're visiting with the children. And I don't know, I brought my mask. It's just as bad as any of the ones you've got that have cloth on it because it fogs up so quickly. The clear shields catches glares all over the place so you can't see what they're saying. And then, of course, you're signing and you flip that thing off and knock it over, and then the teacher has to come over and get in your personal space to get it on again. And so we've told the children just social distance as much as possible, which I could see you from here to there signing, so that would be easily done. And our classrooms are really large, and we've had a good turnout with that. The children seem to be responding well. Some of them choose to wear their masks at school, some of them do not. We ask that you make sure when they're in close proximity in the hallways, and of course when they're on the van and transportation, that they have those masks on. And overall, generally, things are going well. It wasn't as eventful as we thought it would be, actually. Other than they're really excited to be together, and it just does my heart a great deal of good to see children at the schools again. So. Any questions for me?
Okay, we have a couple of questions from board members. Do we want to wait until the other superintendent speaks, or do you want to ask your question now? Board member Gravitt, do you want to wait or ask your question now? Okay, go ahead.
No, Superintendent Coleman, I appreciate your report, and I wanted to just ask you, you said you had some teachers asking for accommodations. I'm wondering, can you give us a sense of like an example of what that was and how you dealt with it?
Sure.
Just so we have a sense of what's going on.
That's a great question.
Thank you.
Most of these teachers say the plan, I feel a little concerned still because it doesn't address this or that, and I have a special condition. And so we work with them through our HR manager, who's Dave Laycock, and they share their medical information with him, and they don't share it with us directly, so they can maintain confidentiality. But when he validates that, then they also have to ask for a specific safety protocol or something that they would like beyond what we're normally providing. For some of them, it has been to wear a clear mask instead of no mask with the students. For some of them, it has been items like their specific assignments are different. One teacher is a kindergarten teacher, and so in some instances, she has to change a diaper, and she felt like that might expose her to something, and so we went talked about that. Others, gosh, what were some of their? Usually, it's a particular health concern where they're at risk. Interestingly enough, some of our most medically challenged teachers have not asked for accommodations, and we have gone to them and said, listen, normally we aren't putting plexiglass between the teacher and the child in a lower elementary class. With you, we really think that we should. We'd like to go the extra mile and do this, and they've been very grateful for that. And so it's kind of a myriad of things like that, and we've said, okay, for you, then we're going to do this, as long as, but monitor to make sure it doesn't affect the learning experience of the child. And so we've kind of gone back and forth and helped them to know that we're very supportive of them.
Board Member Davis, do you have a question?
Okay. I don't have a question. I just want to say that the Office parody musical was delightful.
That was Susan.
That was Susan's crew up in Ogden.
Board Member Lear.
And I just had a question for either one of you. Have there been any children sick or any staff members either who have tested positive or have shown symptoms?
We have had, of our workforce of about 560, 580, around that, we've had 8 people since March who have tested positive. None of them have been on our campuses. None of them contracted it at school. They all got it at home and caught it early, and so we haven't had any exposures on campus, but we have had 8 employees throughout the state in different areas who have gotten COVID, yes.
And just to follow up, so not, have there been any since school started?
None
Either
since- employees
or students?
I had one student that was reported to me that yesterday that they, before the first day of school, weren't feeling well, so mother kept them home.
Okay.
And thankfully she did, because the child did test positive for COVID, but never actually came to campus and never actually showed up. So that was the only instance.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, that's all the questions. Let me just double check here. No more questions. So we want to invite.
I think I'm supposed to do this really quick. Just to kind of mirror what Michelle was saying and Superintendent Coleman, the School for the Blind, we have different needs in the School for the Deaf, and so our instruction has to be very, very much hands-on, and so we have been stronger as far as masks are concerned, and honestly, it has gone so much better than we had anticipated. Our teachers and staff members are wearing the masks. Most of the kids are wearing masks. Of course, we have kids with multiple disabilities, and if they're not able to take the mask off themselves, then we're not requiring a mask because of safety reasons. And to answer the question as far as any students, we have had 3 students not test COVID positive, but the parents have kept them home because of symptoms, and then another family member has been exposed. And I think that one of the surprises for our teachers is that the parents have been so very, very cooperative. And they have been proactive in making sure that we know that there's a family member that's been exposed. We're keeping this child home before, so that transportation doesn't even pick them up. We also had a situation where we're having them, the parents fill out a little checklist every time the kids get on the van. And the parent didn't check one of the boxes, and that child came to school. But it was an inadvertent, she didn't mean to not check the box, but so we're able to follow up on those things. So I feel like we're really monitoring the situations very well. And overall, I feel like it's been a success. I think our staff feels like it's a success, and I also feel like we're very responsive to the staff needs and their concerns. We want to hear from them, and we've given them multiple avenues to be able to do that, and welcomed it and encouraged that we need to know what your concerns are. Do you feel like you have the right PPE? Do you feel like the social distancing is taking place? Because if we don't know what those issues are, even the smallest, then we can't address them. Is there any questions for me? I am smiling under this, just so you know. Okay.
I see no questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thanks, Susan. Last thing I'll say, board members, before checking out, letting you get back to your other meetings, is I have tremendous gratitude and respect for our staff members. I really feel like we didn't get a summer this year like we normally do. And administration-wise, we always work through the summer, but it was all the normal work on top of preparing for this. And I think just the emotional intensity of preparing for this and being concerned about what our families and the public and the board and the legislature and the media and everybody else might say if we got something wrong. And I really need to just compliment our staff. They've been awesome. And so now we're off and running, and it's time for us administratively to start preparing for next year with budgets and all the other things we do. And our educators are, of course, in the classroom doing what they do best. And so it's just, ironically, with less school since March, it has been more intense professionally for everyone. And our people have really, really stepped up, from the top administrators to the aides and to our facility staff, everyone else, top to bottom throughout the state. They've done an amazing job. And just as a superintendent, my gratitude goes out to them. And I wanted to acknowledge the tremendous professionalism of everybody in the organization. And so with that, that's my report, Madam Chair. And unless there are any questions, that's that's all we had for you today.
Okay, I see no questions. Thank you very much. Okay, next on the agenda is action items from September 2nd's executive session. First is educator licenses. Board Member Belknap.
Sorry, Chair. It just took me a minute to find my paperwork, okay?
Thank you.
Did you want to do UPAC first or the appointments?
UPAC first, please.
Thank you. Okay. In case number 161325, I move that we accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, the motion before us is to accept UPAC's recommendation for case number 16-1325. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, Board Member Scott Hansen.
Chair, I'll need to abstain from these. I wasn't able to join this part of the executive session yesterday from the UPAC panel for the appointments.
Okay. Board Member Lear.
I'm also abstaining because I have a prior history with both of these first two cases.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I have to check 5 places for hands up. Okay, so I see no questions. Seeing none, how we'll do this is we'll take the vote in the room first, just as a reminder, and then I'll call for the vote for those online. So all in favor, please say aye in the room. Any opposed? Okay, Board Member Belknap.
Aye.
Board Member Bolter.
Aye.
Chair Huntsman.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously with 2 abstentions. Okay.
Thank you. In case number 191683, I move that we accept UPAC's recommendation.
Is there a second? Okay,
Second.
thank you. The motion before us is to accept UPAC's recommendation on case number 19-1683. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay. Seeing none, those in the room, please vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Board Member Belknap.
Aye.
Board Member Bolter.
Aye.
Chair Huntsman.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously with the same 2 abstentions. Okay.
Thank you.
Excuse me, this is Lorraine. Could you tell me who the abstentions were?
Yes, Board Member Lear and Board Member Hansen. Okay, Board Member Belknap, continue.
Yes, thank you. In case number 191691, I move that we accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, the motion before us is to accept UPAC's recommendation on case number 19-1691. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, I see none. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, Board Member Belknap.
Aye.
Board Member Bolter.
Aye.
Chair Huntsman.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously with 1 abstention. Is that correct? Okay, and that would be Board Member Hansen. Okay, continue.
Thank you. I move that we accept UPAC's consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, the motion before us is to accept the UPAC consent calendar. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, I see none. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Board Member Belknap.
Aye.
Board Member Bolter.
Aye.
Chair Huntsman.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes with one abstention. Okay, continue, please.
You want me to go on to appointments?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I move that we reappoint Patty Norman and Dave Brotherson to the Utah Education and Telehealth Network for the next 4 years.
There's a second? Okay, the motion before us is that the board appoint the following individuals to the Utah Education and Telehealth Network to the Utah Education and Telehealth Network Board representing public education for 4-year terms. Patty Norman and Dave Brotherson. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, I see none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, Board Member Belknap.
Aye.
Board Member Bolter.
No.
Chair Huntsman.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes with 2 noes. Board Member Earl is a no, and Board Member Bolter is a no. Thank you. I think that takes care of everything from closed session. Okay. Okay, next on our agenda is the general consent calendar. Is there any items that board members would like to pull? Okay, Board Member Davis?
I wanted to make a motion on the agenda item that was just skipped.
Okay.
That was the Alpine agenda item. Is that the one? Did we just skip that, or did I see that wrong? Was that on our agenda?
Yeah. Is there a motion necessary on that?
I'd like to move that we postpone the matter to a later date so that the terms discussed this morning can be put in writing with terms and conditions.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Okay, the motion before us is to postpone this matter to allow terms and conditions to be finalized. Okay. Okay, is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, Board Member Belknap.
Did it have a second, Chair?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. Aye.
Okay. Board Member Bolter?
Aye.
Chair Huntsman?
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now we're on item 5, the general consent calendar. Are there any items that board members would like to pull? Okay, I see no hands. Is there a motion?
Chair, I move that we accept the consent calendar. Belknap?
Great, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, great. The motion before us is to approve the general consent calendar. Any discussion to that motion? Okay, I see none. All in favor, please say aye. Okay, any opposed? Board Member Belknap.
Aye.
Board Member Bolter.
Aye.
Chair Huntsman.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, moving on, then we are to item number 6, information action on our monthly budget report. Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones.
Madam Chair, Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. The monthly budget report follows with the start of the fiscal year 21. The first month of fiscal year 21 is July. Utah State Board of Education is financially sound to meet all obligations, all known obligations, and all pending or other bills that may come forward. Subject to any questions or concerns related to this particular agenda item, which is the monthly budget report, I'd like to continue on with some additional details on CARES Act funding status.
Are there
Madam Chair.
any questions on the monthly budget report? Okay, I see none. You can continue.
Okay, so if I could have, I think Jeff is driving, if you could pull up the backup, which should be the first backup, should be talking about the CARES Act funding. We can go into the backups. Now to get into the, let's see. Okay, well, for board members, in your backups is the Utah CARES Act baseline MOE data. So there's maintenance of effort requirements for CARES Act. So what of this is that the Governor's Office of Management and Budget, specifically Jacob Wright, who we work with, you know, you've heard his name quite a bit, had to submit or was required to submit or pursuant to the CARES Act's maintenance of effort requirement and guidance from the Department of Education. So this is informational to you. It does show you that we are online with all aspects of CARES Act funding, including allowability. We also provide for your benefit in the backups a status of the funds for the CARES Act. You know, because further down, after we conclude with the discretionary report, I'll turn it over to Sarah Young for some additional requests for use of CARES Act funding. So we'll make this subject to any, you know, questions or concerns from board members, Madam Chair. We'll make this, you know, CARES Act reporting an integral part of the monthly budget report, since there's so much, since it's such a high profile amount of money, and what the purposes and allowability of the money is very important for both disclosure to you as the board and the public. So subject to any questions or concerns about related to status of funds for CARES Act funding, I'll continue to the discretionary funds report at your direction, Madam Chair.
I see no questions. Please continue.
Okay, for the discretionary funds report, that also is included in your backups. So if we can, if you'll just, you know, go to the upper right-hand corner, it shows the status of funds or balances that are remaining. I've received no requests to date for use of such, you know, funding as the federal mineral lease, although I have talked briefly with the Chief of Staff Stanley, about some proposals that will come forward to the board in later months for use of federal mineral lease money. Madam Chair, subject to any questions about the discretionary funds report by any board members, I'd like to turn it over to Sarah Young for additional or coverage of the item number 3 within the monthly budget report for requests for CARES Act funding.
Okay, I see no questions. Sarah, if you'd like to move forward.
Thank you. So Sarah Young, Director of Strategic Initiatives. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to present to you today a couple of opportunities where we're, as staff, requesting the board's authorization for allocation of CARES Act funding related to some of the statewide community needs due to COVID-19. So the first item in the backup speaks to a funding request for broadband. So this has been something that has been definitely on the radar for all of our leaders here at the agency, as well as our districts and our charter schools, making sure that our K-12 households and families have access to broadband to be able to access the distance and remote learning opportunities that may have been implemented due to COVID-19. So as a component of that, we are fortunate that our partners at UETN have authorized an initial amount to help us make awards to our districts and charter schools to be able to provide internet solutions to their families. These are solutions that each local entity is developing specific to their community needs and the partners that they have available in their service area. We are asking that the State Board of Education consider authorizing an additional $1 million of the coronavirus relief funding that was provided to the agency in the last special session to be able to increase the total awards that we can make to the field. This is a competitive grant that is being scored, and the additional funding would bring us to being able to make up to $6 million in awards based on the local requests. So I'll pause in case there are any questions related to this specific action item.
Board Member Earl?
Yes, my question is, so this is in conjunction with the other funding that's going on through the UETN. Is that accurate, or is this, okay, and they expect that project, do you know when they, I don't know, maybe you don't know, maybe Patty knows, when they expect that project to be completed, or is this just in association with that?
So this is actually a set of grants that will go out to our LEAs. So as USBE, we are going to be the fiscal monitor and recipient of all of the grants. So it is funding, the UETN funding will come to our agency for administration in these grants. And we are just asking that the state board consider authorizing an additional $1 million of our coronavirus relief funding to be able to increase that total award value to meet all of the grant requests that have been received.
So if I'm understanding you, then the funding is available for all LEAs, is that right? Or just for those that are having difficulty accessing in more rural areas of the state?
So the funding is available for application to all LEAs. We did put the opportunity out to the entire field. It did require that you submitted an application, and we did note for the field that it was a competitive application, not knowing if we were going to have enough fiscal resources to meet the comprehensive needs within the community.
All right, thank you.
Board Member Belknap?
Thank you, Chair. So, Sarah, I guess my question is, we have $5 million in this competitive grant, and is it all used up now? And if it is, where has the money gone that they have applied for? And I don't necessarily mean to what place, but what was it used for?
Yes, thank you, Board Member Belknap. So the application process actually is still occurring. We had applications that were due to our office by 5 p.m. yesterday. We managed to turn those applications around. They are currently with reviewers. So we're not in a space having made awards yet or even declared awards to the greater field. We were kind of also waiting for an action step related to this request to help that, those reviewers determine the scope and scale of awards related to these requests. In regards to the solutions, each of the LEAs were proposing their solution to be able to meet internet needs at the household level. That's going to look different depending on the community. Some of them are looking at partnering with their local provider to provide internet to the home in partnership with the Lifeline program. Some of our LEAs are looking at procuring hotspots to be able to check out individual students and families as they see fit. We at the state level provided guidance associated with seeking information about how they're identifying their students in need and what solution they're proposing to that. But the solutions do vary depending on the population and the services that are available in that area.
Follow up, Chair?
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Sorry, Chair. I just should have done it. So, Sarah, how do we know we need another $1 million if we haven't even finished up distributing the $5 million?
It's a great question. So this was definitely a proactive request in regards to being able to note the request from the field and that we're kind of in process. The desire of staff bringing this before you today was that if we had that value associated with doing the initial round of awards, that really helped us in regards to providing these services to students and families as soon as possible. We certainly recognize that most of our families, if not all of them, are back in a school environment or will be back on Tuesday, and that not having internet access each today makes a difference. So rather than waiting until the application cycle concluded and then bringing this to you next month, realizing that that would impact families' access, we're being proactive about bringing this to you today. If it is something that the board decides they'd like to hold on, we can certainly bring it back for consideration once we have additional information. But I just wanted to explain kind of the thought process is really about getting those needed services for broadband into the households as soon as possible, recognizing the start of the school year.
Thank you.
Board Member Cannon?
Thank you. My question for Sarah is similar to what Laura was asking. I recall about a week or so ago reading a newspaper article about San Juan County and attempts to get internet down to kids in that area. And as I recall, it was going to take something like $3 million. It was a huge amount. So my question for you is, do you have has USBE undertaken to evaluate where the needs are and what kind of a price tag we're looking at? Because I believe as everything shut down in March, suddenly the inequities of online learning were becoming more and more evident, and it was becoming more and more of a need. So I'm just wondering if you know what it's going to take and how much we can do with the money you're asking for.
Thank you, Board Member Cannon. So it's a great question. So I'm going to try and answer it kind of in two different framings. So the first one, to the question about San Juan School District. So the concerns that are happening in the San Juan School District and related to those households really has a key fundamental foundational question of infrastructure. So we are very fortunate to have the Utah Education Telehealth Network as partners and leaders for broadband and infrastructure within the state of Utah. And that is a very robust infrastructure, although there are certainly pockets of the state where that infrastructure is still being developed and built out, and San Juan is one of them. So in terms of the funding that was approved, that is actually more about infrastructure related to having even access to the services if that's something individual households choose to participate in. The second piece of that is that once you have maybe a service provider in your area, it's a question of the cost for an individual family to engage in those services. And that's what we're trying to address with this specific grant opportunity, going with funding direct to our LEAs. So really looking at, even though you may have a service provider in your area, if financially you are not able to engage in those service opportunities, you still may not have access at your household. And that's really where we're looking to partner with providing the services. In regards to the last question, what is it going to take for the whole community? That is something that myself and others at your office are working on in partnership with the Utah Education Telehealth Network, with the partners at GoEd who are over broadband, Rebecca Dillig and her team, as well as working within the providers who are definitely partners in this effort and moving it forward. I think the broad scale solution is going to be a larger price tag and much more comprehensive than the specific grant that we have here today. But the grant serves to be able to address the current needs for families for this school year, recognizing that it's going to take several more months to develop a comprehensive and long-term state solution.
Board Member Belknap, do you have an additional question? Nope. Okay. Okay.
No.
Okay, thank you. Are you just disappeared? Your name disappeared. Okay, hey, Sarah, continue. Sorry.
So the second item that is being proposed within this broadband scope is also the request for authorization of up to $75,000 in regards to allowing USBE to seek quotes and procurement associated with an external evaluation of the K-12 broadband hotspot grant program. This is a unique opportunity for our state and for our schools and districts to be able to offer hotspot solutions and opportunities. And we really want to make sure that we use this not just to meet the current community need, but to really inform, to Board Member Cannon's question, what those next steps need to look like in terms of what works, what are comprehensive systemic solutions we could implement at the state, and be able to get feedback about this current iteration towards that. So this would be a one-time cost associated with procuring an external evaluator to go and gather that data about the successes of the program at the household level, which is data we just don't already have at our office, to be able to then support future larger scale state plans associated with broadband in K-12 and more comprehensively for the state.
Are there any questions from board members? Board Member Earl?
So I guess I'm trying to fully understand this. We haven't implemented this yet, but we're bringing someone on, and is it an individual or an entity? And then we're going to pay him $75,000 to promote the program? I'm not sure I'm understanding that. Or is it help me understand. I guess because I'm thinking when a district receives, let's say $100,000 for this program, wouldn't they be accountable to us to have to verify how they're using that? So that's why I'm asking about why are we bringing in an independent auditor to, what is their role actually?
Yes, thank you for that question, Board Member Earl. So as a point of clarification, so this would be a procurement that we would engage in if this is approved today. So we have not, and for any of these things, taken any action steps related to these funds and are waiting for approval within that space. As far as the next steps, we would go through our procurement process in regards to getting competitive quotes associated with a scope of work which we would define at the state level in regards to being able to articulate the successes of the broadband grant program as well as, the challenges or weaknesses associated with the solutions that our LEAs have put forward. A couple of just points of clarification. All of our LEAs are accountable to the State Board of Education related to this funding and are committed to, it's a reimbursement program, so they will be submitting their costs. And that is information that we will definitely have to be able to inform the successes of the program. The information that we would not have through that and that this particular evaluator could help us gain would be doing more so local level solution surveys. So for example, the state may know we were able to procure, so many hotspots specific to one district's implementation and solution. However, we may not know how effective those hotspots were in regards to actually meeting the needs of the broadband for the individual students. Did they have the access that they expected? Were they able to stream video associated with participating in learning opportunities? What were the successes and what were the barriers to those implementations? Because we know that anytime we engage in a new effort and a new program in K-12, we really want to be cognizant of the feedback from our individual students and families to be able to inform what a potential next step could look like. So this would just provide us an opportunity to have an entity who is an external entity, so not your staff, be able to, really objectively take a look at all of that data, in securing the data as well as the analysis of the data to then provide a recommendation back to the state board as well as any other entities who may be interested in what future solutions and resources need to look like.
I don't see any other questions on that item, so if you want to continue. You can continue. I don't see any additional questions on that item.
Okay, so that concludes the presentation component associated with the request for the authorization of the broadband effort. I will just clarify that this would be up to, the funds that would be used. If we end up in a space where, our LEAs are not requesting more than $5 million in regards to awards, and or the review committee does not deem enough of those proposals competitive, we certainly would not be using those funds. It's just an authorization if that needs case arises. So I can move to the third item associated with CARES, but it is different than broadband. So Chair, how would you like me to proceed?
Hold on, I do have one question. Board Member Cannon?
I was just wondering if you would accept a motion. The motion would be that the board approve USB staff setting aside up to $1 million from the Utah K-12 Coronavirus Relief Fund to award local education agency grants for K-12 broadband hotspot solutions.
Is there a second? Okay, the motion before us is the board approve USBE staff setting aside up to $1 million for the Utah K-12 Coronavirus Relief Fund to award local education agency grants for K-12 broadband hotspot solutions. Is there any discussion to that motion? Board Member Earl?
I just want to make a clarification. There's two motions there, but we're just pushing the one right now, right? Is
That was
accurate?
one motion
Okay,
that was
thank
made.
you.
Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay. Board Member Belknap.
Aye.
Board Member Bolter.
Aye.
Chair Huntsman.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes with one no vote. Board Member Hanson was a no. Okay. Did you have an additional motion? Okay.
Approve USBE staff setting aside up to $75,000 from the Utah K-12 CARES SEA 10% set aside to pursue quotes and procurement for an external evaluation of the K-12 broadband hotspot grant program.
Is there a second? Okay, the motion before us is that the board approve USBE staff setting aside up to $75,000 from the Utah K-12 CARES SEA 10% set aside to pursue quotes and procurement for an external evaluation of the K-12 broadband hotspot grant program. Is there any discussion to that motion? Board Member Belknap?
Yes, thank you. Would that $75,000 include hiring a person, or are we hiring an outside entity?
According to Sarah Young earlier, it's an outside entity that would be hired.
Chair, how long would this work take?
Sarah Young, would you be able to answer that question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we would move forward with the procurement for the scope of work to basically last for 12 months. So from time of award until close of the award, allowing for a month after to be able to kind of finalize the analysis of data and submit final reports.
Thank you.
Board Member Lear?
I'm not necessarily opposed to this, and I think this is a question probably directed to Sarah Young. I'm not necessarily opposed to this. I just am wrestling with the timeliness. If this, to me, this feels like a temporary need. If there's some plan for this to endure longer, is that part of it? Or otherwise, I feel like it's just we won't get the information and especially information and analysis till perhaps the crisis is passed, What's the thinking on that?
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Lear. So in regards to the request for evaluation, we would ask for a mid-year as well as final year report in terms of helping to inform our actions. I can say that as a member of your team at the agency, we've actually received quite a bit of outreach from different legislators as well as other state entities that are interested in finding solutions for making sure that our students have access to the digital learning materials at home, and specifically related to broadband, knowing that that is a pain point associated with if you don't have connection, you just can't make use of the devices and the digital tools that our districts are preparing and offering to families in light of COVID-19. So recognizing that those requests are coming into our office, this particular evaluation would really give us an opportunity to provide concrete feedback related to this early pilot investment to be able to inform those broader state discussions and solutions that are being considered for not just K-12, but for the larger state.
Thank you.
Board Member Hanson?
Just wanted to clarify to everyone that I'm not against broadband. I just think the allocation of the $1 million was premature, and that's why I voted no on that. Also on this one, I would hope that we could just ask the LEAs who are receiving funds to report on the effectiveness of their usage, and don't see a need to hire someone. I have concerns also about the timeliness, as Board Member Lear expressed.
Chair Huntsman. Chair Huntsman, do you have a question on this item?
I'm developed bad habits here by muting myself all the time. So, okay, this is a question for Sarah Young regarding the timeline. 12 months is kind of a long time for these. I think for an IT type hotspot evaluation, and I did hear in your previous answer that there'd be some kind of an update. Is there anything that we can do in the procurement side as you get proposals and that to see if that time can be streamlined to fewer months than 12? Because the data, the value, if this motion passes, would definitely give LEAs a leg up, especially in certain areas, on how to and what to do in their procurement to better serve our students. And when the dust settles in this realm of broadband and hotspots and et cetera, we're still in the education business, and these LEAs will definitely utilize the broadband and hotspots for from homework and students that are ill and et cetera, et cetera. There's definitely a betterment that's going to be coming to our great state. And so I'm just wondering, I'm going to go back to my question again is there anything we can do on the procurement side to entertain through that a shorter time frame than 12 months?
Certainly. Thank you, Chair Huntsman. So as your staff, we are very much at your direction in regards to being able to craft a scope of work that you think is appropriate to both the timeline as well as the expectation for return on that information. So none of that has been crafted to this point, and we're certainly open to that feedback to be able to inform what next steps would look like if those are deemed appropriate.
Thank you.
Board Member Earl?
Yeah, I don't think I'll be voting for this either. I just have concerns, especially $75,000 if this is pandemic money, so to speak, or the CARES Act money or funding for that. I think waiting just a little longer to make sure we've got that funding and other needs don't come up, for me would be a priority. And then maybe towards the end of the year, if we wanted to look at this. Thank you.
Okay, see no other discussion. The motion before us is that the board approve USBE staff setting aside up to $75,000 from the Utah K-12 CARES SEA 10% set aside to pursue quotes and procurement for an external evaluation of the K-12 broadband hotspot grant program. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? No. Okay. Board Member Belknap?
No.
Okay. Board Member Bolter?
No.
Chair Huntsman?
Yes.
Okay. Will the ayes please raise their hand? Okay, we have Board Member Newell, Board Member Cannon, Board Member Davis, Board Member Haynes, Board Member Gravitt, Board Member Marsh, Chair Huntsman, and I'm an aye. That motion passes. Lorraine, do you need any additional information on that vote?
Just, did everyone else vote?
Yes, everyone voted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sarah, did you have anything else you wanted to add? I believe you had some additional.
So we do have one more item for consideration related to the CARES funding. And if the chair approves, I would turn it over to Director of Teaching and Learning, Jennifer Thronson, to be able to speak about that specific use case.
Okay, thank you.
May I proceed, Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Jennifer Thronson, Director of Teaching and Learning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about this request. Jeff, if you would mind moving to the funding request for Scribble. Thank you. So as a resource opportunity to support our teachers in this new environment where they are leveraging digital tools and potentially going to be experiencing the need for digital virtual learning, there is a great tool that has come to our attention that we would like to be able to provide our K-12 educators. It is a tool that will be primarily used in grades 4 through 12 as it's more appropriate in that space, but knowing we have different needs for different students, there may be some opportunities for teachers to leverage it in the K through 3 space. So the tool is a tech-based opportunity resource that can be used for writing, research, annotation, where, for example, a teacher can be annotating the text and showing her thoughts while the students are annotating the text all live and in real time, whether they are sitting there in the classroom together or out in the virtual learning environment. That ability to check for understanding in real time with multiple students, either in small groups or whole class, is really a great way to engage students more fully in the digital learning environment, as well as providing these interactive tools for our educators. And so the opportunity that we are seeking here is around $450,000 to afford statewide licenses for K-12 students and educators through the next school year as a support mechanism for them as they continue to achieve the core standards, support through these digital tools, and create collaborative, engaging environments for their students this school year. So I would be happy to answer any questions you might have about this requested contract.
Board Member Earl?
Yeah, so I know the legislature during the summer, they spoke about a little bit about a concern of buying large agreements with organizations, right? And then wondering whether they get used. And I just, with my own kids, with one of the schools that we're going through, that there's numerous resources, right? I mean, it's endless. So I'm just, how do we know the usability and whether this, I mean, this is nice. Is this a 1-year thing? You know, we're just doing it for this year. I looked through it a little bit. It looks like it's got some very interesting dynamics to it, but is it our responsibility at this time to do that? for all schools. I'm just asking the question if this really is the best use of this money at this point in time. So.
Absolutely. I think it's a very warranted question. And so, given the kind of conditions we're in, we have the nice thing about this particular tool is it integrates into the tools that we already have for teachers. So it naturally integrates into Google, Microsoft, Canvas. They can use their Zoom accounts that they've just received from UATN as well. And so from a short-term solution, it would really give our teachers a powerful tool to use with students. It allows them to monitor student progress, be able to provide explicit feedback on how students are performing on particular tasks, as well as the kind of functionality that they can take with them beyond. So for example, even if this is a one-year tool, kids who find value in this tool could actually take it into college for only $25 of their own kind of funding to be able to continue to use this as they move into their college years. And so at $1 per student, which is basically what we're paying in this case for our secondary students, is all we're paying for, but we're getting the elementary as kind of a free add-on. It really is potentially a short-term solution. The goal would be to work with UETN and their funding sources, which are not in education funds, and have a much smaller competition pool to extend this contract into a multi-year contract through their funding and their organization to allow for this to be a continued effort rather than a one-time bill.
Board Member Hanson?
Similar questions, I guess, just on priority for use of the CARES funds. And wondered first where the demand for this came from. Was this just something that USB staff located, or is this something that teachers are asking for?
I wasn't able to hear that. Is there someone else who could repeat that, or maybe a louder voice? Sorry, Board Member.
Sure, I'm sorry. I don't know. The microphone's carrying.
Yeah.
So the question is, first, I guess it's with regard to CARES funds and priorities, but was this identified by USB staff as something that might be nice, or is this something that our teachers are asking for?
Great question. It's something that came to our awareness as just a new tool. We have a tool previously that has done a much smaller support in this space called Noodle Tools. We've used it for several years. It's a tool that does more just the research, but not a lot of the other components that this tool really has. This tool that we're looking at brings into a lot of what would take maybe 5 other software tools to create what is in this tool. So we have had requests over the years for tools that really allow us to engage students more in that academic progress related to writing, especially helping to advance their practice to be able to weave in multiple sources into their writing and to provide supports around how to do that in referenced appropriate ways, either that's MLA or APA, all of those kind of bringing together that synthesis into this one tool. So we've had multiple requests related to, like, it'd be nice if we had this for writing. It'd be nice if we had a tool that would allow us to kind of crowdsource material. So in this case, Scribble allows teachers to create their own libraries for their course, that now that library is in a central location. Here are all the articles we're going to use for this unit, and now they're centralized in this space that kids can then annotate, they can reference in their own writing. And so it just brings together a lot of different tools that teachers have been having to use in lots of different programs, or not even having access to because we don't have programs that do that function or those functionalities. And so this really does address the academic concerns of the CARES funding and being able to support our students in developing those key research and writing and collaboration skills, while at the same time providing our educators with these dynamic tools that allow them to do their job more efficiently and kind of meet those virtual demands that we have right now. And into the future. This tool is not meant to be hopefully a one-time thing. We would definitely partner with UETN to see if we could leverage their resources to continue the use of this tool moving forward.
Follow up, Chair, if I may. So with regard to, so our teachers are up and running now with whatever programs they're running. What are we looking at for training for this to allow teachers to, understand what it does and get that integrated? How long would that take, and how would we deploy that?
That's a great question. We're actually meeting, assuming this gets passed today, with the company tomorrow. We have a professional learning plan kind of developed, but in terms of timelines, it would be pretty rapid. If this is approved today, we can start providing professional learning immediately. So that would be through virtual webinars at this point to allow teachers to learn the tool, starting with the basic functionality and features that we think would be most helpful at this time, and then adding on throughout the fall additional features. Those would be recorded webinars, so if teachers cannot attend for any particular reason at the time that they are streamed live, they would then be able to watch them later, which would also allow for them, if they did attend and they're like, oh, wait, how do I do this? That they could go back to the recording and view it again. Some of the professional learning we anticipate offering is actually having teachers and librarians that are using this product across the country share how they're using it as kind of use case examples for teachers to get them to think innovatively of how to leverage these tools in their classrooms, as well as creating kind of building capacity in our local professional developers. So working with UEATN to develop their staff so that they can help to support working with our regional service centers to help train their technology available staff to be able to support in the regional areas. So we have kind of this comprehensive professional learning plan that's built into this to ensure that our teachers have the knowledge and skills needed to be able to leverage this tool as quickly as possible, with ongoing supports planned throughout the year, as well as kind of a menu of options depending on what our teachers are asking for, to be able to pull and say, okay, here's the tool that they really want to know more about, and having that flexibility of using teacher feedback. Part of the process is to actually have a kind of forum for teachers as they're working with the program to be able to submit their questions and needs so that we can be really responsive to what they are wanting to learn more about. And then our provider can provide that kind of content in future professional learning sessions. So it's meant to be kind of an on-demand, personalized approach that if a teacher wants to learn how to use the reference feature or how to help students bring in content from the internet and get that put into their library, that when they click on the link in 2 weeks, it didn't disappear, because in Scribble, you take the link and it publishes that product in the program. So many of us have looked at an article, read it, and then 2 weeks later it's gone. Well, Scribble actually downloads it into the system. So there's a lot of benefits that our teachers might see. Another might be annotation, where they're reading an article and they're writing their thoughts or asking questions about what they're reading, and being able to learn how to do that and how to support their students in that functionality, whether in whole group or small group. So a lot of that is in the plan of this approach. So please know that it is not just for the licenses, but also the professional learning required to make sure teachers can use the tool to the best of their advantage.
Just briefly, is this in use at any LEA in the state right now? Is anyone using this program now?
It is a relatively new product. We did ask that question. There are about 12 to 15 schools, depending on the school year, that have been using it. So we have a small conglomeration. It's only been out a few years. It just was awarded at the kind of technology award for being one of the most innovative tools in education right now. And so that's what brought it to our awareness. It's just its kind of top ranking status out of all the digital tools in this space as a most valued product.
Thank you. I'm just going to quickly interject a thought in here as well. As this actually makes me want to cry just a little bit. Getting reading and writing online has been one of the most exasperating experiences of my life over the last couple of months. The idea of how do you interact with the student interacting with text in an online environment is really, really difficult. And so I think there is an opportunity here to quickly address the floundering that a lot of teachers are experiencing right now. Canvas is a great resource, but it's very flat. I don't know how to explain that. It's flat technologically, and so it's very difficult to create an interactive space just using Canvas. And so these types of tools, as I'm listening, I'm just like, okay, when is it going to be available? So anyways, I'm just going to interject that I think there is a lot of opportunity here. Superintendent wanted to quickly speak, and then we'll get to board member Gravitt.
Thank you, Chair Cummins. I think you just illustrated the point I wanted to make in my teacher advisory group this week. We talked about how overwhelmed the teachers are feeling, those who are working in face-to-face and an online platform both. And they're very overwhelmed by this very issue that they feel like they have to teach in two completely different ways. And they, many of them express that it would be great to be able to use tools where they could toggle back and forth between regular face-to-face instruction and online instead of doing these two disparate things. And they specifically mentioned writing and text. And so I'm assuming, unless Dr. Thronson tells me differently, that this can toggle back and forth face-to-face and online very well so that it would solve some of that problem that they're experiencing by being overwhelmed with two different ways of instructing completely. They're looking for this seamless way to be nimble back and forth.
Thank you, Superintendent. Board Member Gravitt?
Yeah, Brittany and Sid, you kind of just said what I am feeling. Like I feel like I'm about to get an early Christmas gift, so it makes me feel like I can't vote because I have a conflict of interest.
An unexpected happiness attack? Is that
Yes,
what
I'm
you're
having an unexpected happiness attack, and I will tell you that if any time teachers need a little early Christmas gift right now, because I would have loved, I've looked at Scribble, and just because we don't have it, teachers know about Scribble, especially English language arts teachers, because for us to meet our standards, it's really hard to do that online. We need a way to annotate. We need a way to interact with the text. And so, I know we've had these debates before, like, should we all get Canvas? Remember that debate, those of you who are on the board, should we do this one program? There is something to be said about a uniformity of resources. And thank goodness we have it now. I mean, it's been a gift to have those things, and having Scribble would be a great, great gift to teachers. And I'm telling you, it would be used, not just now, it will continue to be used because kids are working digitally, and this makes me just get all shaky and giddy. So, again, not to sway you, but you should all vote for it when we make a motion. Thanks for listening.
Board Member Belknap?
Thank you. I'm going to be the naysayer here because I have a couple of concerns. Number one, Canvas is only flat because our teachers don't know how to use it correctly yet. They're so new to them. They don't know how to make it live and interactive, but it can be done. I still have questions that Scott asked, like who really was asking for this? I don't foresee that the field was asking us to purchase something for them and give it to them. I have real concerns about throwing something at teachers right now and saying, oh, we have something new you can try here. I think you'll enjoy it. And I don't know that the districts wouldn't be happier if they had money to purchase something that they're in need of, and we're purchasing it for every student in the state, and not every student in the state needs Scribble right now. And so what's going to be wasted? And to use the famous word, sorry, it's just horrible to use, but are we going to use this with fidelity, or is it going to be another one of those programs that we have online and we hope gets used?
Board Member Earl?
Yes, just a couple of questions or just a couple of comments. How do we prevent advertising? I'm curious about the privacy policy for student work on this particular program. I don't have a lot of knowledge about it, so I haven't delved into their privacy issues. So those are two. And then the other one is, I feel like we might be behind in this, and I'm sure there's some that know about it and could use it, but most teachers have already begun their processes for the year, and so this is a trying to redo that. So anyways, those are my questions, particularly the advertising, especially where you said that they could continue to pay for this as they go to college. I would be a little concerned that we are advertising for an entity, and then the privacy.
Board Member Newell?
I just wanted to speak to the fact that products like this add to skill sets that these students are going to be able to utilize and when they continue their lives and grow. We see in business, these types of tools continue to be innovative in the way that we can communicate and making us more effective. So I see this being a great tool for our students in their growth, not just at this period in their life, but continuously, because these skill sets are going to be critical as they continue to develop.
Thank you. And I think I'm going to expose my frailties at the moment, but from my perspective and from teachers I've heard in the teaching room, teachers are about one day ahead. And so when we say that teachers are set for the school year, we're about a day ahead and drowning just a little bit. And so resources right now are a benefit. And Canvas works when you have resources to connect into Canvas that are dynamic. And so opportunities to create and have resources that can connect into those learning platforms, I think, can be extremely beneficial. And so assuming that all the teachers are ready for the rest of the school year, some, I can bow to them, maybe, but I would say that most secondary teachers who are working both in an online platform and in a school platform are not that far ahead. So, Board Member Earl?
I do apologize if it sounded like everyone was. I get it, and this was not meant to be a derogatory statement, but often I think, as you have done, you probably, and others, you probably spent most of the summer trying to figure out how to make things work the best you could. And I realize it changes from day to day, so it was not intended to be taken in.
Understood, and it wasn't taken as a
and I
negative.
appreciate you making a comment, so.
Let's see, Board Member Belknap, your hand's up, question? Oh, hands down. Okay, great. I see no further discussion. The motion before us is that the board. We have a motion. Did somebody make a motion? Nobody made a motion. Sorry. Okay. Any other questions on this particular agenda item? Board Member Cannon.
I'll make a motion that the board approve USBE staff setting aside up to $452,000 from the Utah K-12 CARES SEA 10% set aside to pursue procurement for a K-12 license for Scribble to support digital learning.
Okay, the motion before us is to approve the USBE staff setting aside up to $452,000 from the Utah K-12 CARES SEA 10% set aside to pursue procurement of a K-12 license for Scribble to support digital learning. Any discussion to that motion? Board Member Lear.
Just one more question that I was listening for, as we've heard previously, but do we have any idea of how far that will go? How much that will help? Do we have any sense of that? That funding is what I mean by that.
Okay, Jennifer Thronson, did you want to speak to that question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time hearing again. Board Member Lear, would you repeat that one more time?
Sure. Do we have any idea of how far that amount of money will go? I definitely hear the pleas for help, and I want to do that, but I'm also wanting to be responsible and saying, is this going to help? If it only helps 10 teachers in the state, I'm not so supportive as if it helps 110,000. So.
Absolutely, great question. So for this particular one, it is a K-12 statewide license for all educators and students. So they would go to everyone who wants to use it. Obviously, we wouldn't be forcing it, but we would definitely have a lot of teachers using it. Currently, the contract is basically $1.25 per student in grades 6 through 12 with elementary thrown in at no cost. And so if we think about it from a cost point, for anything for $1.25, that is the benefit of having a statewide mass licensing contract, that if we went to the LEAs to have them procure this on their own, that volume discount that we get having a statewide contract is substantial, and they would be more close to like $5 a student. And so the value of this is, even if not every student and every teacher participates, the cost savings for us having even those that do by using a statewide procurement is of so much more value.
Thank you.
And I'll leave it at that.
I am all in. Thank you. That is very helpful in an answer.
Board Member Earl.
Just once again, the privacy and advertising, and maybe you just don't know. And if this end up passing, I would just ask that we are very thorough on, before we procure this, on our privacy. Please run it through our privacy people to make sure we're respecting of both teachers and students as well as families.
May I respond?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Absolutely. Great question. We've already negotiated that through the terms and conditions of the contract that they are ready to sign. And so it follows our typical privacy and protection requirements of the agency. So that part's pretty taken care of. And then the advertisement parts are really on the local education agencies of how they put their filters and blockers on like a Google search. So the program itself doesn't have any built-in advertisements. It's honestly just the digital platform of here's where you copy your text in, here's how you do your references. The teacher added a text for you to read. So there's nothing in the system that allows for any type of advertisement, nor is there a strategy for sharing with students that there is this ability to take it beyond, as the provider would not have student contact to be able to share that information.
Board Member Hanson?
Just wondered if we looked at any competing products before we made this selection, or how the selection process went.
Did you hear that question, Jennifer? Okay.
I'm going to try and turn up the sound on my computer one more time. I apologize. It is a struggle today.
Hitting the wrong tones, I'm sorry. I just wondered if during the selection process we looked at any competing products and decided this was superior. Was there a competition kind of before we selected this?
Yeah, great question. Board Chair, can I answer?
Yes, please.
So Board Member Hanson and full board, yes, we did consider other products. We have actually been using a different product for a number of years called Noodle Tools that we have a small contract with that is a statewide procurement as well, but it only does one piece of what we're looking at. It's really the research piece. What led us to choosing Scribble over the other ones that we looked at is that it does what it would take us like 4 or 5 other vendors to do in one product. So instead of having Noodle Tools for the procurement, a different tool for annotation, a different tool for writing, it's all together in one solution, which for our teachers and our students and our families, thinking about helping to navigate, that really helps. The other winning point of this that really led us to this pathway is the ability to interface with Canvas. It's a single sign-on, so once the kids are in Canvas, they can naturally just go into Scribble without having to sign in or have a different password. Same with Microsoft. So for our LEAs that have Microsoft communities, they're able to naturally interface with that. And so there's less burden on the students and our families and our teachers of creating additional logins and passwords with that interfacing. And so that is one of the features that, again, set this one apart from other potential products.
Board Member Marsh?
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully you can hear me. I have a loud voice and a big mouth, so I think that this is something that's obvious through our work that we've done with constituents, with people in our educational areas, our schools, teachers, and that have contacted us. This is not something that's going to go away. Our level of use of the internet to teach, a mixed bag of face-to-face versus online, a lot of hybrid opportunities out there in districts around. I think this is something that's going to make it much easier for us to be able to keep our kids, as Board Member Newell stated, ready to go into the workforce and be ready to go into society at a higher level of use with media. So I would encourage everyone to vote for this.
Okay. I see no further hands. The motion before us is that the board approve USBE staff setting aside up to $452,000 from the Utah K-12 CARES SEA 10% set aside to pursue procurement for a K-12 license for Scribble to support digital learning. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Board Member Belknap.
No.
Board Member Bolter.
No.
Okay, Board Member Huntsman. Chair Huntsman, are you on?
Yes.
Okay.
My vote is a yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can the ayes please raise their hand? Okay, Board Member Newell, Board Member Cannon, Board Member Davis, Board Member Haynes, Board Member Gravitt, Board Member Lear, Board Member Marsh, Board Member Huntsman, and I'm an aye. That motion passes. Okay. Lorraine, do you need any additional information on that vote?
No, I got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Sarah, does that complete your presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Deputy Superintendent Jones, does that complete that agenda item?
Yes, Madam Chair, pending any other questions or concerns.
Okay. See no additional questions. Okay, we move to the
Chair?
next. Yes.
I'm sorry, Chair, I did raise my hand. I do have a question someone brought up. Are we going to have any issues with procurement on that? I just want to make sure that we're running that correctly through procurement.
Okay. Jennifer Thronson, do you want to speak to procurement on this item?
Yes, so we've already gone through the process, but the final piece was to get board approval. So the contract has been reviewed and agreed upon. The financial request is in the system, and so the final step was board approval. So we'll be able to move ahead with the contract as planned, given the board's approval today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, our next item on the agenda is the State Superintendent Report. Superintendent Dixon. Let me turn you on, sorry. There you are.
Thank you, Chair Cummins. Today I thought I would spend time introducing you to our 2021 Teacher of the Year finalists. And like every other year, they're rock stars. This is the year I just want to give all of our teachers a giant COVID group hug and say they are all Teachers of the Year. The things that they have faced leaning into this school year have just been unprecedented and unpredictable. And I'm so grateful for every single teacher in our system. However, we have gone through the process of a committee, and as we review the applications that come in from the various districts and charters, this committee has made a selection of outstanding Teacher of the Year finalists. And we will be sending out to you a save the date. We're going to have an amazing virtual event this year, but I wanted to announce to the public and for you to get to know these finalists a little bit. So I'm waiting for Mr. Van Holten to put the slides on. And Jennifer Thronson, I think we need to mute Jennifer. There we go. Jeff, waiting for an assist.
I'm going to quickly try and find the slides. I'm not sure if I received any.
This is the Teacher of the Year for my remarks that you got last week. And they should be in backup.
Just pulling that up. One moment.
So I'll talk a little bit about the virtual event. Again, we'll send you a save the date for the event, but one of the advantages of not having an in-person is that we have more resources to put towards give some prizes to the finalists. So, we're always looking for silver linings for every event that gets canceled and every event that's held online. And we are excited about that we'll be able to give larger cash amounts and do some things that will provide support for all of the finalists. Jeff, are you having any luck, sir?
I'm not seeing anything in the backup on Civic Clerk.
Jerry, is there a way for me to project my screen? Okay, we'll get it up on Air Media. I'll drive. could see me looking, couldn't you? Code, I can't see that far. 7125. Sorry, everybody. Here we go. 3108. All right. I feel like we need a drum roll. They're so amazing. All right, so I'm going to read this just for public's sake in case they can't see this, but our first finalist is John Arthur. He teaches 6th grade at Meadowlark Elementary, a Title I school in Salt Lake City, Utah. His students have gained national recognition. I'm going to take this off because I'm appropriately distanced. His students have gained national recognition as advocates for children and immigrants thanks to the music videos they create together and share on their YouTube channel, which is called Ninth Evermore. Arthur allows his students to take the lead in their work, coaching them as they craft their content and providing a platform for their work. After receiving his Bachelor's of Arts in English from the University of Utah, he discovered his love for working with kids while substitute teaching in elementary classrooms. Inspired by the students he met, he earned a Master of Arts in Teaching and a Master of Education from Westminster College. He's now a National Board Certified Teacher entering his 8th year in the classroom. Arthur holds endorsements in special education and English as a second language to ensure that he meets the needs of every student he teaches. He has presented at conferences and spoken on panels for organizations including the National Association of Multicultural Education and the Utah Education Association, and delivered the keynote address at the Leadership and Inquiry for Turnaround Conference at the University of Utah. A fierce believer that educational equity is both necessary and attainable, Arthur serves on the Advisory Committee on Equity of Educational Service for Access for the Advisory Committee on Equity of Educational Services for Students for the Utah State Board of Education. He also works with pre-service teachers as an adjunct professor in the Graduate School of Education at Westminster College. This is John Arthur. Our second finalist.
Either I missed it and I certainly can't read that. So what district is he from?
Salt Lake District.
Thank you.
He's at Meadowlark.
I thought you said that, but thank you.
I share your concern, Board Member Lear, which is why I have it in front of me in larger font. Our second finalist.
Him for the Access Committee, and he was outstanding every way.
Yeah, they're all amazing. So we will do the big reveal when we have our virtual banquet. So our second finalist is Ray Boren. She teaches American Sign Languages for students in 10th through 12th grades at Copper Hills High School in West Jordan, Utah. Boren also serves as a lead mentor and instructional coach for provisional teachers at Copper Hills High. Boren first earned her Associate of Science degree from Salt Lake Community College and then her Bachelor of Science in Management from University of Phoenix. Boren graduated with honors. She was originally hired as a career and technical education teacher. As a CTE educator, Boren earned her secondary license and endorsement to teach ASL. She is a member of the American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages, the Utah American Sign Languages Teacher Association, the Utah Foreign Language Association, and both NEA and Jordan Education Association. So that's wonderful. Ray Boren. And I should have said Ray instead of Boren was hired, right? We need to correct that. Our third nominee for Teacher of the Year finalist is Amy Grigich, I think is how you say that. She's a true Minnesotan. That's a good Minnesota name, with a Western kindergarten kick. Don't you love that? She is quite a mouthful. Mrs. Griggs is quite a mouthful for her young students and the state superintendent. So she is affectionately known as Mrs. G. Mrs. G graduated from Bemidji State University in Minnesota with her bachelor's of science and specialty in pre-primary. Her passion for teaching started in high school when she could sneak out of study hall and head to the elementary school to help her teach third grade. Her love of education began when she also realized that her theatrical talent could be used within the classroom. She began her creative talent 13 years ago teaching kindergarten at Stansbury Park Elementary. Each school year, she is transformed into a variety of characters such as Johnny Appleseed, a penguin from Antarctica, a 100-year-old granny, the Lorax, a mad scientist, among many other, in hopes of inspiring her students in learning. Can you imagine what a fun kindergarten teacher? Don't be fooled by her years in education. She is quick to find the next best hands-on learning tool. Mrs. G is constantly researching and exploring what will keep her kindergartners actively learning and growing in all developmental areas. She's passionate about each individual student and what they bring to the classroom. Mrs. G refers to her students as her school family. Her class evolves within a learning environment filled with encouragement, empathy, acceptance of differences, and most of all, love. She makes each student feel loved, and that's what Mrs. G is all about. Emma Moss has a classroom where students are immersed in World War I battlefields using innovative virtual reality, elbow deep inside a computer dissection, creating apps that solve real-world problems and engaged in civic discussions. Above all, she helps them see different perspectives and to be kind no matter what. After switching majors, Emma describes teaching as finding the place she fits in the world. She graduated from Brigham Young University with a Bachelor's of Science in Social Science teaching and minored in teaching English as a second language. Mrs. Moss began teaching in Eastmont Middle School in Sandy, where she now inspires students in 7th grade history and 8th grade digital literacy. Beyond her classroom, Emma Moss was one of 5 selected to update Utah's digital literacy standards. She's on Eastmont's leadership team, Canyon School District new teacher mentor, a Utah State Board of Education instructor, a representative on Canyon's Digital Leadership Task Force, and a nominated presenter at Open Educational Resource National Social Studies Conference. In 2020, Emma Moss was Utah's Association for CTE Education, CTE New Teacher of the Year. Moss's colleagues call her an outstanding teacher, and even more significant than her teaching abilities are her commitment to learning and love for students. She has an innate capability to inspire the most reluctant learners because of how she sees them, as bright, resilient, and full of promise. As a third-year teacher, Emma Moss is described as having the wisdom and savvy of a veteran and the enthusiasm of a rookie. It's a great compliment. Ryan Wells, or better known by his students as Senior Wells, is a Utah native with a profound passion for teaching his students at Taylorsville High School. Over the course of his career, Mr. Wells has fought for equity by building one of the strongest, most equitable AP Spanish programs in the state of Utah, and has worked closely with Taylorsville's Latinx community to increase AP enrollment, foster a college-going culture, and create an inclusive environment for students of all backgrounds. Wells aspires to close the racial opportunity gap and challenge systemic inequities that pervade schools across the country. He embraces an asset-based approach to education by celebrating the diversity of thought, culture, language, and experience that each student brings to class. This is a quote from Mr. Wells. "I was a troublemaker and hanging around the wrong crowd." Sorry, that wasn't him. Sorry, Mr. Wells, that was one of your students. "I was a troublemaker and hanging around the wrong crowd," wrote Wells's former student, Yoho Rivera. That's much better. Although if he was a troublemaker as well, look how he turned out. "I hated going to school and misbehaved in every class, but AP Spanish was the only class that motivated and intrigued me. His teaching style is unique and friendly to students of all backgrounds," Rivera continued. "With my low GPA and underrepresented background, I felt like the whole world was against me, typical pessimistic high school mentality. Senior Wells not only became my teacher, but he became a mentor and a friend. He pushed me to achieve greatness and success." Ryan Wells teaches Spanish 4 and AP Spanish to all grades at Taylorsville High School. He holds a bachelor's degree in Spanish and also in international studies, a master's degree in world languages, and is currently pursuing a doctorate in educational leadership and policy at the University of Utah. Ryan Wells. So there you have it. Now, here's our save the date. We will be announcing Utah Teacher of the Year on October 1st. And as I mentioned, it's going to be a very exciting virtual event with a lot of social media push out and some wonderful prizes for our amazing teachers. I just feel like I introduced you to the most amazing teachers anywhere. I'll stack them up against teachers across the country. But we're proud of all of our teachers and the representation that these finalists present for all of our teachers. Thank you.
Board Member Gravitt.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I was in on the interviews with these amazing teachers, and their resumes are not only stellar, but I am telling you, it was so fun to see them, not in person, but in person. I think at one point, Mrs. G brought out her collection of unusual pens with feathers and whatever. We laughed. These teachers are amazing candidates, and they were all excellent choices. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Board Member Davis.
Do we have, that's a board meeting day, do we have a time? I assume in the evening, but do we know a time that this is going to be held?
We will announce this during board meeting, it's my understanding, so we'll announce the winner. I believe the winner, or unless it's evening. I wish Robert were online, he could clarify that. Yeah, but it will definitely be a part of board meeting, and then we'll have some kind of celebration for them all.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is item 8, P20 Competencies Pilot, Sarah Young, Director of Strategic Initiatives. Oh, excuse me, Board Member Earl. Sorry, Sarah, hold on just one second. Board Member Earl, did you have a question or comment?
I actually had a couple questions just because we've got Superintendent here. I just have some questions specifically about the groups that are together working on COVID type of things. And are you still attending these meetings? Is that accurate?
Are you talking about the COVID-19 task force?
Well, the workforce, the groups that you're meeting with, physicians and other groups.
So I do meet every if I may, Madam Chair. I do meet on Tuesdays. All of these are virtual, of course, but we meet on Tuesdays as a school medical advisory group. And that is comprised of infectious disease pediatricians, epidemiologists. Dr. Dunn is on the call. State Department of Health, Rich Saunders, Joe Miner is there. We have Betty Sue Hinkson from our office who represents nurses, members of our PR team, local health is at the table, Tammy Pfeiffer from the governor's office. I'm trying to think who else is involved. And we just have an hour and we generally discuss a specific topic.
Okay, so can I ask just a couple questions, or at least questions that maybe you can ask them?
Sure.
If that's okay. Just a couple of things is the CDC is updating their numbers and their ways of going about doing things. How quickly, could you just ask how quickly Utah will follow in that same lead? And specifically, for example, the CDC is no longer counting the number of people in the household when someone is tested positive. Just asking how we count our numbers. That's one. And then I can actually send these on to you too. And then the one, the numbers that are dying from COVID versus those that are passing away that have COVID. I know that the CDC has updated their numbers on that. So I'm wondering if Utah is following suit on that or what they're doing.
And if I
go
may,
ahead.
Board Member Earl, so we just discussed very specific school-related issues. I am happy to get those answers for you, but I'm not in groups where those kinds of things are discussed.
Okay. Well, then this one is specifically for schools. I understood those as being broader based on the individuals that are there, similar individuals that are in these other groups. So Dr. Angela Dunn spoke about a group that she was putting together, or someone was putting together, this is during the legislative special session, to talk about how to go about testing children in schools. Can you tell us who's on that group and what the questions are, or what's going on with that, or if that's even moving? Because anyways, if you have any knowledge about that.
Yeah, we actually discussed testing in the last meeting, because you might be aware that President Trump at the Republican National Convention mentioned testing, and he included schools in that, and there's there are tests being sent forward to states. I was on a call with our state school officers, all of the chiefs, the superintendents from around the country, and we have more questions than answers. While it's been said that it will be sent out to schools, we are recommending that that would come through the regular testing protocol so that there are testing protocols in place. And in our case, we have a unified command structure that all of those things come through. So Nate Chucketts, he works on all of the testing. He kind of heads that up from the unified command structure. So when it comes to schools, I would probably be asking some of the similar questions, things about privacy and permission and involvement of the family and, all of those kinds of things.
Sure,
So-
and those were my questions where I hadn't heard of that before, and we'd had discussions previously about the concerns with that. So I was wondering where that was based on the fact I heard it in the legislative session.
Yeah, right now we're asking the more questions than we have answers for. There's also a study that will be working with schools, and they've got all of the protocols in place that would be typical research protocols, and it is out of the University of Utah. So they're already working with some districts to look at testing, and then doing research around that. But again, they've followed all of the research protocols with permissions and privacy and all of that.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious on those.
And
Thank
if
you.
you want to put anything in writing, then I can follow up.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, sure, thanks.
Thank you. We'll move now to Sarah Young and the P20 Competencies pilot.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today to present the Utah P20 competencies for your consideration for pilot for this current 2020-2021 school year. Our plan for today's presentation is to be able to address the competencies in regards to our current state, do an overview of the P20 competencies development process and updates on steps that have occurred since we were last with you in June, seek an action to approve the P20 competencies pilot for the 2021 school year, and then provide an overview of next steps, including local rubric design and the presentation of the PCBL framework for as an information item. So in terms of where we are, as we move into the 2020-2021 school year, we've entered phase 3 of our COVID-19 recovery plan. We're returning and we're reimagining. This next step is critical for our students as we use lessons learned from the spring to create new learning opportunities for this school year that are safe and meaningful. And when it comes to reimagining education, Utah has laid the foundation for innovation. Utah's Portrait of a Graduate identifies the ideal characteristics of a Utah graduate after going through the K-12 system. These characteristics prepare our students to succeed and lead in alignment with USBE's vision and the broader vision of our community. Utah's Portrait of a Graduate articulates our goals, which really serve as our North Star, guiding us during this time of reimagining and personalizing education for students. And these competencies are essential to call out and define as we seek to create new learning environments for our students. We know it'll look different. The safety measures of COVID-19 have pushed us to find new solutions. Let's take, for example, the competency of collaboration and teamwork. Teamwork and collaboration in schools traditionally looks like this. A crowded table with students gathered around, all contributing to their ideas and their vision for creating a final product together. However, we know that in light of the situational characteristics that we've encouraged our schools to consider in terms of COVID-19, the collaboration and teamwork will look a little bit different. It does not change that collaboration and teamwork will happen in Utah K-12 schools. It just may look a little different than the previous version of everybody huddled around a table. So for example, it may look something like this first image, which are our P20 competencies developers engaging in collaboration and teamwork to develop this document in a virtual platform that you're actually considering today. It may look like collaboration and teamwork at home with parents and siblings. It may be a discussion board, a turn and talk, and other innovations that our teachers are piloting. We know that collaboration and teamwork are necessary skills to prepare our students to be successful in their future endeavors, and that this is just one of 13 competencies in Utah's Portrait of a Graduate. It is vital that we support our schools and teachers to be intentional about these and other competencies in Utah's Portrait of a Graduate as they begin to reimagine and change the face of education. So as a reminder from our presentation in June, here is our call to action. For all Utah students to succeed and lead, clear competencies across pre-K to higher education, or P20, must be prioritized and available to Utah educators and students. Here, I'm going to take a step forward to provide a quick overview of the process that has led us to this final product. So in terms of the process, we recruited a diverse set of developers from across the state of Utah, including teachers, administrators, higher education, industry, parents, special education leaders, and more. They gave hours of their time and expertise while balancing all of their other roles and commitments during COVID-19. Additionally, we partnered with KnowledgeWorks, an organization with 20 years of experience as a leader in strategic foresight and education transformation. KnowledgeWorks' passionate team partnered with USDB, our educators, and our education stakeholders to facilitate the development of our state draft competencies. The original plan was for in-person workshops, but we quickly shifted in light of COVID-19 to Zoom, Google Drive, and an online project collaboration platform to develop the set of competencies we present to you here today. We extended the development period to be mindful of digital fatigue and provide groups additional time for discussion and development. The developers were broken into competency teams of 8 to 12 developers. Each team included a leader from the agency and a facilitator from KnowledgeWorks. As a quick reminder of the overall process, we engaged in quite a bit of digital reflection as well as sharing of iterations of drafts over the process of the 3-week development. Starting with introductions for a collective expertise, understanding where everyone's backgrounds and expertise were originating from, exploring the digital tools and introduction of Utah's Portrait of a Graduate so we could all work from that same foundation of the goal set of North Star of POG for our kids, being able to then consider rigor and research to, again, just build that foundational understanding of what does success look like in Utah schools and how do we leverage that research base to help inform the development of these competencies. We did a design round of the 912 competencies that you see presented to you today. Those were shared with the other groups to receive feedback from the comprehensive set of 120 stakeholders. We then took that feedback, made iterations, and then developed the full set of grade-banded competencies. We then shared those again internally with the developer groups to get additional feedback about how those were vertically aligned in the comprehensive scope and sequence. And then we incorporated all of that feedback into the draft that we then shared with the broader community for public comment. Between June 9th and July 9th of 2020, we had a 30-day public comment period where we received feedback from the greater community. In terms of sharing, recognizing that we were in this digital space, we really worked collectively across the agency as well as with our other state partners to help get out the word about the draft and getting feedback from different groups. I've presented some of those groups here for you here today, and you can see that everyone from our existing P20 developers sharing within their networks, reaching out to our partners with the Governor's Office, Department of Workforce Services, USHE, UTech, and the Governor's Office of Economic Development, and then sharing more broadly with many of our educational stakeholder groups, definitely including our Student Advisory Council, asking them to help reach out to students in K-12 to be able to give feedback, as well as some of our educational stakeholder groups that are specific by content area, as well as expertise and roles in K-12 education. And so we bring before you here today the Utah Portrait of a Graduate set of competencies, which is present within your backup for your consideration. As a reminder, these P20 competencies set high expectations for all of our students, have an alignment from pre-K to higher education, building a scope and sequence for what these competencies look like at each individual grade band to reach those successful outcomes that we see for all of our students. And finally, providing students personalized learning opportunities to demonstrate those competencies, framing each of our competencies through the vision of what students will be able to demonstrate to be able to really focus on that outcome component that is so key as we move into personalized and competency-based learning opportunities for our students. So I've highlighted the collaboration and teamwork as something that looks different as we reimagine education. And so I've highlighted that as an exemplar in this presentation for you, just showing, how we've broken down the competency into different student outcome statements and built that progression across each of the grade bands to create a cohesive outcome associated with how our students will be able to contribute ideas, perspectives, and experiences to cultivate a community of shared accountability and leadership. This is our moment to be able to take the next step and translate this from a vision of Portrait of a Graduate to a reality of outcomes that we expect to see for our students and provide our teachers the resources and supports to be able to make that a reality. So this is where I bring forward to you a request for action that the board approve the Utah P20 competencies for pilot implementation for this 2020-21 school year. It is a pilot because we are seeking feedback from the greater field to then be able to inform a final revision of these competencies in the summer of 2021 for final approval by the board at that time. So I'll pause in case there are any questions or comments related to this requested action.
Oh, Board Member Earl?
Yeah, so I got to attend a couple of these meetings and listen. I just have a question on the equity definition because, I don't know if this has gone before the group that was putting this together, but I know that there were teachers that were asking about moving, instead of resources being the primary reason behind equity, using some of the dialogue from law, and I can just give you some examples. I don't remember their actual definition, so it may have to go back to the last meeting that they were at. Specifically, something like all children can learn, capacity to learn, think, reason, work effectively with individuals and groups. It's just from 53E to 302. There's a number of items there that create equality for all children in Utah. I just wondered if they're still working on that or if this is what they settled on. And if so, it's just my comment that we should look at that definition a little closer. So I'm done. So, I don't know if she can.
Sorry. So thank you, Board Member Earl. So I am not quite familiar with the conversation around the definition of equity, and I would just pause to see if any of our leaders wanted to reference that, mainly in relationship to this document. I know those conversations have definitely been happening at the agency and continue to grow and evolve, but I would defer to our leadership, Superintendent, members to speak to that specific element.
Is there anyone who'd like to speak to that element?
This is Deputy Superintendent Norman.
Thank you.
there's a lot of work being done on equity and the definition of equity. And so I know that that's going to influence the definition that is here as well. And so that is work that is being done. And so this might be changed according to some of the work that is being done, if that is your question.
Board Member Earl?
Yeah, question, but maybe even the request that we actually use what the legislature's put in place through Utah law for our education system to help in defining that. So that's just my request.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Earl. And we will put that on there.
Thank you. Board Member Marsh?
May I make a motion, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I make a motion that we approve the Utah P20 competencies for a pilot implementation for the 2020-2021 school year.
Is there a second? Okay, the motion before us is that the board approve the Utah P20 competencies for pilot implementation for the 2020-21 school year. Is there discussion to that motion? Board Member Belknap?
I apologize if I missed this, but is there a school district and or a school who is wanting to take this on?
Sarah?
Thank you, Board Member Belknap. So, pardon me, Chair, if I may.
Yes, please, sorry.
So in regards to the work around competencies, this is something where each of our awardees in the competency grant education program have had representatives contributing to the development of this particular document. So we believe that those specific LEAs are ready to run with this vision and bring it into their communities and their classrooms, supported at the local level.
Thank you, and may already have started to use them. So, okay, thanks.
That is correct. Thank you.
Board Member Earl?
Yeah, just my other comment, and I'm just looking on the diagram here. I'm just wondering, I see that on 4C, we recognize parents as taking a role in the education of their children, but we do that through increasing access to qualified personnel. I'm just wondering if there's somewhere else on here that we would, I'm looking at the visual, that parents would be included on that as well. And if not, I think we should look at making sure that that's a key component, because that is, with our educators and our students, that is primary success comes through working with our parents as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Earl. So it's just a point of clarification, and I think that's, pardon me, where my confusion was coming from. So the particular document that we are asking for board action on is going to be the one that has this particular cover with the Utah Portrait of a Graduate Competencies. Dr. Thronson will be speaking to the PCBL framework momentarily, but that is a separate document that supports the vision of personalized competency-based learning, but is not the specific action item. So I apologize for my confusion in that earlier feedback.
Sarah, which item in the backup then is the one we're asking for approval today? What's it titled? Is it final?
Utah Competencies VO2, and it has a cover that looks like this.
Thank you.
And that's going to have each of the competencies listed out with each of the grade bands associated with that.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, Board Member Earl?
Yeah, so we can just move my comments to whoever's speaking next. I'm sorry, I just went right down where we were, so I do apologize. I was going down our agenda here.
Okay,
so sorry about the confusion. No wonder you were thinking, what is she talking about? So, okay.
Thank you. Board Member Belknap? Hand down. Okay, then seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is that the board approve the Utah P20 competencies for pilot implementation for the 2020-21 school year. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Board Member Belknap?
Aye.
Board Member Bolter? Chair Huntsman?
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, Board Member Earl?
Just have one more question. Where this is a pilot program, does that, I'm guessing that still lends itself if there's need for changing or any of that kind of a thing, that, am I saying that, or is that accurate? It'll come before the board again when we, okay, thanks.
It'll come before the board in summer of 2021 once we receive feedback from this first round of early pilot implementation. You're correct.
Thank you, Sarah. Now we have a presentation of next steps with Jennifer Thronson, Director of Teaching and Learning.
Thank you, Board Chair. Jennifer Thronson, Director of Teaching and Learning, as you said. And to really show the alignment of where this P20 work aligns with a larger frame of work is our personalized competency-based learning framework. We're just launching today with you as the board for awareness, and we'll be expressing this launch and release to the field following today's meeting. And so just going to take you through the key components of it, build your awareness and familiarity with the document, and I'll address Board Member Earl's questions related to the equity definition and our next steps for kind of embedding families and home communities into this document more strategically. So if you'll, thank you, slide director, Sarah Young. So in your board backup, you have our PCBL framework. This is a newly developed document that's really intended to start showing the convergence of initiatives in our agency. So in the visual representation, you have the USDB strategic plan, specifically goal 4, which really gets at personalized teaching and learning and expanding upon our connections with competency-based approaches to learning. And so you've got how the P20s you see there in the center with our P20 competencies and our core standards. That is the knowledge and skills and dispositions we want our students to have as they go through the pre-K-12 system. And then beyond that, you have the talent map and portrait of a graduate. And all of those are embedded within the personalized competency-based learning framework and how we achieve those initiatives. And so within the personalized competency-based framework, we have 6 main initiatives. And if you'll take us to the next one, these are the essential components. So from purpose and vision, student agency, demonstrated competency and assessment, customized supports, equity, and social emotional learning. These are the essential components to transforming Utah's education system and really personalizing and using a competency-based approach to learning so that our students are maximizing the learning that they acquire each year through our system and allowing our teachers to really have the skills and knowledge to be able to differentiate, to personalize, and really look at achieving competency with students in demonstrated ways. So with that said, just tying into Board Member Earl's question around equity, we chose to leverage the board's definition for equity, which is what's represented in the framework. If that definition changes, we would obviously want to update that to align with the board's vision. This is currently what's in documents from the board of their agreed upon definition for equity, but the intent of that was to make sure that we weren't creating a new definition, but leveraging what has already been identified by the board. If that were to change in the future, we'd be happy to update the document, as the intention is really to show convergence around the initiatives we have at the agency and how the strategic plan is driving the PCBL initiative along with the supports of the P20 competencies and portrait of a graduate and how those converge to create this transformative educational system. So with that said, the next couple of pages demonstrate supports for the field. So it's one thing, the first thing the PCBL framework did, and I want to thank the colleagues at the agency, Sid Young, Todd Call, Sarah Whipke, Nathan Ock, and Christy Schreck, who have really put in lots of time and effort in the development of this tool. We had lots of stakeholder feedback. That is a part that Board Member Earl also participated in to help us refine and get this right. This is what we consider version 1.0. We'll talk about what version 2.0 could integrate into the future. But the field is super excited about what is here because it starts to clearly articulate what do we mean by personalized competence-based learning? What does that look like in practice? And that's what these pages, as you look in the document, represent. What are the teacher indicators? What are the student indicators and behaviors? Along with what are the promising practices? What does this actually look like in classrooms, in schools, in districts? What are the systems pieces? What are the day-to-day teaching experiences? what does it look like? Trying to give concrete examples of this work in practice in the classroom. And so that's what these pages are really meant to articulate, to help getting our LEAs to see what this could mean for them, where they can begin to develop, where they can advance their current practice to really get towards this aim of personalizing through a competency-based learning approach. So that is kind of what's currently in the version 1.0 is what we're calling it. Version 2.0 could have that equity update definition. We did partner with our social emotional learning team, so the definition here is their definition. We really did try and converge across the agency to not reinvent the wheel, but to use the already standardized approaches to kind of weave together and create more clarity and coherence in this document. So in the future version, if you want to go to the next step, Sarah, I think it's Sarah driving. Thank you. Is to really release this framework to the field. We'll start with just basic awareness that it's available and out there. And then our goal is to develop some professional learning for LEAs who really want to start down this road or advance their current work down this road over the course of the next year. We'll also be looking to add what we have right now as teacher and student indicators, but adding a home and families indicator, knowing that learning doesn't just happen in the classroom or in the school setting, but that our students can also be impacted in their learning through the home and family experiences that they have. So we'll be taking kind of the same approach to what are the home and family indicators, what are the promising practices of how to personalize and competency-based learning approach in ways that parents and other kind of caregivers for our children might be able to contribute to this vision. We'll additionally have an initiative alignment of where we take these components and ask staff, for what resources do we already have at the state that our LEAs could be leveraging to move forward in this work? We've created lots of different tools across our agency, and having a one-stop shop of here's this toolkit, here's this guidance document that have already been created that might help to advance the work in our LEAs so that they can leverage the tools that are already out there rather than having to try and develop everything themselves. So that will be likely in version 2.0, as well as kind of just what we get from, it's releasing this to the field, the feedback we will receive, and being able to make adjustments to really help in building a clear, consistent vision of this work moving forward. So with that said, I think I hit all of the next steps. Questions for the group? Really, this is just the opportunity for you to know about this document and the future work that will be coming.
Board Member Earl?
Yeah, I guess my question is, so I feel like that definition feels a little bit like stuff, like equal stuff for everyone kind of a thing, instead of the idea that the individual is capable of doing, all individuals are capable of doing things. So yeah, if we could, I think our definition that we have, that we're using is appropriate for a portion, but I would hope we would just kind of look at that thoroughly and see if there's some other things that could also be beneficial that are about the individual being able to be successful, right? So, and that's what this is, right? Personal learning. So, thank you.
Yeah. Board Member Belknap.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things. Jennifer, Dr. Sronson, how are you working on doing the difference between competency and personalizing? And maybe that's not a discussion for this meeting, but I will come to you and ask that. But I also have real concerns that we continue to buy programs and or have so many programs in our office that every school thinks they need everything. And that's where my example of scribbling would be, is that if we'll purchase it, everybody needs it. But if we give them the money, they're going to be much more apt to purchase what they need in their school rather than us deciding what they need. So will you just answer the question on personalizing and competency?
Sure. So within kind of those two big ideals of this framework, personalization is thinking about the students' needs, how they learn, what strategies, what resources, what supports they might need. So I might have to customize the support I give to an English learner differently than I might need to customize it for a non-English learner. And so the intention there is that personalization, that our learners have different needs, and learning what those needs are both at the teacher level but the student also having awareness of what their needs are and how they learn best, and being able to take those two perspectives and blend them together to create learning conditions that maximize student learning. Where competency is the opportunity to demonstrate their understanding, the learning that they've acquired, to really show evidence that they have mastered the content, the P20 competencies, the core standards through this work. And to do that, it's going to take personalization. So through the personalizing of the instruction, they're going to have higher levels of competence that will then be demonstrated through portfolios, kind of presentations and other work samples or experiences that demonstrate their competence in those skills. So you think about the portrait of a graduate and the ability to collaborate and use teamwork. That might be something that a teacher measures in observation or through other tools in using the peers to give feedback. So hopefully that gets kind of a general direction. Board Member Belknap is just really thinking about personalization as how do I, as the teacher and as the student, customize the learning experience to maximize my competency in what I'm expected to learn and acquire that knowledge and skills.
I understand the concepts. I'm just wondering how we're going to teach the concepts. So you and I can talk about it because it's going to be very difficult to have that incorporated. So we'll talk offline. Thank you.
Okay, I see no further questions. Does that complete this report?
It does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next on our agenda is the Audit Committee report. We have Board Member Janet Cannon present that report for us.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. We have one item for the board from Audit Committee. We had Deputy Superintendent Jones and Chief Audit Executive Davis recommend to us that we prioritize an audit of data reliability and the internal control system over data at both the state and local levels. There were a number of risks they were considering as they brought this to us. So the committee passed a motion, and we have a motion for the board. The committee recommends that the board prioritize an internal audit of data reliability and the internal control system over data at both the state and local levels as outlined in the prioritization request. The audit priority will be second on the audit plan approved projects list.
Okay, the motion for the board is that the board prioritize an internal audit of data reliability and the internal control system over data at both the state and local levels, as outlined in the prioritization request. The audit priority will be second on the audit plan approved projects list. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Board Member Belknap?
Aye.
Board Member Bolter?
Aye.
Chair Huntsman?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Board Member Cannon. Next on our, Board Member Lear? Okay.
I had a question that is not, that I hope is appropriate for now, and maybe it would be to the audit committee generally and or the chair. But I didn't attend the last meeting, but the meetings I've attended, it seemed like there were a lot of items that have been on the audit calendar for sometimes years. And I just wondered if there is a process or if there should be a process that the audit committee could look at, or the audit director could propose that would allow the board to revisit that list that just keeps growing based on sometimes board members and committees' decisions that have sometimes been gone for 2 or more years.
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yes, and in fact, last month in our full board meeting, we removed, was it 2 items from the audit calendar? And we spoke to the fact that that is one of the things that the audit committee can do as a committee, but also those items that were removed came from a recommendation from the audit department. So Debbie Davis brought those forward. So audit committee members can bring that forward. Board members can bring that to the audit committee's attention. And then that's a discussion that the chair of the audit committee also has with the audit director.
So can I ask a quick follow-up?
Yes.
So there is no built-in procedure. It would just wait for someone on the committee to say, hey, wait, this is a priority we set 3 years ago, and it's no longer relevant or important, or so. I mean, I would just ask that you would consider some kind of a procedure built into. I don't know if it would be if there's a rule regarding audit or something, so that happened on a regular basis instead of just when that realization dawns.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't believe there's anything articulated in rule or in policy, like written down anywhere, but it is part of the explicit work of the audit committee is to maintain that audit calendar, and understand. And so any board member who looks at that audit calendar and sees something on there and they consider or wonder about the applicability of that audit continuing, that can be brought forward to the audit committee. And so while it's not explicit, it is similar to the same process that's in our bylaws, where any board member can bring forward a request of a committee or the board as a whole. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's good for now. I just, again, I feel like we need to have something more. Once a year, the audit committee does that, or something that ensures that, because I just remember we'll have 5, 6, 7 new board members in a few months, and their combined priorities with those of us who will still be here could be very different. And I remember the frustration I felt 4 years ago with spending staff time on priorities set by a board that no longer existed.
Okay.
So
yeah,
that's
and
why
that could be a request for an amendment to the bylaws, if that's something that you would like to look at.
That would be that's a helpful suggestion. Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Cannon.
I just was going to add, I had a similar concern when we were talking about doing this, because I said, well, we'll put it on, but how long will it be before we get to it or address this? And I was told that the school fees consultation project will probably be finishing up, and so that this audit we've just voted on would be started at the beginning of 2021. Maybe that's helpful.
Okay, thank you. Next on our agenda is the Finance Committee report. Committee Chair Belknap.
Yes, thank you. This is our report from August 7th, 2020 on 10.3 R277407. The motion for the board is that the committee moves that the board approve R277407 school fees draft 2 on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion for the board is that the board approve R277407 school fees draft 2 on second and final reading. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Board Member Belknap?
Aye.
Board Member Bolter?
Aye.
Chair Huntsman?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on 10.4 R277113, the committee moves that the board approve R277113 local education agency fiscal and auditing policies draft 3 on second and final reading.
The motion for the board is that the board approve R277113 local education agency fiscal and auditing policies Draft 3 on second and final reading. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Board Member Belknap?
Aye.
Board Member Bolter?
Aye.
Chair Huntsman?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Chair. I would draw the attention to 10.5, request for data and information, just because it has an update on the USIMS, what's happening there. And that is the end of our report from Finance.
Okay, thank you. Next on our agenda is the Law and Licensing Committee report. Committee Chair Lear.
Have item number 11.2, which was a discussion of a request for a continued waiver of the 180-day requirement for 2 schools in Box Elder School District. And let me just note that I do work with Box Elder School District, but this was such a routine request that I did not recuse myself. The motion for the board is that the committee moves that the board approve the request for waiver from the 180-day requirement in R77-419 for Park Valley School and Grouse Creek School in the Box Elder School District.
Okay, the motion for the board is that the board approve the request for waiver from the 180-day requirement in R277419 for Park Valley School and Grouse Creek School in the Box Elder School District. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Board Member Belknap?
I'm an aye. Could the speaker speak close to their mics, please? Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Bolter?
Aye.
Chair Huntsman?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
The next item is 11.3, State Charter School Board Satellite Approval Process. And again, as you recall, this is an opportunity for the board to approve the State Charter School Board's process for approving satellite schools. And we had a considerable discussion about this. We asked the State Charter Board to even take further concerns back and work on them between last meeting, this meeting, which the Charter Board did as we requested and made some changes. The motion for the board is the committee moves that the board approve the State Charter School Board satellite approval process.
The motion for the board is that the board approve the State Charter School Board satellite approval process. Is there any discussion to that motion? Board Member Davis?
Vice Chair Cummins?
Yes, go ahead. Is that Angie Stallings?
I apologize. Yes, it is. Thank you, Vice Chair Cummins. I just wanted to, if Board Member Lear wouldn't mind just adding draft 2 on there, just to recognize that you're approving the updated version of the process that the State Charter School Board submitted based on committee feedback.
Okay, so the motion before the board then is to approve the State Charter School Board satellite approval process draft 2. Okay, discussion to that motion. Board Member Davis?
I was just clarifying that was the version with the changes in red that we saw earlier today, and make sure we get that one and not the first one.
Yes,
Correct.
I agree.
Okay, thank you. Okay, seeing no further discussion to that motion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Board Member Belknap?
Aye.
Board Member Bolter?
Aye.
Chair Huntsman?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
Item 11.4, School Leader Performance Assessment. This is a new rule. Actually, it's not a new rule. It's an assessment as part of a process or program. The motion for the board is that the committee moves that the board approve the school leader performance assessment and engage stakeholders in the development, adaptation, or adoption of a school leadership performance assessment.
Okay, the motion before us is that the board approve the school leader performance assessment and engage stakeholders in the development, adaptation, or adoption of a school leadership performance assessment. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see Board Member Earl.
I just have a question. That current evaluation, is there a current evaluation system in process, or is this what we would be putting in for school leadership? I don't know who can answer that.
Is there somebody who would like to speak to that question?
Angie would probably be, I recollect that it is new, but I'd prefer that maybe Angie or someone else, Jennifer Thronson maybe, speak to this.
Hi, this is Lisa Young. I'm prepared to speak if that's...
Yes, please, Lisa, speak.
Hi, Lisa Young. I am the Educational Leadership Specialist in Teaching and Learning. Thank you for this opportunity today. Yes, there is an existing assessment in place. The design of the assessment comes at the very end of the program and is separate from the preparation program. As a candidate, you go into a lab, you sit down, and you take largely a multiple choice assessment. The difference is this school leadership performance assessment will be embedded throughout the program and the clinical experiences. It's a portfolio through which the candidate works out in the field, develops competencies around school leaderships, uploads evidence of those competencies into an online portfolio, and that's how the assessment works. So the plan is that this school leadership performance assessment that we would work on developing over the next 2 years will replace the current assessments that we use.
Okay, thank you. That helped with the clarification. So,
and if I can, Chair, that raises a question in my mind that we may have discussed, but if not, it's a new question. Asking, so this will now apply for the traditionally prepared administrators, but it would also apply to those, any administrators in public schools who are not prepared through a university program. How would that work and look? Or am I wrong? Oops.
Lisa, we can't hear you right now. If you want to check your mic and then start over.
Thank you. Thank you. My understanding is this assessment would replace the current practice and be used in the same context that the current practice is used. I would defer to Assistant Superintendent Darren Nilsson to add more if you have additional questions.
That doesn't quite answer my question. If Darren has something more responsive, that'd help.
Darren, if you're available.
Darren Nielsen.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Hear me?
Yes.
See if I can get my camera on too. Darren Nielsen, Assistant Superintendent of Student Learning for the Utah State School Board of Education. That's a great question, Carol. If you remember, the origin of this request came through the school leadership work group that was organized by the board in late December of 2017, and they worked for the following year and brought this recommendation to the board, which you adopted about a year ago. And so there was a lot of discussion in that work group around whether all administrators would be required to complete this assessment. It's my understanding that currently administrators associated with charter schools are not required to have an educator license. And Angie might correct me if I say something that's incorrect here, which means they're also not required to complete currently the praxis test, or potentially this administration, this performance assessment. It doesn't mean that once this is in place, there couldn't be changes made to statute that would continue to support the desire for some people in our community to allow individuals to come through alternate paths and bring their skill sets into the school leadership position. Personally, I believe that once we have a well-established, high-quality performance assessment in place, while it would support, as Lisa did a great job of explaining, it would be embedded and support our preparation programs and standardizing and making improvements, supporting improvements in their programs. It seems reasonable that at some future time you could continue to utilize this to support alternate paths to the school administration and make that available. But it's my understanding right now that's not the case for certain administrators in the state of Utah.
Thank you. That's a helpful answer, and that makes me want to pursue something in the future. So thank you, Darren. Did we vote on that?
Not yet.
Oh.
So seeing no further discussion, the motion before the board is that the board approve the school leader performance assessment and engage stakeholders in the development, adaptation, or adoption of a school leadership performance assessment. All in favor, Board Member Belknap, I missed your hand.
I'm sorry, Chair. My question is Lisa stated that there was an assessment all along. Is this for all administrators? Because I honestly don't remember having to take this assessment at a state level. Or is this replacing the praxis?
Chair, would you like me to respond to that?
Yes, please.
Yes, this is replacing the praxis. So our prep programs currently have different ways of using portfolios during their coursework, but this would actually become a more formal assessment and replace the praxis so that the assessment is actually over time based on competency development for our candidates.
Follow up. My question is, how did the higher ed weigh in on this? What are their thoughts on this?
That's a great question. We're working very closely with higher ed, both on the specific competencies that they feel should be addressed in the performance assessment. And they're primarily very supportive of this assessment. They did like the additional timeline. If you look at the board backup, we actually have a 2-year proposed timeline. The first year to really make sure we get those competencies really dialed in to what the preparation programs and our districts really would like to see assessed in brand new principals before they assume the role on day one. And then there's a second year to take what we know and actually design a really, really thoughtful implementation plan, a selection and an implementation plan, so that there will be this refinement process with our preparation program, with our LEAs, and then they're also dialed into a larger community of stakeholders that they do program improvement with in addition. So we'll bring all of that in over the next 2 years so that the assessment really is a Utah-based performance assessment that reflects the values we have as a state for our principal development.
Thank you.
Board Member Davis?
I just want to make sure, I clarified this earlier, kind of offline, but this is grandfathering current administrators. So this would just be for new upcoming administrators. I just want to ask that question in the public meeting and get that answer on record.
Chair, would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Yes, there is a grandfather process. That'll be part of that careful year of the selection and implementation planning, that it is grandfathering. It's separate. It'll be a new system going forward.
Thank you.
Did that answer the question?
Yes, thank you. Okay, the motion before us is that the board approve the school leader performance assessment and engage stakeholders in the development, adaptation, or adoption of a school leadership performance assessment. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Can I interrupt? So sorry.
Oh, yes.
Director Thronson, I apologize for abruptly interrupting. The motion on the table isn't quite accurate as to what the board is making a motion for. It makes it sound like you're approving an assessment where what's actually happening is you're approving staff to go ahead and engage with stakeholders in developing, adapting, or adopting an assessment. And so we have some proposed motion adjustment language here if you would be so inclined to take a moment and see if that makes more sense. We just want to be clear about what the board is actually approving today.
Do we need a board member to bring forward an amendment? If board member or Chair Lear, would you be willing to bring forward
Sure,
as an amendment?
I would. So the amended motion is that the way to do it?
Yeah, if you'd like to make an amendment.
And I can even read it from here, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The amended motion is that the board supports staff in partnership with stakeholders to develop, adapt, or adopt a school leadership performance assessment.
Okay, so the amendment, is there a second to the amendment? Okay, the amendment before us is that the board supports staff in partnership with stakeholders to develop, adapt, or adopt a school leadership performance assessment. Is there any discussion to that amendment? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Board Member Belknap.
Aye.
Board Member Bolter.
Aye.
Chair Huntsman.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, so then back to the main motion is that the board support staff in partnership with stakeholders to develop, adapt, or adopt a school leadership performance assessment. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Board Member Belknap?
Aye.
Board Member Bolter?
Aye.
Chair Huntsman?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Okay. Thank you for the last minute correction. Okay, we have a time certain at, correct, yeah, we have a time certain at 1:30, so if you want to eat lunch, we're going to come back to the remaining item on the Law and Licensing Committee after we address the time certain at 1:30, which is the school turnaround agenda item. So hold where we are. So we will pause for lunch until 1:30 p.m. Thank you. Agenda for 1:30 is the school turnaround, state review panel recommendations. Do we have everyone that we need online for that? Max Lang?
Present.
Okay. We'll go ahead and allow you to introduce this agenda item.
Sure, thank you. And I must say it's good to see board members in the boardroom. It looks like progress towards normalcy, so it's good to see. My name is Max Lang. I'm a school improvement specialist for the board. The purpose of this particular agenda item is for the board to hear a state review panel recommendations regarding the exit status and for the board to determine exit status of 6 schools in school turnaround. The exit status of each of these schools would have been determined based on the 2019-2020 results from the school accountability system. And if I can draw the board members' attention to the backup for agenda item 13, There are copies of the presentations that were provided by the school teams to the state review panel. The document that I will be referencing in those materials is called Turnaround Panel Exit Recommendations Final. That's the one. At this time, I'd like to recognize and thank the teams from these schools that are able to attend today. And just for the board's information, it looks like a number of them, if not all, schools are being represented today, so that if you have questions, you can direct them to those particular team members. And then on board with me, part of the USBE team, we have Tracy Van Deventer, Anne Michelle Neal, and Leslie Evans. Provide just a brief background. On April 2nd, 2020, the board waived the exit retirements for the school turnaround rule R277-920 and directed that a state review panel be formed to review each school's data and make a recommendation to the board as to whether the school has demonstrated substantial improvement to exit the program. So there were originally 9 members on that panel. When we successfully stole Tracy Van Deventer away from Ogden, as the director for the Utah Center for Continuous School Improvement, we added her to the list to make a total of 10 on the state review panel. The board created on April 2nd the following guiding questions to which the schools presented substantial achievement and growth through the alternative data of the school accountability system. There were 3 of these guiding questions. The first one, which all 6 of these schools fulfilled, did the school achieve above the lowest 3% threshold using the 2018-2019 school accountability data measures? Because to exit, a school in turnaround has to achieve above the lowest 3% threshold for 2 consecutive years. 2018-19 would have been the first of those 2. 2019-2020 would have been the second. The second guiding question: can the school provide evidence of substantial progress and growth in addition to the data in the accountability system? And the third guiding question: does the school have qualitative and/or quantitative data from the implementation of a school turnaround plan that also demonstrates substantial improvement? So the state review panel, the expectation in determining each school's substantial progress, growth, and improvement was that the school teams presented evidence in response to each of the board's 3 guiding questions, specifically responding to guiding questions 2 and 3. So here's a quick timeline in that document that shows between April and today some of the actions that were fulfilled in coming to this board meeting. And I draw particular attention to the July 29th, 30th. This was the time when the 6 schools presented to the state review panel. They presented live. At least 9 of the 10 members of the state review panel were present at each of those. They were interactive, meaning we could ask questions and allow for the school teams to respond. And below here, this is a chart that shows the state review panel recommendations per each of the board guiding questions. And the schools are listed in the order that they presented to the review panel. So there are 5 columns. The left column simply has the school, the state review panel's recommendation, the data that speaks to whether the school met the threshold 3%, guiding question 2, can the school provide evidence of substantial progress and growth in addition to the data in the accountability system? Guiding question 3, does the school have qualitative and/or quantitative data from the implementation of a school turnaround plan that also demonstrates substantial improvement? The 5th category, the panel added recommendations for next steps for your purview. The remarks are highlights in each of these columns. It's not it's a summary just highlighting some of the reasons that the board or the panel made the specific recommendations. I kind of pause at this time. Chair, to ask the question. We have representation, I think, from almost all of the schools. So I'm wondering how to proceed, or what would be the most efficient way to proceed through here. If you'd like me to kind of just highlight some of the areas that and the recommendations for each school, and then pause to allow for questions for the state review panel members and the school teams, I can do that, or let me know what would be the most efficient way to do that.
Yes, please. If you could progress and just point out the highlights of each school, we'll go through that. And then if there's any board member questions, we'll ask those all at once for either we'll have board members address the questions specifically, whether it's to the review panel or to the school representative. Okay,
great. Thank you very much. So the first school, and this is Whitehorse High School, is a school from cohort 1 that was granted an extension for 2 years. 2018-19 would have been the second year of their extension. The state review panel is recommending exit status for Whitehorse High School. They achieved above the 3% threshold. Guiding question 2, some of the highlights is an increased graduation rate, a 9th grade ELA benchmark data increase in proficiency, Math 1 benchmark data increase from 1 to 4 benchmark, and an ACT average composite score increase. Guiding question 3 with regards to the school turnaround plan, there was a student engagement increase substantially, an increase in a percent of scholars completing their readiness coursework, a school transformation team designed and delivered professional learning. And then I would let Kim talk about this one, but they established a parent book club, which was a joy to hear about. Recommended next steps. The board thought that it would be a good practice to continue emphasis on the readiness coursework and to continue to explore opportunities to integrate culturally relevant curriculum materials. Utah Virtual Academy. The panel is recommending that Utah Virtual Academy exit school turnaround. Guiding question 1, they achieved above the 3% threshold. Guiding question 2, with reference to addition to the data in the accountability system, they had NWEA data that showed continued growth in math and ELA proficiency. They had an overall MGP that was over the state average in comparison, and a 73% overall growth for the lowest 25%, which is an indicator in the state accountability system compared to the state. For guiding question 3, they have more than doubled ACT participation, an increase in graduation rate, an improvement in teacher retention, and this is a virtual school, and then credit deficiencies, 70% of students either closed the gap or were on track to closing. Some of the panel's recommendations for next steps: continue to focus on math and science, continue to track data specific to student groups to avoid a TSI designation. The next school, Paradigm High School. The state review panel recommends that Paradigm High School hold and turnaround status for the 2021 school year. Guiding question 1, Paradigm High achieved above the 3% threshold. And guiding question 2, with regards to additional data to the accountability system, there were a couple of items that gave the panel cause that were highlighted. Although ELA scores show consistent growth, math and science didn't show the same consistent growth trajectory. And there's a table there that just kind of demonstrates that for math and science. That same is true for ACT percentages who scored 18 or above in those years, and the percentage of students enrolled in readiness coursework, and the same inconsistent trajectory and graduation rates between 17 and Paradigm's projection for 2020. Based on the panel's understanding for guiding question 3 from Paradigm's presentation, there's an emphasis on oral and written exams around classical text for ELA progress. However, there's a lack of demonstrated progress monitoring data for math and science. Evidence does suggest that Paradigm is in the early stages of implementation of school improvement plan with regards to Utah core standards. And this was a perception of the state review panel that there's a suggested reluctance to use curriculum-based criterion reference data for systemic decision-making. Recommendations of the panel for next steps: increase Utah core focused instruction with progress monitoring and data review cycles. Dixie Montessori Academy. The panel is recommending exit status from school turnaround. Guiding question 1, Dixie Montessori achieved above the 3% threshold. Guiding question 2, there is an increase in overall ELA proficiency, math proficiency, and science proficiency. An overall increase in the MGP for ELA, math, and science. And there's a growth from the lowest 25% from 2017 to 2019. Highlights from guiding question number 3. There are positive changes in leadership. There is a stricter alignment of the Utah core standards to Montessori strategies, new Tier 1 curriculum in literacy, math, and science, increased focus on progress monitoring, and continued professional development for teachers and leadership. Recommended next steps by the panel: continue to delegate shared leadership tasks to new leaders and program directors. All of those in column 3 that you see, a positive changes in leaderships, I think all of those titles were held by Chelsea, the director, previously. And the panel recommends to build teacher retention strategies. Kennedy Junior High School. The State Review Panel is recommending exit status for Kennedy Junior High. Guiding question 1, Kennedy achieved above the bottom 3% threshold. Guiding question 2, overall achievement data, ELA, math, and science increased. The overall MGP between 2017 and 2019, ELA and math and science increased. And they demonstrated favorable data in comparison to 15 other district junior high schools. Guiding question number 3, there was strong evidence of shared leadership and leadership committees to work on each strategy in the school turnaround plan. PLC focused on student data. They created collaborative coaching model resulting in 100 peer observations in 2020. And there's an emphasis in writing across the curriculum, resulting in 78% of the teachers responding that they had seen improvement in their writing skills. So recommendations from the panel for next steps: continue to work with collaborative coaching and continue with data review, focusing on priority standards. Guadalupe School. The panel is recommending that Guadalupe School exit turnaround status. Guiding question 1, Guadalupe achieved above the 3% threshold. Guiding question 2, their overall achievement data in ELA, math, and science improved from 2017 to 2019. Overall MGP between 2017 and ELA, math, and science increased. Growth of the lowest 25% increased substantially from 2017 to 2019. And there's substantial growth in WIDA scores above the state average. Guiding question 3, there are a large number of teachers trained in Next Steps and Wilson Reading. Was part of their plan. Reduction in staff turnover, a substantial reduction in staff turnover, created consistent use of benchmark data collection and data analysis, and they presented that they had reduced behavior office referrals. Panel recommendations for next steps: continue to build on data review cycles, implementing interventions, continue substantial achievement and growth. This is a kind of I guess, a warning and an acknowledgement of further moving forward with CSI identification or TSI identification. Continue substantial achievement and growth must occur for Guadalupe in order to rank above the lowest performing 5% of Title I schools, so they're not identified for CSI in the next cycle. It looks like I missed a couple of items in each column that you can see. So those are the 6 schools. Those are the state review panel's recommendation for exit. For each of the board's guiding questions, there is data there for the first guiding question showing where they scored, where the school scored on 1819, data above the 3% threshold. And then guiding questions 2 and 3, there are just some panel highlights from those presentations. So I'll turn the time over to you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members? Okay, before we get into your questions, people online are having a hard time hearing board members. So speak directly into your mic. Don't tilt your head to the side. Speak directly into your mic and or remove your mask when you're speaking. Okay. Board Member Haynes.
Thank you, Chair. Is it okay to address Max through?
Yes, please.
You? Okay. Max, I see the panel and who made up that panel, and they all look great. I'm going to ask a question about paradigm and the reasoning behind the decision to not take them out of turnaround status, and wondering how much of this decision was based on the presentation that was made to the panel. And secondly, understanding that the school is a liberal arts school. Typically, liberal arts students may not do all that well in STEM-related activities and coursework. If you could clarify the decision-making behind that statement in your guiding question remarks when it came to the grades related to science and technology, and if in fact that they have seen significant and substantial improvements, which I've seen some data. We heard from Linnell this morning in public comment, and she mentioned some things, but if you could just speak to some of those comments or some of those questions as to specifically why they were not recommended to exit turnaround.
Sure, Chair, is that okay?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I will give just, there are 10 members on the state review panel. There was a lot of discussion post-presentation. I think we may have even followed up with a couple of questions after that. I think just overall in a general statement, and then I'll defer to Tracy to pitch in and Leslie. I notice there's also a couple of other members that were on the state review panel who may have thoughts in addition. But what the state review panel was doing really was looking at a substantial, so I think, the phrase is specifically progress and growth in addition to the data. So it's substantial progress and growth in the data from the accountability system. I think for guiding question 1, what gave the board or the panel pause was that the scores or the percentages they were not a consistent trajectory. They dipped in year 2 and then increased again there in year 3. And then the other remark that I have is that the panel tried to review each guiding question that there was evidence to show substantial improvement, substantial growth and progress in each of those things. So that second one was equally as important, and it was qualitative and or quantitative data from the implementation of the school turnaround plan that demonstrated substantial improvement. And I think overall that there was some hesitancy that the panel felt was shared through the presentation in regards to curriculum-based, criterion-referenced data for making some of those decisions. There was a lot of progress in ELA, but not quite as much in math or science. And then, like I said, I'll defer to Tracy, Leslie, and other members of the panel that are available who can make additional comments.
Chair, if I could speak?
Yes, please.
To add to that, and Max, thank you so much. I think you were very clear. I want to highlight that Paradigm and all the others would not have been invited if they hadn't reached the criteria that's listed in the column for question 1 above that 3%. I think that as we look at the other 2 questions, we definitely were challenged in trying to identify what is going on at each of these schools. And what I heard in listening to the panel was that it's amazing and powerful that they do have this emphasis in liberal arts and this language arts focus, but because they are a public charter school, they have that obligation to continue work in that math and science area as well. And we didn't see the evidence of that work and that monitoring and that continued focus on the data to verify that their systems are in place and continuing to expand.
So,
did you have a follow-up question?
Follow-up question, yes, if I may. So the oral presentation that was made to the panel, if that presentation was maybe lacking, would that have made an impact? I mean, was there enough quantitative data in the results that you had before you, enough to make a decision, or was that oral presentation that was made, was the decision based on how that was made or presented?
Chair, if I may?
Yes, please.
Again, I think when we look at the way that the questions are phrased that we were given as a review panel, can the school provide evidence of substantial progress and growth in addition? And then also, does the school have qualitative and/or qualitative data from the implementation? Those were the questions that were guiding us, and it's difficult for us to know whether there was sufficient. We assumed that we were getting all of the information that was available in those presentations, and it was difficult for us to make an assumption whether or not there was more data that just wasn't shared. It's possible that it was incomplete, and we were looking at all the standards that are measured when we're looking at that percentile ranking. So it is possible that there were some limitations in regards to the way that the information was presented. We made the decisions based on the information that was presented with a highlight on all 3 questions. Hope that answers your question.
Okay.
Do you have a follow-up?
I just wondered when the next time would be to review this again. Is that, if they don't come out of turnaround, is that a full year before that's reviewed again, or is there another date that will be reviewed and assessed?
Max, would you like to address that question? So what's the timing on turnaround? So if this is not, so would Paradigm come back in a year? Is that the correct timeline?
So, yes, Chair, thank you. So the exit status would be determined based on school accountability results at the end of the 2021 school year. I'm assuming that's correct, Darren.
Oh, it would be 9 months?
Chair, can I add a few comments?
Oh.
Is that Darren?
This is Darren Nielsen.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so just I want to back up just a little bit. With the suspension of state assessments in 2020, it interrupted the normal process for cohort 1 and cohort 2 schools to be exited. And that process typically relies heavily on state accountability data. The board, as you recall, in the spring of 2020, authorized this process which I thought was a very responsive way to handle these schools who've been in the turnaround program and receiving additional supports for a number of years. I was a member of the committee, the review panel, and it was a pleasure to be able to review the materials that each of these schools presented, and also an opportunity to meet with them and discuss the work they've been doing over the last several years. And the federal program, which was also interrupted for our targeted schools for improvement and comprehensive schools for improvement, the federal program didn't allow that opportunity. So each of the schools who had the classification for comprehensive school support and targeted school support, we were required to hold them constant through this year. and then re-implement, assuming that we have assessment data at the conclusion of the 2021 school year, just to start that engine back up and start to initiate that process that's been in place previously. So at the end of the 21 year, we're hopeful that we'll be able to, again, initiate that process that we've typically followed, the pattern that is written into the rule. This opportunity that the board provided these schools to take a closer look and really examine things beyond just assessment scores. I know representatives from Paradigm High talked about assessment scores earlier this morning, and we take some question with some of those comparisons that were shared this morning. But regardless of that, we really focused not just on the data. The data, as Tracy mentioned, that was the trigger to get into the review process, but really wanted to take a close look at how are the schools implementing the plans that they've established with their turnaround experts, and what is the third-party vendor who monitors that and provides technical support to those schools as well. What are they saying about what practices they're seeing put in place? And then our decision really based on trying to determine whether we believe the substantial progress that they've made is substantial enough to ensure that when the supports for turnaround are pulled away, will they be able to continue on the trajectory they're on currently? And we took, as one member of that panel, I can assure you, we took that decision very seriously and made the decision with this particular school that we felt that an additional year of supports that come with the turnaround classification would be beneficial for them and would enhance our confidence in their ability to continue making that progress.
Board Member Cannon.
Thank you.
Chair, this is Assistant Superintendent Voorhees. Could I add a comment?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Leah Voorhees, Assistant Superintendent of Student Support. I was also a member of the review panel, and I'd like to add one piece of information to address Board Member Haynes' question, and that is we gave all of the schools the opportunity to send us their presentations a couple weeks before they actually presented to us, so we could review them, we could provide feedback that then they could address when they presented to us in person. And we found that process very helpful because it gave us more time as individual review panel members to look at the data that they presented and ask questions about the data, give the schools an opportunity to respond to those questions in their presentation and or in written materials that they submitted to us. And so to Board Member Haynes's question, the 30 minutes of time, hour long of time that the schools had to present was not the only opportunity that we had to look at their data. I actually spent several hours looking at the data personally of each of those schools when they submitted it to us prior to the presentation. And really, as Superintendent Nielsen said, really was impressed by the work that the schools had done, was grateful for the thoughtful plans that had been put together by these schools and the opportunities that they took to really look at their systems and improve systems. And to the question of the paradigm data, for me, the lack of a very strong and unidirectional trajectory on their scores was one of the most influential factors for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Cannon.
Yes, we are looking here at cohort 1 and cohort 2. Would you just go through for me and tell me, as I understand it, turnaround is generally a 3-year process. Would you go through each of these schools and tell me how many years each of them has been in turnaround? And then I have a follow-up.
Yes, please.
So Whitehorse High School is the one cohort 1 school that is so so at the end of their 3 years, and you're correct, it's a 3-year designation for school turnaround. The school is identified year 1 and 2 years of implementation. At the end of the 3rd year, based on the state accountability results, if that school has been above that bottom 3% threshold for 2 consecutive years, they exit. Cohort 1 is slightly different. The exit criteria for cohort 1 schools was that they improve at least 1 letter grade by the end of the 3rd year. So Whitehorse High School is kind of, they're kind of at, utilizing these 3 guiding questions, particularly the first guiding question, that they're above the 3% threshold based on 18-19 data. They're slightly different, but yeah, those are the 3 years. So cohort 1 would have been identified in 15-16, 16-17, 17-18 would have been the 3 years for exit, plus 2 years of extension. Cohort 2 schools, the first year they were identified 17-18, 18-19, 19-20 would have been the 3rd year for turnaround.
So when you identified Whitehorse as being cohort 1, what about these other schools?
They're cohort 2 schools.
All the rest are cohort 2 schools that are essentially coming out on time. So my follow-up question is, I know, and I think this may be one of the reasons you're thinking about maintaining some help for Paradigm High, is that one thing we don't want to have happen is to invest all the time, effort, and money into these schools and then have them fall back into turnaround. Do we have any schools where that has happened, that they've exited turnaround and then come back into turnaround?
Chair, may I?
Yes, please.
We did have, off the top of my head, I can think of one school that was identified in cohort 1, and then I think they were re-identified in cohort 3. So there would have been a span of years, but yes, that has happened.
All right, and I guess our goal would be to prevent that from happening. And as I look at Paradigm High School and the reasoning you've given us, it seems to me like the idea about making sure that they're on the right track would be the one reason to keep them an additional year in turnaround. Is there a downside for them? I know turnaround provides a lot more money, a lot more assistance. Is there a downside for them about remaining 1 more year?
Chair, may I?
Yes, you may. You can just go ahead and answer any of the questions that are posed by board members. Thank you.
I guess I see that Fernando is present and at this meeting, and I think I would defer that question to him to answer as the principal of Paradigm.
Thank you, and thank you for your review. The question is, about the trajectory. I noticed that.
Sorry to interrupt.
One other school,
Sorry, just for our minutes, do you mind introducing your full name and your position, please? Thank you.
No problem. Fernando Seminario. I'm the director at Paradigm Schools.
Thank you.
There are other schools. Of all the schools that you're reviewing today, we are the farthest away from the bottom 3% at 30%. We all started about the same place, and we've made the most progress away. You have another school that you read today who's only at 3.9% from the bottom. Based on the reason that was given, there would be greater concern for schools that are closer to the bottom 3 to repeat that than our school, who is farthest away. I think that needs to be considered. I agree that we perhaps didn't present as much of the additional non-state accountability data in our presentation. But I think to that point, it should therefore be noted that there is not substantial information and data and evidence to show that we wouldn't continue on a trajectory. I also would like to point out that our scores, as you saw, and Max, if you can scroll down to our column, I don't know if that's there, and just the ones that you presented there on the chart, we went up and down. And that year that we went up was a year that we did not have turnaround experts and working with us, which I think shows we have leadership capability to improve and address our scores. And when we went down the year, those proficiency levels are still higher than all of the other schools you're reviewing today. And it's a little bit frustrating to see that had we gone from a 15 to a 17 to a 20, that would have been considered a favorable, unidirectional trajectory. But because we went from a 15 to a 24 to a 22 or 20, that's somehow considered a negative. I appreciate your time. I don't think it's fair. I don't think in comparison to the other schools, since we are compared to the other schools, since all schools are compared to each other based on their distance from the bottom three, that other schools would be exiting with lower ACT scores than a composite score than we have, and lower proficiency levels. It just doesn't make sense that other schools would be exited from turnaround with lower scores in some of the areas that we clearly did much better in.
I can hear your passion. I'm just wondering if you'll answer my question. Do you see a downside to remaining in turnaround an additional year?
Yes, the downside is that we've seen a direct negative impact to our enrollment because of the negative publicity and media. I'm sure there'll be a story tonight talking about which schools were exited and which ones weren't. Our name will be there. That's very damaging to our culture, to our reputation. And we don't feel that it actually tells the whole story. We had a high opt-out rate, 65% opt-out rate in our state testing, which was a large factor that put us into this, which is really high for the whole state. And we've worked hard to address that. We've shown improvement in growth in all the areas. We would have obviously some funding complications because of our low enrollment. And that's very serious. And of course, our staff morale, we've worked hard. We've shown we moved the farthest away from the bottom 3% of all the schools you're reviewing today. And then COVID, we'll be having to do this. We'll be the only school of this group that will have to do what we're going to be asked to do during the COVID year, which we know is just unusual and unknown. And so that's also a big concern to us. I realize other cohorts might have to do as well, but we'll be the only school in this group that'll have to show greater improvement now during this very unusual school year.
Board Member Earl? No? Okay. I just have one quick question while you're still on. You mentioned your opt-out rates. Has that changed since you were identified?
Yes, thank you. Interestingly enough, in that 2018 year where we had the highest of our scores of the three that are presented, that was the year we did not have turnaround experts. The only thing we did as a school was address the opt-out rate. So we had more people taking the test, which we've always felt was a big, not the main, not the biggest, but one big factor in accountability for our school. Now, 2019 and 20, when we had the turnaround plan, we didn't address that because that wasn't part of what the root cause analysis determined, and we were mandated to stick to the 4 goals from that root cause analysis. So, it's continuing to, it's improved. The opt-out rate has improved, but with our inability to incentivize or penalize for taking or not taking the test and remaining neutral, it's really hard to convince a lot of parents to not opt out. We've done our best to just describe our situation so that they can help the school. But yeah, we have addressed that to some degree.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Board Member Belknap. Oh.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion that the board accept the recommendations of the School Turnaround State Review Panel for Whitehorse High School, Utah Virtual Academy, Dixie Montessori Academy, Kennedy Junior High School, and Guadalupe School to exit turnaround, and for Paradigm High School to hold in the current school turnaround status for the 2020-2021 school year.
The motion, is there a second? Okay, the motion before us is that the board accept the recommendations of the School Turnaround State Review Panel for Whitehorse High School, Utah Virtual Academy, Dixie Montessori Academy, Kennedy Junior High School, the Guadalupe School to exit school turnaround, and for Paradigm High School to hold in the current school turnaround status for the 2020-2021 school year. Is there any discussion to that motion? Board Member Hanson.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to ask the panel to please respond to the principal's argument or reasoning on why they shouldn't be kept in turnaround. If the panel could help me with that, is that all right, Chair?
Yes, so if there's any members of the panel who would like to speak to the concerns that the principal at not Guadalupe, Paradigm mentioned of their scores and their distance from the bottom 3%, is that correct, Board Member Hanson? Okay, thank you.
Chair, this is Darren Nielsen. Can I speak?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Again, I'm just one member of the review panel, but I'll point out one data element that provided some pause for me as we considered whether we should remove the supports that Paradigm High School is currently receiving to help them make significant, meaningful changes to their academic programs. In 2017, the graduation rate, which is one of our lagging indicators, obviously, but it's also in our board's strategic mission statement and vision. It's the ultimate that our students graduate our high schools ready to prepare and lead and succeed. The graduation rate for Paradigm High School in 2017 was 72.7%. That's the year that they were identified. If the year before they were identified, it was 77%, and in 2015 it was 85%. So if we go back to 2017, it's 72.7%. The following year, it was 73.7%, so stayed pretty consistent. Remembering that it takes some time to implement turnaround programs, and then it also takes some time for that to affect graduation rates. In 2019, it was 65.6%, the graduation rate, which again speaks to Assistant Superintendent Leovori's concern about just looking at data and trying to see if enough of the data we're looking at is pointed in the right trajectory. In 2020, this is preliminary because these numbers haven't been released yet. It's looking like it's 71.1%, which is still potentially below the year that they qualified for a cohort. So that's an example of one of the concerns that I had as I tried to make my vote as meaningful and as accurate as it could be.
Thank you. Are there any other panel members who'd like to answer that question? Okay.
Just a follow-up.
Follow-up,
Chair.
go ahead.
And this, we could do this after the vote. It's up to the chairman. But I'd like to hear, while we have all these turnaround school representatives online, what their experience was with turnaround and what they feel like the biggest takeaways have been from turnaround that have allowed them to change trajectory and move in a positive direction. But that may be after the vote. I don't.
Okay. Depending on time, we may invite them to send maybe something to the board, some information to the board in regard to lessons learned. Okay, Board Member Lear.
Thank you. I would like to know, maybe from Darren, if he's the right person, or Max, if this was a unanimous decision by this very auspicious group of educators. I am really reluctant. I hear what the Paradigm staff is saying. I'm sympathetic to that. But I feel like these very qualified educators have reviewed this carefully. And I'm reluctant to overcall that when I don't know, I haven't looked as closely at the data or discussed it or reviewed it in the detail they have. So I would like to know if this was a unanimous decision, and or if this was sort of even a borderline or a close call, or if they all all universally felt like another year would be good? Kind of the sense of what how the panel discussion went.
This is Max Lang.
Yes.
That's a difficult question to answer. I think that there was a lot of discussion and there were a lot of considerations. I don't think that it was overwhelmingly unanimous, but I think what was presented and discussed, I think all members of the state review panel felt comfortable that there would be benefit in another year of supports and adherence to that turnaround plan to demonstrate, to ensure that there's a steady gain in the progress towards the goals in the plan. That's kind of just my read as to whether the state review panel was unanimous. We all came to a consensus.
Thank you.
Board Member Earl.
Yeah, so my question has to do with, so when we're talking about graduation rates, and maybe the principal can address this, I know sometimes, depending on if it's a different program, maybe in this case charter or other entities, sometimes kids don't graduate, but they just go right on to college. I'm just wondering if there's any reflection in that, or if there's any, if that's why the graduation rate's at 71%, or anyways, I'm just wondering about that, because sometimes different models have different reasons for that taking place. So I'm just curious on that.
Was that a question directed to me? This is Mr. Seminario.
Yes, that is.
Yes, thanks for asking. We don't have, that's the first I'm hearing those preliminary numbers on graduation for this year. Our projections were much higher, as is in the report that Max shared with you. We thought it's closer to 91%. We have, our school, as you may know or not know, was founded by homeschoolers, and we still attract a lot of, homeschoolers who want a school experience for their high school years, who opt not to have a diploma, go straight to college. We're a small school, so even if you had 3 or 4 in a senior class, it really does affect our graduation rate, because they're not counted as graduating with their cohort. It's something we've known since, we've been around for 15 years. It's something we've dealt with from the start, from the first year, and we're aware of it. It does hurt our graduation rate, but to the point of growth, we've shown growth. That's the first time I'm hearing that number, graduation rate, for this year. So our projections show higher, and the highest in the last 5 years, and for this last year that we had, and we think that that's a great indication. Not only, but it's higher compared to all the other schools that you're reviewing today.
Okay. Board Member Belknap, your hand is up. Was that from before? Do you have a question?
I'd like to call the question, please.
Okay, so Board Member Nielsen, is that you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, just thank you for joining us. Okay, so the motion is to call the question. All in favor of calling the question, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Aye. You're opposed? Okay. Board Member Belknap.
Aye.
Board Member Bolter.
Aye.
Board Chair Huntsman.
Aye.
Board Member Nielsen.
Aye.
Okay, so that motion passes. Okay, the motion before us then, so that ends debate on this discussion. The motion before us is that the board accept the recommendations of the School Turnaround State Review Panel for Whitehorse High School, Utah Virtual Academy, Dixie Montessori Academy, Kennedy Junior High School, and Guadalupe School to exit school turnaround, and for Paradigm High School to hold in the current school turnaround status for the 2020-2021 school year. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay. Board Member Belknap?
Aye.
Okay. Board Member Bolter?
Aye.
Chair Huntsman. Chair Huntsman.
Aye.
Board Member Nielsen.
Aye.
Okay. That motion passes. Okay, with Board Member Earl, Board Member Haynes, and myself voting no. Lorraine, do you need any additional information on that motion?
No, I think I have it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. We would like to invite all of the schools who presented today to send it maybe an email message through the board secretary, just sharing in honor of Board Member Hansen's request, sharing any lessons learned or thoughts that you had on the turnaround process. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Okay. We will return now to the Law and Licensing Committee report. We have one item left there, so Committee Chair Lear.
And that would be the last item, which is 11.5, R277-302, Educator Licensing Renewal, which is an amendment. The motion for the board is that the committee moves that the board approve R277-302, Educator Licensing Renewal, Draft 2, on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion for the board is that the board approve R277-302, Educator License Renewal, Draft 2, on second and final reading. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Board Member Belknap?
Aye.
Board Member Bolter?
Aye.
Chair Huntsman?
Aye.
Board Member Nielsen?
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Okay. Does that complete your report? Board Member Lear?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Great. Okay, we'll move to the Standards and Assessment Committee report. Committee Chair Jennifer Gravitt. Let me get you, there we go. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. First item of action is 14.2. This is a new rule that was created as a result of House Bill 336, creating a pilot program so that students have different levels of certification. The motion before the board is that the committee moves that the board approve R277721 Prime Pilot Program Draft 2 on second and final reading.
The motion for the board is that the board approve R277721 Prime Pilot Program Draft 2 on second and final reading. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see, Board Member Belknap?
My question is, Jenny, really, what does this do? Can you give it to me in a couple of sentences?
Well, I can try. So it creates, well, let me go back to my notes here from last month. So you have a pilot program that's going to create levels of certification for students who complete the required concurrent enrollment courses outlined in the bill. Then the certifications are transferable. They can be used for all institutions governed by the Board of Regents, grant requirements, application processes, et cetera. Does that give you enough of a understanding, or do you?
Yeah, that's very helpful. Perfect.
Okay. I feel like I can't think with my mask on, which is how I've been conducting school. So it's like it mushes my words, but I can try again if you want.
Does that satisfy your question?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay. Hey, the motion before us is the board approve R277721 Prime Pilot Program, Draft 2 on second and final reading. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Board Member Belknap?
Aye.
Board Member Bolter?
Aye.
Chair Huntsman,
Aye.
Board Member Nielsen.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Next item is 14.3, the Utah Methods of Administration Plan. Just to kind of give you a quick overview, the goal of this was to harmonize with the Perkins 5 plan and align civil rights work. There's kind of a long summary in the standards and assessment summary that's really helpful for those of you who've looked at that. Anyway, without going into that, the committee moves that the board approve the Utah Methods of Administration Plan.
The motion for the board is that the board approve the Utah Methods of Administration Plan. Is there any discussion to that motion? Board Member Earl?
Yeah, I just want to point out, I guess that's what I think is kind of interesting, but just a side note. So on page 3, there's a periodic compliance reviews. I'm just drawing attention that it's curious, the wording on what the guidance is for targeting what I think subrecipients with the greatest potential for civil rights noncompliance, instead of just a review. And I think our staff does a great job of outlining this, but it just is interesting that that's the guidance is to figure out the greatest potential for noncompliance, which is interesting to see that wording in there. Anyways, the point being that I'm grateful we have the staff we do. Hopefully our risk tool is adequate for what we need and doesn't overstep, so to where it's pre-policing people instead of allowing them to make choices. So.
Okay, seeing no further questions, the motion is that the board approve the Utah Methods of Administration Plan. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Board Member Belknap?
Aye.
Board Member Bolter?
Aye.
Chair Huntsman?
Aye.
Board Member Nielsen?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, the next item is a repeal. This is a repeal of R277528, the use of Public Education Job Enhancement Program, PJEB funds. And it's sunsetted, so the sunset date in House Bill 10 was in 2020, of July 1st. The motion before the board is the committee moves that the board repeal R277528, use of Public Education Job Enhancement Program, PJEB funds on second and final reading.
The motion for the board is that the board repeal R277528, use of Public Education Job Enhancement Program funds on second and final reading. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Board Member Belknap?
Aye.
Board Member Bolter?
Aye.
Chair Huntsman?
Aye.
Board Member Nielsen?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, item number 14.5, this is R277921, Strengthening College and Career Readiness Program. This is just an amendment and a continuation. It was just amended to update with existing language so that there's consistency between the rules R277306 and both rules regarding expectations for counseling, licensing, and certification. So a little bit of a cleanup there. Motion before the board is the committee moves that the board approve the amendment and continuation of R277921, Strengthening College and Career Readiness Program, Draft 2 on second and final reading.
Draft 2? Just clarifying.
Oh, yes, sorry, Draft 2.
Draft 2, okay. The motion before the board is that the board approve amendment and continuation of R277921, Strengthening College and Career Readiness Program, Draft 2, on second and final reading.
Chair, this is Lorraine.
Yes?
I'm confused about the motion because the motion from committee says draft 1, so did I miss something?
It does say draft 1.
So is it draft 1? Okay.
It is draft 1. I'm
Okay.
so sorry.
No, that's okay.
The brain, I'm telling you, the brain. No sleeping
And you don't
lately.
even have your mask on.
I don't, I took it off, and so that's not my excuse, so I'm going to put it back on.
Thank you, Lorraine. Okay, the motion for the board is that the board approve amendment and continuation of R 277921, Strengthening College and Career Readiness Program Draft 1 on second and final reading. Is there any discussion to that motion? Board Member Earl?
Yeah, just to note, make sure everybody understands that we're not just doing that, we're also, in doing that, we're actually doing the edited version of the standards. I don't, if you've read through that, just be aware of that. And there's quite a bit of political language in those standards that is somewhat ambiguous, and so I will not be voting for it.
Seeing no further discussion, Board Member Lear?
I was just curious, Jenny, if, like, I didn't read it as carefully as you did, and you were in the committee meeting. What political language do you find objectionable?
Okay, hold on just one second.
Is it okay?
There, go ahead,
Yeah.
Board Member Earl.
Standard 9, create a framework of social justice and transformative practices by implementing culturally competent strategies and interventions. There's a number of, first of all, you've got transformative. I'm not sure what exactly we're talking about when you're transforming. I would like that spelled out here. There's a number of practices from the promise schools across the nation that led to some weakening of different laws and different policies within different states. Specifically, you can, Andrew Bullock with the Parkland shooter, there was a number of policies there that were weakened based on trying to create some leniency. There's some things here that I would like to see spelled out exactly what we're doing instead of left up to, I just don't know what exactly these entail. So that's specifically what I'm looking at.
That helps some.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Board Member Davis?
I was just going to ask for some examples as well. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is that board approve amendment and continuation of R 277921, Strengthening College and Career Readiness Program, Draft 1 on second and final reading. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Board Member Belknap?
No.
Okay, Board Member Bolter?
No.
Chair Huntsman? Chair Huntsman?
No.
Board Member Nielsen?
No.
Okay, will the ayes please raise their hand? Okay, the ayes are Board Member Newell, Board Member Cannon, Board Member Haynes, Board Member Gravitt, Board Member Lear, Board Member Marsh, Board Member Hanson, and I'm an aye. That motion passes. So Board Member Davis was an abstention on that. Lorraine, do you have all the information you need for that motion?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Item number 14.6 is R277403, the School Safety Program new. This rule just establishes parameters for the School Safety Pilot Program. And the motion before the board is that the committee moves that the board approve R277403, School Safety Program, Draft 1, on second and final reading.
The motion is that the board approve R 277403, School Safety Program, Draft 1 on second and final reading. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, I see none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Board Member Belknap.
Can you remind me which one this is?
Yeah, item 14.6. The motion is.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
R 27740.
Yes.
Okay. Board Member Belknap. Are you a yes?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Bolter.
Aye.
Chair Huntsman.
Aye.
Board Member Nielsen.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, the next item we just had some discussion on accreditation, and we will continue that, so there's no motion for the board. And then the final action item, I do have an amendment for this, so just letting you know in advance, Chair. It's 14.8, the school mental health screening program. The motion before the board is the committee moves that the board approve the list of mental health conditions and screening tools that LEAs may use as amended, as developed collaboratively through USBE and DSAMH for schools to use as a part of the school mental health screening program as described in House Bill 323-2020 and R277625.
Okay, the motion before us is that the board approve the lists of mental health conditions and screening tools that LEAs may use as amended, as developed collaboratively through USBE and DSAMH for schools to use as part of a school mental health screening program as described in HB 323-2020 and R277625. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay. Board Member Gravitt, if you want to bring your amendment forward.
Yes, I'd like to amend the motion, and I would like to move this item to be referenced back to committee. Sorry. I should take it off both ears, and I think I'll be able to speak today. Okay, now I can do it. I'll be perfect.
Yeah. So the amendment is to, or the motion is to refer this item back to committee.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Yeah.
Okay. So the motion before us is to refer this item to committee. Is there any discussion to that motion?
I didn't know if you wanted me to speak to that, but.
Yes, please.
Okay, so if you've looked at House Bill 323, it requires that USBE and the Division of Substance Abuse and Mental Health collaboratively create lists regarding screening tools and mental health conditions that the LEAs can use for screening. We have 5 behavioral screening tools that the Division of Substance Abuse and Mental Health would like pulled. So we need their support in order to do this, so it needs to be referred back to committee so we can have that discussion and have some more debate on that.
Okay. So the motion before us is to move this back to committee. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Board Member Belknap.
Aye.
Board Member Bolter.
Aye.
Chair Huntsman.
Aye.
Board Member Nielsen.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously.
And that concludes standards and assessment reports.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next is our legislative session preparation 2021. The first item is the preliminary budget guidance from the GOMB. Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones will be taking this item. Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones, are you available?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry, ma'am. I couldn't take
Nope, sorry.
off.
Thank you.
We're on. Sorry. Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. For this particular agenda item, normally at this point in time in your September board meeting, we will have started basically drilling down on staff and field requests for additional funding ahead of the milestone, if you will, of October, where in accordance with the Budgetary Procedures Act, we're to submit budget requests to the GOMB. However, there's been some, between your last meeting in August and this one, there's been some changes in the process to follow. And as you all know, Dell Frost is our fiscal analyst. So I'd like to turn the time over, if you're okay with this, Madam Chair, on to Dell as our fiscal analyst, and who's always on top of all of the different moving pieces and parts of the process for additional funding requests, to identify to you what those changes are and our proposal, which Dell and I have talked about to the board on how to proceed in the coming months, October, November, December, and leading up into the general session, the 21 general session. So, Madam Chair, may I turn it over to Dale, please?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Dale.
Thank you, Scott. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, it's a pleasure to talk to you at least virtually. So Dale Frost, Fiscal Policy Analyst for the board. This is an unusual year in all respects, and budgeting is no different along those lines. The normal process that through this Budgetary Procedures Act is that by October, new funding requests need to be submitted to the governor's office, and then those are relayed on to the legislature, and they become part of the discussion for setting the following year's budget. The governor's office this year has made some changes. They are specifically not soliciting requests for new funding items for fiscal 22. Instead, they've made it clear that the governor's office priority, and these align with the priorities that we're hearing from the field, as well as the priorities that Scott and I would recommend to the board as well, which is first to fund enrollment growth, and then to fund a certain increase in the WPU, which can be decided at a later point in time. And if there are education fund revenues available, to look at restoring appropriations that were cut from the 2020 general session that were cut in subsequent special sessions. And so what the governor's office has asked, if the board is willing to do, would be to give a priority order to some or all of the reductions made from the 2020 session. It is your right as a board to request new funding items outside of that, and the governor's office made it clear that we can make a special request for specific items, but we thought to start there because that's a good place to start. And right now we don't know where revenues are going to be, and it's going to be fairly uncertain for a while now. It feels like the session that's never ending. I do want to take or bring your attention to, in the board backups, there's a document called 2020 General Session Budget Item Reductions. And so these are the programs that were reduced in one of the special sessions that happened this summer. And just to orient you to that chart, I don't know, are you driving, Jeff? If you could bring up that chart. Thank you. So I'll just walk you through a couple of these just so you can understand what we're trying to show with this chart, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have. So if you look at the first line, for example, the legislature in the 2020 general session appropriated $30 million one time to go to LEAs, first to address student safety issues, and then after that to address local priorities. So you'll see that there was no base budget. It was a one-time budget item increase of $30 million. And that item was eliminated in, I believe, the fifth special session. So there's no funding remaining, and there's no comparison to the base budget because it was a new funding item. Another example I wanted to bring you to is the MOST program, the Math Science Opportunities for Students and Teachers. That's line 4. There was $6.2 million in the base budget, and that appropriation was increased by $1 million, which was a 16% increase for $7.2 million. And that entire appropriation was removed, and that program was eliminated. And so there's 0% compared to the base budget. And then just one more example so you can kind of get a sense of how we're going about comparing things. So on line 22, the ProStart Culinary Arts Program had $403,000 appropriated to it. That's on line 22. In the fifth special session, half of that appropriation was cut, and there's still 50% of that program remaining in that. But so the program remains just at reduced funding levels. So and so what Scott and I are recommending to the board is, if the board leadership and the board chooses to do that, the board look at prioritizing some or all of these reductions, and that we continue down this path to emphasize funding enrollment growth and an increase in the WPU value, and that starting in October and then in subsequent meetings that we consider prioritizing some of these reductions, and then if there are other priorities that the board wants to make, then we are happy to consider all of those. But because of the guidance from the governor's office, we are not following the same business case process for new funding because of that guidance. So I don't know if there are questions that I could answer. This is mostly an information item with action to come in subsequent meetings if the board decides to move in that direction.
Are there any questions from board members? I see none. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next part of this agenda item is requests for statutory change. Deputy Superintendent Angie Stallings.
Yes. Good afternoon, board members. Angie Stallings here, your Deputy Superintendent of Policy. I'm going to be reviewing 3 requests for statutory changes, and we have staff available for questions. The first item, we actually also have a guest with us, Spencer Jenkins from USHE, who we're going to ask Vice Chair Cummins if he can make a comment after I provide kind of just the statement of the first item. And he is, as you can see here, on WebEx to join us. But the first item is something we talked about last month, and board members had questions. Some of that information, the questions that board members had, you can see that staff provided additional information. That backup is uploaded to Civic Clerk for you to look at. And so just as a reminder, what this statutory request would be to ask the legislature to run a bill to include FAFSA completion as a graduation requirement. And as you'll see in the backup information, Utah is second to last in the nation regarding FAFSA completion. And when students complete FAFSA, they're more likely to go to college and more likely to complete. And so Vice Chair Cummins, if you're okay, what I would recommend right now is that we turn the time over to Spencer Jenkins to provide a couple of comments on behalf of USHE, and then Nathan Ox, Spencer, and I would all be available for questions from board members after that.
Okay, go ahead. That's fine. Spencer Jenkins, if you'd like to speak.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Board, for just a few moments of your time. And I understand you discussed this somewhat extensively last month, so I won't spend too much time on it. Other than, as you probably know, the Regents Scholarship has required completion of the FAFSA for the past 4 years. And the reason behind that is we've found that as far as barriers to post-secondary financing is one of the biggest barriers. I think that's very common knowledge. However, we find in Utah, students are very prone to apply for scholarships. However, they do not do as good a job in filing for FAFSA. And many scholarships actually require the FAFSA, not just Regents Scholarship. And because of the reasons that we leave a lot of Pell on the table, the Board of, or what used to be the Board of Regents, the Board of Higher Education is also focused on increasing FAFSA completion. The board has not taken a formal position on this just because they have not had an opportunity to consider it. It will be part of a discussion of the Student Affairs Committee on September 18th, and likely October they'll take up full consideration. And I would say on behalf of the commissioner, he wished he could be here, but he would anticipate the board likely adopting that, and it'd be a nice show of unity if both boards took a position in favor of this for graduation requirements. With that, I'll leave it to any questions.
Are there any questions from board members on this? Board Member Davis.
I'm sorry if you said this already. How many other states are currently requiring the FAFSA for a graduation requirement? And do we have data showing any correlation between the requirement to fill out the FAFSA and college attendance in those states?
Well, if it's okay, I'll speak, I guess. We're aware of 4 states, Tennessee, Louisiana, Illinois, and Texas, that have a mandatory FAFSA. I think Louisiana is the only place where it's been in place long enough to see any correlation to college going rates in relation to the FAFSA. It has been a positive correlation. And I don't know the number off the top of my head, but maybe Nathan or Angie have that information.
Vice Chair, I do not. Nate Ock, do you have any additional information?
Yeah, this is Nathan Ock, SEM coordinator and early college specialist for the Utah State Board of Education. And Board Member Davis, there is some data and some references in the additional information that refer to some research that has shown the correlations that Spencer was mentioning. And so you can find those links in the additional information attachment. And then I would also invite my UVA colleagues, Katie Mazzi and or Stephen Rogers, to provide any additional information if they have more specifics off the top of their head, if it's okay with the chair.
Is there any additional information?
Chair?
Yes?
This is Katie Mazzi. I'm not sure if Steve has joined the call, but I do have data from Louisiana. I can pour through that and get you the exact number on the correlation that they saw in the increase in enrollment after this was passed.
Okay, Board Member Earl?
Yeah, so my question.
This is Steve Rogers.
Oh,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Steve, and answer the question previous.
I was going to echo the sentiments that have been expressed, that we have data that would support, the position that it does encourage and increase college going enrollment, and as well as, educating at the base level should non-traditional students need to come back at a later point, being aware of some of the financial resources that are available to them. So that's what I would add.
Board Member Earl?
If I can add one thing as well, just in terms of not necessarily mandatory FAFSA, but in terms of enrollment data for those who do file, when we look at the pool of non-filer high school seniors, nationally we see that 55% of them enroll in college immediately after high school. When we compare that to the pool of seniors who do file a FAFSA, 90% of those students enroll. And there's been data by the National College Access Network that looks at students in the lowest income quintile specifically, and they found that students in that income quintile are 127% more likely to enroll in college immediately after high school if they have a completed FAFSA on file.
Board Member Earl.
All right. So my question, there was a variety of questions asked last time, and there was some research here, but I didn't feel like it, at least on number one, it didn't quite answer what I was saying. Just, anyways, how many students do we know that have completed the FAFSA that actually complete college? The completion rate, not just the more money they take out, the greater the chance they'll complete, or the more money they receive, kind of thing. Do we have access to Utah's numbers that we can actually have something here? It would seem like that would be maybe accessible. Okay. Or if we could get that, that's what I guess what I was looking for, is the completion rate for those filling it out of college, not just starting, but completing.
So Board Member Earl, is it okay if I respond to that, Chair?
Yes, whoever's speaking, can you speak up, please?
Oh, sorry. I apologize. Yeah, so the question is, and I realize there's some statistics here, but for Utah, how many of those that filled out FAFSA actually went on to complete college? We know, the research is saying that if you fill it out and, you will start, but is the completion rate I'm interested in. In other words, are we actually getting students to the right location? Should they be going to college? Or is there a better match for them for some type of a career or some type of a technical? Anyways, I'm just curious on that one. Did you hear me?
So,
Go ahead, Spencer.
Okay, so I'll try to answer your question this way. 25% of students who receive gift aid, or they completed a 25% higher rate than those that don't receive gift aid. Those that receive gift aid, 80% of those people receive Pell. So hopefully that helps answer your question in kind of a diluted way. We don't have data that pulls back just Pell recipients, but I think if you look at the statistics that the graduation or the completion rate is 25% higher for those that receive gift aid, and of those that are receiving gift aid, 80% of those are receiving Pell, which requires completion of the FAFSA. So hopefully that gives you some answer to your question.
Yeah, that at least creates a little clearer picture. So I have I don't know, maybe this will end up being a motion, but while we're still in discussion, but there's a number of schools, high schools I know that actually have, sometimes it's parent volunteers, other times it's actually staff, not the counseling staff, but staff that assist students during the last couple of months or around, actually, I'm trying to think of when it was, because this happened with my children, I'm thinking it was close to when applications are due for colleges, actually had the resources there at the school to fill out. I'm just wondering if this is something a community council can do instead of us mandating. Do you know what I mean? If we can build it into something that we already have a system in place for, instead of a mandate that you can't graduate unless you do this. I just don't see that as, I don't think that's the best direction to go in increasing this. Any thoughts?
So, Board Member Earl, this is Nathan Ock, again, early college specialist with the Utah State Board of Education. I think that there are definitely opportunities to, like the word mandate oftentimes has people bristling. And even Louisiana and other states that are implementing this have offered opt-out clauses for both, like potentially parents, but also for counselors in some cases to be able to opt students out of the FAFSA mandate. And so what Louisiana found was that by providing that opt-out clause or the kind of pressure release, that they saw, as other speakers have mentioned, those increases in persistence and entrance rates. We don't know about completion yet because the initiative hasn't been going long enough. And so as a kind of middle ground, that opt-out clause provides some motivation without being a full mandate.
Nathan, can I add something to that? So UHIA helps high schools host those FAFSA completion events that you mentioned, and we coordinate volunteer coverage, not only from our staff, from college and university financial aid offices and college access entities such as Gear Up and TRIO. So to put this in perspective, in 2016, we had 30 schools that participated in a FAFSA completion event. This year this past school year, we had over 130. So that's about a 230% increase in the number of schools who were hosting these types of events. In that same amount of time, though, it only moved the needle for FAFSA completion for those seniors by 5%. So I would say the FAFSA nights are very helpful, and they're definitely a necessary piece of the puzzle, but this kind of community outreach piece alone really isn't generating the kind of data that we would see with something like mandatory FAFSA completion in the legislature.
Board Member Lear?
Yes, thank you. I'm generally not a fan of compelling or adding graduation requirements, especially given some of the areas I represent, making it harder for students to grad. Oh, sorry. I thought I had that on silent, sorry. Especially given the area I represent, I don't want to make it harder for students to graduate. On the other hand, the idea of leaving money on the table that could go to needy students for filling out a form that they're sometimes not aware of seems a tragedy. So if just requiring the students to fill out the form, if the counselors help, whoever helps, and I personally think it needs to be some school personnel. I'm not comfortable with volunteers taking the kind of sensitive information from students that this form probably includes. So I think it should be a school employee. So I personally, despite the fact I don't like compulsion, and I think and I like Nathan's idea or the suggestion from wherever it came, that there is a clear opportunity to opt out of this if the student or parents are uncomfortable with it for privacy reasons or for just personal reasons. I really like that idea, but I think that something that is so helpful to students who may be first-generation college attendees is just too good to pass up. So for that reason, I think it is a good thing to do, looking for a possibility of an opt-out that is commonly understood and the counselors are trained in and those kinds of things. So it's not an obscure opt-out opportunity. Thanks.
Board Member Kravitz?
Yeah, I just want to say that if our board is committed to equity, and I think we are, I think this is an important policy request to make. FAFSA gives access. I have students who come visit me after they've graduated from high school, and I say, why aren't you in college? I never filled out my FAFSA form. Why didn't you get your parents to help? I don't know. Like, this gives access. It might make it a little tricky for some to graduate, but I think teachers will step up, and I just think it's also very educational. Filling out forms is hard for all of us, and it's a type of literacy. And I just say this is very practical, and it's a very also literacy-based requirement. And I can't imagine why we would not support something like this that would give access to so many of our students. So I'm very supportive of this policy request.
Board Member Newell?
I'm going to follow that. I believe that this is really important, and I wouldn't be concerned about mandate. Mandate creates awareness because a lot of people don't know that this is something that they have to do. The parents don't know, the students don't know. And if it's mandated, that puts a plug or a bug in their mind to say, hey, I better look at getting this done, which creates opportunity and access. So I think it's really important that we keep that word mandate in there so that they know that this is something coming from an authority saying, we want you to complete this. And I think it's going to really turn things around if we keep that verbiage in there.
Board Member Davis?
It seems like a year or two ago, we went to DC, and one of the things we were advocating from our representatives was to streamline the FAFSA application and to make it more manageable and doable. Whatever came of that? Did they actually do that? What's the requirement to fill out the FAFSA? How extensive is it? What kind of information has to be provided? What kind of time commitment are we talking about? And then I should know this, but when you fill it out, is it, it's like a loan app. It's not just Pell Grants, it's like a loan application, right? And then what's the process after that? Then you either accept the loan or you don't automatically get the loan. I see Nate kind of shaking and moving his head around. So I'd like to hear from Nate just about what exactly happens after the application is filled out. And has it been streamlined by Congress?
Thanks for the question, Board Member Davis. I'm going to pass that one to either Spencer or Katie and Stephen, being the experts in this space.
This is Steve Rogers with the Utah Higher Education Assistance Authority. It's a great comment. I appreciate you bringing that up. Yes, so you are correct that the free application for federal student aid, FAFSA, is the gateway for all federal Pell Grant, as well as really any federal financial aid, which, as was referenced earlier, some scholarships, which are private aid, and others utilize as well. And it has gone through several iterations in terms of trying to simplify over the course of several years. I would say now there's even a mobile application where students can store and then actually more easily do the FAFSA for a subsequent year. So yes, it's been simplified. Are there ways that they're continually trying to find to simplify it even further? Yes. In terms of the general, how long does it take, kind of registering and getting it initiated? I think it's fair to say that, kind of in an average time frame, a half an hour to half an hour or so can typically be a good amount of time to get the form completed. Some can do it faster, some take a little bit longer as well, but I would say that's a fairly decent average.
Board Member Hanson?
Thank you. With regard to the streamlining, I did hear from somewhere that now that you can just punch in the proper information and IRS information will populate the FAFSA. So I believe that's accurate, but it has gotten better than when I first filled that out with our kids that were headed for college.
That's accurate.
Oh, thank you. I wondered about submit versus complete, because sometimes there's several rounds on these FAFSA applications where you hit send and then it comes back with other information. I wondered if I could hear thoughts on that. And then also, I'm in favor of the mandate. I think that these are dollars that could incentivize a lot of kids that normally wouldn't be headed for college to set their sights on that if they saw that it was financially, attainable, achievable for them. But I think if we do make it a mandate, that it needs to be supported. So we need to have adequate supports in place so that kids aren't struggling to get this done. There needs to be a lot of help, especially in the early years, to get this done. But if I could hear on the submit versus complete, I'd appreciate it.
This is Steve Rogers. Thanks for bringing that up as well. Typically, there's verification that happens that's automatic, such as whether or not the Social Security information matches, et cetera. And those usually happen, automatically. There are cases where there's time that they need to verify, and then once it's verified, they'll send off. And then there are other situations that are a little bit less common, where the school may need to, the school where the FAFSAs have been sent, where they're actually processing aid packages for students, may need to verify a few things with students as well. So, we at UHIA have done a lot of legwork to inform students, not only on kind of step-by-step guides with, tutorials on how to do things, but resources on, okay, next steps, I've completed it versus submitting it. I still have some other things I need to get verified. That usually happens at the institutional level. Anything else that has an issue with the FAFSA form itself will generally let you know, or it'll be, within a 72-hour period where they have to just verify information with different administrations like the Social Security Administration. Typically, a lot of the verification that's done that takes a little bit more time is usually done at the institutional level for the post-secondary institution.
This is Spencer, also from the board, just to add on a couple of pieces to your question. For the Regent Scholarship and Promise Scholarship, which is the state's need-based scholarship, completion is required because we ask for an EFC, or an expected family contribution, which is produced that's one of the outputs when they do complete the FAFSA.
But just to follow on that, so this graduation requirement that we're discussing, would that be a submit requirement, or would it be not feasible to have that be a complete requirement? Timing wise, I can see some issues maybe with that as well.
Understanding, submit typically is once a completed FAFSA has been sent to an institution. If that's what I'm understanding, that would be our expectation. If it's at the institutional level where everything has to be done and awards are given, et cetera, I agree with you. I think the submit in that framework, the way it's been put, would be what we would be looking for, is at least just giving them an opportunity to complete the form, that the institution has it, and that they have the opportunity of getting an idea of what award packages they may be eligible for.
I'd like to speak on this item. I am 100% supportive of the concept of having students gain opportunity and access to higher education and having all the information that they need to get there. I think the infrastructure that will be necessary to implement a mandate like this is possible to put into place without a mandate. College advisors and counselors already have the ability to sit down with students and say, please fill this out. But to put a state requirement on a graduation, like here's what you have to do to graduate, seems just a little bit misput for I can't think of the right word, but to say it's the mask. Thank you. But the idea that we would say you can't graduate from high school unless you fill out a federal application for something just seems a little bit off what we should be requiring a student to accomplish to become a graduate of a Utah high school. And so to me, it just seems like these are two important topics that I don't think should be combined into one topic. And it just concerns me that we're going this route, that a student's graduation is on the line if they're trying to get their parents to upload their IRS information to the federal government. It just seems like this odd disconnect that we are creating a connection that shouldn't be made about a state. You have received a diploma and you've accomplished what you're doing, and we want you to move on to your next steps in life, but they're not the same thing to me. And I'm really concerned about connecting these two in a way that we shouldn't be connecting them, even though I do think they are both extremely important, and the access for all students is extremely important. Anyways, that's just my thoughts, and we have some more hands raised now. Board Member Davis?
Well, I guess just as kind of taking a first step into this, I think that we could do something. If we only have a 5% increase of FAFSA applications filled on those FAFSA nights, and we've increased by 100 schools, then I keep thinking there's got to be incentive programs that we could try first before we force everyone to do something to graduate high school. But then looking at that data, I'm just not sure. But I guess my question is, could we look at the complete versus the submit? At this moment, since we haven't really delved into a lot of data on this, I could support right now requiring a completion of the application, but I kind of think it should be a person's personal choice whether they hit the submit button. The student, along with his or her parent, should be able to decide if they actually want to apply for this. But if you require it to be completed, then the step that Jenny is talking about, like, it just feels too overwhelming. I just feel like I don't have any options because I can't get that FAFSA done. That would be supported and done. But pushing that submit button, I don't know, it seems really a big step to go from nowhere to there.
Board Member Davis, and Chair, is it okay if I add some insight that might be useful to the conversation?
Yes, go ahead.
I think Stephen Roger has some kind of clarity to bring to this, the submitting and the completion conversation. I think one thing that I would add is that, especially as other states have considered this, that opt-out opportunity has been a piece of the puzzle from the beginning. And so you would have the option to ensure that was a part of this conversation. Right now, it's an opt-in process that you opt into filling it out. And in another case, aligned with this ask, it would be an opt-out process. And so, like, mandate, again, isn't maybe the right word to be using in this circumstance. And with regards to the completion and submitting, Steve might have some more insight.
Thank you. I mean, I guess I would just add, it's if it's not, I mean, really, I guess the submission is the completion, is what I'm trying to say, is you complete the form and you submit it. When you do that, then you have the opportunity to have an idea of the expected family contribution and what you may be potentially eligible for. Whether you decide from that point on to pursue that at the specific institutional level, that's where I say it's totally upon the student, parent, family, however they want to proceed with that. But giving them an idea, a projected idea of what they may be eligible for by completing the initial form, I think is invaluable. So essentially, from that perspective, if that makes sense, essentially when I say submit, that really is completing it, but whether you want to go through the steps to ensure that, aid disperses and that you're enrolled and, that you have the necessary hours for all of that, that would be, really incumbent upon the individual and the family to make that decision.
And also, one other thing to clarify is that when FAFSA has been submitted or completed, it doesn't tie the student to any accountability or expectations. They can do what they will with the grant aid and or both the gift aid and the potential borrowing possibilities that come with receiving their kind of assessment from filling it out.
Nathan is correct on that, because some people just do it strictly for the private funding that they're interested in pursuing, whether that be scholarships or some type of other private resource that requires it. So yeah, it's not a requirement for them to pursue and actually take aid or anything that's tied to the FAFSA.
Okay, Chair Huntsman.
There you go. Hey, I appreciate the conversation. I have quite a few concerns on this. As I knew this was coming up, I visited with as many people that I could with the present situation that we're in with social distancing and that. And I tried to keep it in the context of opportunity, motivation, and then I added privacy into a lot of the dialogue that I've had with parents. And I've talked with parents that are to do and not to do, and some of the at-risk population. And the feedback that I got was quite interesting. It was almost consistent in all of those, if we call them, three groups. And that was first of all, they're not sure if their student or if their child that's graduating, who's now a young adult, is ready for college. But then it seems like there's this pressure to get that filled out and say, oh, okay, yep, you're eligible. Yep, you've got some money coming from the federal government. And how does it come, and how much, and is it free? These were some of the concerns that parents had, and it sounds really great if you want that public, if you want that higher ed. The other concern that was attached in all of my, if I put them into three groups again, there's probably 4 or 5 different groups if I put them in categories, and that is the debt piece. Once a student gets used to something free in the beginning, and then their life changes here and there, and then all of a sudden they say, oh, here's this opportunity for debt, and mom and dad aren't behind it now because I'm up here into this system. There's a temptation there that says, hey, I want to live this lifestyle. I don't mind accruing this date. I want to hang at a campus, and I want to graduate with a degree that may not have a job attached to it. So there are the negatives that definitely, if this thing moves forward, will be brought out, especially with the legislature. But I just want to go to this space back to opportunity, motivation, address the privacy side. And if there was a way that there could be an incentive and not a requirement, that I'm a senior, and if I fill this form out with the help of my parent or a counselor or something, here's $300 or some kind of stipend, something, because people are going to be making an investment into this. Some kind of incentive to keep the motivation alive might be better than making a mandate. And I don't want to remind the board, but I will, when a whole bunch of graduation requirements that we were waiving not too many months ago, because people did have a choice to be completers in those requirements, but circumstances, the stars, commitment, resource, people, it just didn't happen. And I can see the same thing happening here on this requirement, with all good intentions even being mandated, even if we have an opt-out from parents, that students aren't going to get something signed or something approved, and their diploma is going to be hung up. The other concern that I had with this is there's a lot of our population that's not wanting to go to college. They're wanting to choose some trades, and they don't see this as a position to prop them up, whether they want to be a licensed plumber or a licensed electrician. So I'm not speaking against the opportunity, motivation, but I am a little bit on this hard requirement, because I think there's some things we can learn from other states, and I think it might be a little bit too soon for us here to try to force this on our student population. I think I'm going to go back to the opportunity and motivation that can happen with a lot of counselors and a lot of help that's already in place to try to get these applications in front of those that are at risk and those that want to go to college at the same time. But I'm not sure this is the time to force this upon our graduates. Does anyone want to speak to the debt piece and any of my concerns?
This is Nathan Ock, again, Early College Specialist, USB. Thanks for the questions, Chair Huntsman. Those are definitely concerns that we have also fielded as we've been talking to the field about this circumstance. And so there's a few things that I would point to that has kind of been distilled as we've had those conversations. The first is Jeff Dennings from BYU recently published a paper, and it's referenced in 2C in the additional information that links kind of human capital and like general financial well-being to access to student loans, both grant money and borrowing. And he finds a positive correlation, meaning that students who have access to money, for example, FAFSA, have better kind of long-term outcomes. To speak to the trade schools and the circumstance about maybe not pursuing a bachelor's degree, there is also applicability of FAFSA to tech colleges as well as community colleges so that certifications can be pursued without needing to attain a kind of 4-year degree in that circumstance. And then the final kind of point that I wanted to speak to is the idea of providing an incentive versus having it be a part of a requirement for graduation. A concern that I would have if you incentivized it versus making it a requirement is that the opposite of part of our intent for having FAFSA be a graduation requirement could be an outcome, namely families that already have kind of opportunity and options available to them would be more likely to take advantage of incentives that were put in place. And those that first generation college students and those families that haven't been offered kind of conduits to making sense of how FAFSA can alter their kind of realities or make choices available to them. So it's a concern that I would have if the board decided to go the incentive route versus the requirement route. And then finally, just from a kind of like our hope, I think, with bringing this ask to the board is in part aligned with our kind of broader vision that the board has tasked staff with, and that is to decrease to increase representation of underrepresented students. And the kind of national data, as well as the Utah data that we included in that report, suggests that this would be a possible way forward within that space.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Belknap.
Thank you, Chair. I really struggle with the fact that we would make this a requirement. So for that reason alone, I am wondering, first of all, I won't vote for this the way it is, but I'm wondering if we could make this somehow part of the SOEP program and put it onto our academic counselors rather than forcing our children to have to do it, that they can invite them to do it. I know that sometimes they mention it, but could we do something different? And I would also throw out, maybe we're not ready to take a position on this. It seems like we're all wanting more information.
Thank you, Board Member Belknap. Board Member Nielsen. Board Member Nielsen. Okay, we'll come back to you in
Hear
a
me?
second. Oh, yep, now we can hear you. Yes.
Oh, sorry, I had it on pause. I had to kick my kids out of my room. Um, I want to reiterate what Mark was saying, and I'm a huge advocate of college. I'm a bigger advocate of the trade schools, but making this a mandate, you cannot graduate high school unless you fill this form out. And I don't think that's the proper role of the board to say, hey, you've completed your academic requirements, but you can't graduate high school unless this particular form with this information is filled out. And I'll also reiterate what Mark had said, when it's very easy for somebody to, and I want them to get grant money. I'm I'm a big fan of that, but it's very easy to get accustomed to, oh, hey, the government paid for this and this and this, and then, well, I'll just go out and take out a loan. And a lot of times what we're seeing now, and we can see this really in many universities across the country, is a lot of these kids are getting degrees to nowhere. And it's not that they're not valuable, they're just not degrees that are going to make them a decent living. And so I don't think it's our role as the board to say you have to do it, because back to the motivation factor that Mark brought up, if students want to do it and if they want to get involved, I've been in a high school, I've been a teacher for a long time. The counselors and the teachers are going to inform them of those opportunities. So I don't think it's about students not knowing that the opportunities are there. They know that they're there. Every high school I've been in, which is 5 already, or 4 in the last 15 years, we do a pretty dang good job of making sure all those students are aware of the opportunities, FAFSA and those things like that. So I don't think the mandate's the right way to go, and that's all.
Board Member Earl?
Yeah, just back to maybe the community council end of it. I wonder if we're going to do something legislatively, I wonder if putting something in there that part of their school improvement plan, they discuss that and come up with a method for helping students complete that, completing the form, or at least educating families on it, and that be part of our community councils at the high school level, versus, once again, I'm not even really thrilled with doing an incentive type of a thing either, but making it so, and because those consist of both the educators in the communities and family members, parents in the communities, they will know their communities and what will work. A lot of times a night event doesn't work for a lot of families. They're very busy, and I think that's why we didn't see that massive increase. But they would know what needs to happen for their particular community. So I would lean that way before I would do any kind of a mandate or anything, because it creates the accessibility for those particular communities, and specifically, though, those councils will be familiar with their families in their area.
Okay. And just my last thoughts on it, as well as it feels like this is that little low-hanging fruit on a big problem, where we say, here's a problem. We want access for students financially and to have the knowledge of their ability to access college. Here is something we could do quickly and easily to mandate a form that they have to fill out. And to me, it feels like the problem is much bigger. Why aren't they filling out the form? Why don't FAFSA nights work? Is it because their families can't get there to the school? Because FAFSA nights are held usually on campus at a school in the evening. Are their parents able to get there? Because this form requires parental participation. It's not something a student can fill out with their counselor alone. And so I think getting to the root of the issue, what is going on? Why aren't all students filling this out, or more students? And when we talk about those disproportionately affected or disproportionately finding or accessing resources for college, I think we would be better served getting to the root of the issue and why we're not getting there, rather than just creating a blanket mandate that may not solve that problem. Because will the same issue result in college applications? Are those same students who aren't filling out the FAFSA also not filling out or completing a college application form to get into college? Or do they know about the opportunities available to them? Just from my experience working with my students in their high school, there isn't a lot of conversations right now about college opportunities between a student and their counselor. What are your options? Most of the conversations are, let's get you graduated. And so how can we fix this? Because I don't think it's just a FAFSA issue. I think it's more access to college in general or technical schools in general and looking for those solutions rather than making a blanket mandate on a graduation requirement. And so anyways, those are just my thoughts as we move forward in trying to solve this problem, not just looking for a quick opportunity to fix something and it may not fix the problem. But, oh, sorry, Board Member Davis, I didn't see your hand up. Go ahead.
That's fine. I do think this is a bigger issue than just this, but I also think you have to start somewhere to make a difference. So anyway, I would like to move that we postpone this vote or this agenda item and request that staff come back and bring some additional ideas of how to move the needle on this. We have the idea of mandating that everyone fills out and submits the FAFSA, or you can opt out. Are there other ideas? And I'll just kind of give an example. We were at the conference, the USHE conference, and we've hired all these folks to help students fill out the FAFSA. And they were reporting certain numbers of increases of submissions of the FAFSA. And then someone else stood up who has a family app and they give like $50 gift cards for kids to submit the FAFSA. And the data was higher than these people we had hired to help kids fill out the FAFSA. So are there options like that? I just texted that person, but she hasn't gotten back to me just to find out what is the data and how is a $50 gift card to, wherever they're giving them to, more salient to kids than an adult who will sit down and help them work through it. Can we look at some additional ideas? It's a really long way to say I move to postpone the agenda and ask if we can think of some more options for us to consider in our advocating in addition to this one as we wrap our heads around this.
Okay, just for clarification, for clarification on the motion, this agenda item has more than just this item, so you would like to postpone this particular item? Is that correct? The question of FAFSA requirement. Is that your second as well? Okay. Okay, so the motion before us is to postpone the discussion on the FAFSA requirement, item 1A, and requesting some information from staff to bring back ideas of other options that may get to the same goal that they were seeking in this requirement. Did that get to your motion correctly? Yes, I'd love to. Okay. So data in reference to other states' mandatory requirement and then other options that might be viable. Correct. Okay. So that's the motion. Did you want to speak to that, Board Member Davis? Okay, Board Member Hansen.
Oh, that's fine, as long as the data from the existing programs is included. I
Okay.
think that would be helpful for us to look at that.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Newell?
I'm for postponing as well, but I want to really make a request here that staff is brave in investigating the cultural differences that create these issues, in meeting and talking with the people that are impacted, and the ones that aren't showing up, and the reasons they aren't. Many of these students are so excited just to get through school, and they're not looking for anything at that point in time. There's a mad race to the door. And we have to put up a fence at some point in time, say, hold on just a second. Not a wall, but a fence. To say, hey, we'll open this up for you, but you need to look at these other options before you run through that door. And I think that's what we're looking for. So I just implore staff to take that time to do some deep diving into these cultural differences and the reasons why people don't show up, and reasons why people are fearful of filling out these forms, and gain a real understanding of what the issues are that are impediments to this being completed.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Gravitt.
I'm just wondering if I can amend the motion to have this concept be brought to a committee for discussion, for to talk about policy calls, the opt-out issues. I think it might be better served in a committee where a lot of that deep work could be done. Standards and assessment would love to have it, but, right, Jenny? Right. Anyway, I wonder if I could amend the motion.
Without objection, we'll, to the motion maker and the seconder, that this, when it comes back, it would return to committee.
Okay.
Okay.
What's the timing though? Legislative change.
So you're asking about time frame for a legislative change. So yes, I do think we do have time before the legislative session to get that into committee and before the full board. So, okay. Okay, so the motion before us then is to postpone the FAFSA requirement request, asking for data from other states who have implemented this, as well as other possible solutions to get to this same result. All in favor? Oh, excuse me, Board Member Nielsen, you have your hand up? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'll put it down.
Okay.
But I'm an aye.
Okay, seeing no discussion, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Board Member Belknap?
Aye.
Board Member Bolter?
Aye.
Chair Huntsman?
Aye.
And Board Member Nielsen was an aye. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, Deputy Superintendent Angie Stallings, if you want to take us to the next item on this agenda.
Yes, thank you. So this second one, many of you may be familiar that whenever we undergo a new standards review process, there's a committee formed, and part of that committee includes members who are parents, and those parent members are currently nominated by the Speaker and the Senate President. And part of that has created a difficulty in getting their attention or having them provide the names for those nominations or those people to serve on the committee. What staff is recommending that instead we work with the legislature to establish a different process to get parent members on the committee, and that would be something where we would publish it similar to how we do other positions or appointments that we have available on the board. So that is number 2. I don't know if you have any questions on that one.
Board Member Earl?
Yeah, so the board already picks, I say the board, staff already picks, and then I guess the board president, right, 7 members. So 7 of the 17, 5 for each house, right, from the legislature, so 10 from there. So we're already picking 7 of those. I guess the question is here, is it inconvenient to have requests that they provide public for that, or parents for that? And I think part of the argument was that, they're not always timely, I guess, unless they're given a time frame. And of course, I don't think we always consistently know exactly how many times, it's just kind of random when we actually do our standards, right? Meaning that it's not every August do they have to pick people, or not every July. So when they're given a deadline, do they get the names in? Or are you still waiting a month? That's my question.
Well, we are generally still waiting quite a few. It's many weeks after we give them the deadline. But it looks like Jennifer Thronson is also available, and she has more to do with this and may have additional feedback and comments.
Okay.
Thank you. Chair, may I speak to the question?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. Jennifer Thronson, Director of Teaching and Learning. And basically with the standard revision process we have at the board, the first step in us being able to even go for names is the board's approval to seek standards revision. And so that's kind of the kickoff point. So we wouldn't be afforded the opportunity to ask for these names earlier to kind of prevent this delay in the process. And so because the first step is to seek board approval to say we even get to engage in this process, then that cues us to be able to ask the legislature for the names. This opportunity really gives the board a little bit more power and guidance over the situation, allows us to get a more diverse pool by eliciting names and various strategies, We have lots of networks that we can kind of send the message out through Mark Peterson's and public relations kind of connections, as well as board members could submit them to their own communities. And so it would give us a allowance to have a more diverse population coming in, as well as the board's opportunity to weigh potentially more into who out of, like, if we have multiple names and need to kind of randomly select if we want that process, or if the board wants to look at the type of stakeholder or the age of children they have in the system, or maybe not age, but if they have elementary or secondary students, to help select the participants, that would allow the board to have a little more control over the process and allow us to have a more speedy response, because that list would be kind of compiled ongoing. And so whenever a standard revision process came up, we'd be able to leverage that list moving forward.
Okay. I guess, do we have our 7 people ready to go?
Yes, Board Chair Huntsman was able to review the list we provided and selected 7 of those representatives for ours. So we are still awaiting the legislature's list, and so that's kind of where we're held up right now. One of them said, I think, was the House. She's close. The other one I have not heard back from, even though we followed up last week. So we asked about 3 weeks ago, and then I checked in again, and we're kind of still waiting. I'd expect probably another 3 to 4 weeks before we really have names.
Okay, so, and then my other thought is, when we say we, it's not really the board, it would be staff. That's what it's been in the past, right? And I think part of the reason why it comes from the legislature, so that it has a different feel to it, and not just, staff from the state board. It creates a representation that they're calling on and picking from, and that kind of a thing. So, anyways, those are just my thoughts.
Yeah, the goal would be obviously to come to you all and make rules around it, but ultimately still having the 7 that we would refer on to board chair, and then allowing the board to kind of see the selection of the committee based on what we have, or if the board wants more influence in that, to bring the list of potential candidates and allow the committee, standards and assessment committee most likely, to review the options and select potentials, probably with a couple backups in case people aren't available, from the list that we would be compiling on that ongoing basis. So it really would be up to you as board to decide how in the weeds you want to get, but if we really want to have a broader representation, staff goes with the stakeholders and people we engage with on a frequent basis, where this more survey strategy would be people that we would not necessarily know or have any connection to. And so again, gets at what the House and Senate affords, but through a more strategic, efficient process.
Okay, Superintendent Dixon.
Yeah, this is something, thank you, Madam Chair. This is something I personally feel strongly about because I sat at the table with then Speaker Becky Lockhart and legislators who were desirous to bring this bill forward and have this process happen at the House and Senate level. And I think it was really well intended to all the points that Member Earl and Dr. Thronson have both made. The challenge has been both. So I was over on the teaching and learning side in Dr. Thronson's position when this started, and then all along the way. So I kind of have the genesis and the history of this. And it has been a challenge all along to get these names from the Senate and the House, to the point where they get frustrated and come to us and say, can you just give us names? And then we say, no, this is really codified for you to do this. And so I just think it's been challenging, and at times they get the same names for all of the content areas. So I have for several years talked with legislators and board members about how do we broaden this so we have opportunities for more parents who just may not be aware. So having some kind of ongoing form or way for anybody who wants to be involved, a parent who wants to be involved, to be able to submit their name, I think would be very helpful. And it wouldn't take, there's probably a space for the legislature to weigh in as well, if they wanted to direct people there. But the intention and where it started to get a more broad-based and feel like there were many voices at the table has turned into something that's just painful at times to get names, both on the legislative side to find those names and for us to keep waiting. So I just wanted to weigh in because I think there's a better way to do this to get to the same outcome that was intended with the original piece of legislation. And I think we can broaden the base of parents, meaning more diverse group and more parents that will be interested. So that would be on us to really make sure that we had the marketing behind it as well. Thank you.
I don't see any additional questions on this item. Angie, if you'd like to move forward to the last item.
Yes, thank you. So the last item you won't be surprised by. It's a request to ask for legislation to reinstate the MOST program. That's the Mathematics and Science Opportunities for Students and Teachers program. As you'll remember, last time we met, the board actually made a motion to reinstate this program as well as others during the last special session. We weren't able to make that happen for various reasons, but staff also support reinstating this MOST program. I will just give the caveat that at this point we would be working, if you support this, we would be reaching out to a legislator to open a bill file, but then of course would need to wait until a later date for you all to determine what amount of appropriation would be appropriate to tie to that. But approving this today would at least allow us as staff to ask a legislator to open a bill file to reinstate the program.
Any questions from board members? Chair Huntsman. Nope. Board Member Davis.
I just want to add, I think that I sent a survey results to all of you that were qualitative data survey results. And also, in addition to that, we had a teacher contact us about losing her math lab. I had a board member from a district say that they use those funds to hire extra period for science and math teachers. And we also had a charter director call and say that they are losing a full math teacher this year because they lost those funds. So I just hope we'll take this seriously. And then I also I'm going to make a motion to add another piece of legislation to this list. So whatever the order, you can roll me into that. I'll leave that up to you, but I want to put it out there on the table.
Chair Huntsman. Chair Huntsman.
Thank you. I'm curious, and this would be directed to Deputy Superintendent Stallings, that in our last board meeting, we had a list of some things that were repealed, and now it seems like we're just putting one of them back on. And the second piece of this, before I really feel excited about the MOST program and trying to bring it back and trying to even with the challenge with the financial challenge that we're having able to see on the future, is I'm not sure how we could get that data, but I am curious, out of all of our LEAs, how many of them use their parts of their WPU to keep their MOST program going. And I'm sure there's got to be some out there, but that data would be really important to me before pushing on the throttle here and going deep and bringing MOST back, and then also trying to tie a fiscal note to it. Can you speak to those two items, please?
Sure, thank you. So as you remember, there were 5 programs there were 6 programs that were repealed. One of the 6 in that HB 5012 was a brand new program that had passed in 2020. It was a very small reimbursement program. So that wasn't one of the programs that the board made the motion on last board meeting. So with the 5 remaining, one of them, the National Board Certified Teachers program, was included in a special session bill during the 6th special session that occurred in August. So that means 4 left. We had the most. We had special education intensive services. We had the early graduation scholarship program, which is also called Centennial Scholarship. And then the 4th one was a repeal of some WPUs for small school districts. And what we learned after the motion was made by the board is that the fiscal analyst's office and the legislature understood that they took care, although they repealed that specific program for additional WPUs for small schools and charter schools, that they actually funded that in a different way. And so the legislature was not open to that, reinstating that 4th program, because they felt like they had handled it differently. So to answer your question, Chair Huntsman, there's 3 programs. There would be most, the special education intensive services program, and then the early graduation scholarship, Centennial Scholarship program 3. So as to your question about why we're only presenting 1, I will just say that we offer the process to fill out these requests to all staff, and this one was filled out by likely the staff that administer the most program, for the reasons that Board Member Davis suggested, that there's some survey data, there's been demand for that program. And as to why we haven't submitted requests for the other 2, we could, and if the board would like, we could add those today, or I could have or ask staff who've worked with both of those programs to work on something. And I think those were the questions you had, Chair. But I could be wrong. Oh, I know the other question you asked was whether or not we have any data, or whether we could get data on how many districts or charters continue to fund the programs that they had been using most program funds for. And that would be a question I'd need to ask our staff who work with the program. And I think they could likely do some of that research and reach out to the previous most program recipients. But I don't personally have that information right now.
Board Member Cannon.
Hey, thank you. That answers my question. I can wait on, I'm good to wait on those other 2 programs. Let's see how staff weighs in on them. And then on the most program, that data, if that data is out there or can be obtained, I think it would benefit the board, and it definitely would help me with my space as far as how aggressive we get on a fiscal note or something, how this is viewed. Because I know on the local level that people have jumped into their WPU to keep programs going, but I don't know. And I've heard on most, some have, but I haven't reached out to a lot of districts. So if that data is there, that'd be helpful for me, and I think also to the board. Thank you.
Board Member Cannon, do you want to hit your mic light again?
You. A question for Angie. I know that you said you hadn't determined how much of a fiscal note to add to this. My 2 cents worth is, I see they've been funded since 2008 at $6.2 million. So that's a long time without a raise. But then they got an additional $1 million appropriated in the last legislative session. And that is the part that I have a little unease about, because at the last legislative session, all new money was swept off the table. And I don't know that I feel like I want to put this particular program in an elevated position where they get the money from the last legislative session that everyone else has lost. So that's just my 2 cents worth.
Board Member Earl.
I'd like to, I'm wondering if we can get information. I would like it if we looked at the Centennial Scholarship again, but I just want some information from staff, maybe moving forward, maybe at the next board meeting, if that's possible, on the the different parts to that. So, I mean, it's kind of part of this dialogue, but I'd like some information on how many kids were using it, that kind of a thing, at possibly looking at maybe requesting that funding come back.
Okay. Board Member Davis?
Yeah, I think it's important to note that we unanimously voted to ask for this legislation to be reinstated. These, just to Board Member Cannon's concern, these are the only programs that were eliminated here. So it wouldn't be necessarily elevating them. And also today, we wouldn't determine the amount of money that would go towards these. It would just be a request to reinstate the language into code. But and to note, this is the second time I'm going to quote this guy, and I barely even know him, but the BA in Jordan, he actually said that the most program of any of the state level grant programs or initiatives that he's seen come out, he said he feels that this is the most impactful for students and teachers. But I'd like to go ahead and make another motion. I would like to add, I move that we add to this list that staff work with the legislature to reinstate the Intensive Services Fund program through legislation, including a recommendation that the legislature set professional salary rates for reimbursement. And I'd like to speak to the motion.
So I just have a procedure question. So this is a motion to add to a list that staff brought forward. So there's no actual motion on the table for the board to consider at the moment. So is that your intent to add this to the staff's list?
I can make this a separate motion if that adds clarity.
Okay. Either way, so I just want to make sure that we're clear that there is currently no motion on the table. So adding this to something. So
Okay.
Are you adding this to?
I just would like
staff's
this to be
list?
a request, yes.
So you would like to make the motion that this be a board request, a statutory request?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so the motion is that staff work with the legislature to reinstate the Intensive Services Fund program through legislation, including a recommendation that the legislature set professional salary rates for reimbursement. Is there discussion to that motion?
I'd like to speak to the motion if I still can.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I think that we're seeing a need with all of this talk we've been speaking about intensive services funds lately. I think the bigger issue, aside from the smaller issues we've been dealing with, is that our students that are the most vulnerable and the most expensive are underfunded. We need more funding for, and I can hear Carol in my voice go, we need more funding for everybody, which I can hear you in my ears saying that as I speak. But this in particular, just to give some context here, we had $39 million of requests for reimbursements of money that was spent for intensive services for students with special needs. $39 million. Leah and her staff, Dr. Voorhees, really went through that piece by piece and cut out anything that couldn't be considered the very most valid legal request and whittled that down to $12 million. And we had 4 or just under or something like that, right around 4 to meet those requests. That is problematic. Additionally, a school LEA for a student, these high needs students, gets 1 general ed WPU. And then they get 1 special ed WPU. And then they have to eat the expenses up to $21,000 before they can even request a reimbursement. And that reimbursement comes only for expenses after the $21,000. So they don't even get reimbursed for that first part that they have to eat. So this 12 million we're talking about isn't even included in the first 7,000 per child that they're eating. This isn't right. When we want to talk about equity, this is inequitable. Not only that, but the code is problematic. And one of the things, as I've talked with Dr. Voorhees, that's problematic and makes the formulas in the code inequitable is that we don't have salary rates set for the reimbursement requests. So for example, you could get a school district that could get much more money than someone else for a one student to a one student request because this school pays the nurse $54,000 a year, and this school pays the one-to-one nurse $60,000 a year. And this one's always going to get the reimbursement because there's not a set salary rate written in the code. So I am asking that we make this a legislative request, and we can discuss amounts later. But what's happening is not right. And these are our very most vulnerable students that we educate anywhere in our whole entire system. And this needs to change. And so I move that we change it. Thanks.
Board Member Lear.
Thank you. I seconded this for purposes of discussion, but I was first going to ask Cindy what she meant by salary rates. Now I know. I'm wondering if it would be better stated to say.
Board Member Lear, can you speak, I'm sorry, right into your mic so people online can hear us? Sorry.
But I can't read out of the back of my head
I know.
either, so we have a problem.
I'm sorry.
Let me take this off for a minute. I wonder if it could be stated to say the legislature direct the board to set salary rates. Would that be an acceptable amendment? Because I would feel much more comfortable with the expertise of Dr. Voorhees helping the board set salary rates than I would in a bill.
Can I amend the language without making a full amendment? Because you can just take the word that second word legislature out and it would do that very thing. I don't care if the legislature does it with our input or we do it, but all it needs to do on that line is say, including a recommendation to set professional salary rates for reimbursement. And it can be done by them or by us. I don't care who it's done by, but it needs to be done to fix some of those inequities in the.
And if I may follow up for just a minute?
Yes.
And my concern is that maybe the only thing worse than not having it set is having it set poorly or completely irrationally. So that's why I would like someone or some group committee with expertise to set it. So.
Do you like what she wrote based on board-approved professional salary rates?
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, without objection, we'll just take that as your motion. Is that okay?
Thank you, and
Don't see any
that's my
objection.
comment.
Okay, Board Member Belknap.
Yes, I understand this, but I think it's bigger than just one quick motion here. We don't have any background on the numbers and the things that Cindy were bringing up, and it would be really nice as board members to be able to see where we're lacking money, what's the problem with not having a professional salary rate. I think this is kind of just being thrown at us right here, and I actually would like to ask that we bring this back with more information. Cindy, I hope you don't mind that. I don't feel like that we as a board have all our ducks in a row, and I'd like to see what Leah Voorhees has and information and what we get from the feds versus what we can get from the state and who's getting what salaries now and how it varies from district to district.
Is that a motion, Board Member Belknap?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That was a long motion, sorry. I would like to make a motion that this be brought back.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Okay, so the motion before us is to bring back this request with
the data that was used by Board Member Davis to make the motion. Is that correct?
Yes, and more information from Leah Voorhees as well. Where does the money come from for intensive services? What's the split out there? And also, what are some of the inequitable distributions of the professional salary rates in this area?
Okay, so the motion before us is to bring this back and with data from Dr. Voorhees in regards to this money's disbursement, where it comes from, and any inequities that might flow into this conversation. Any discussion to that motion? Board Member Davis?
I'll speak against the motion. I think that it's a great recommendation to have her come before we start talking about numbers and figures of if how much do we really want to ask for state funds. We get federal funds for special education, and we can allocate up to 10% of those funds to go to intensive services. But I think certainly before we start figuring out what we want to ask for state-wise or what we want to do with numbers, we should have Dr. Voorhees come and answer all those questions. But I do think we have enough information today to know that we can start the conversation by requesting that this legislative language comes back.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion to the motion to bring this back at a later date, I'll take a vote. All in favor of bringing this back with the data, please say aye. Nays? No. Okay. Board Member Belknap?
Aye.
Board Member Bolter?
No.
Board Member Chair Huntsman?
Aye.
Board Member Nielsen? Board Member Nielsen does not appear to be present for this. Okay, will the ayes please raise their hand? Okay, Board Member Newell, Board Member Cannon, Board Member Davis.
Sorry, I got confused.
Oh, okay. Sorry, starting over. Please raise your hand if you're an aye. Board Member Newell, Board Member Cannon, Board Member Earl, Board Member Marsh, Board Member Hanson, Board Member Huntsman, and I'm an aye. That motion does not pass. Okay, so we're back to the main motion, which is that staff work with the legislature to reinstate the Intensive Services Fund program through legislation, including a recommendation that the distribution formula for reimbursement be based on board-approved professional salary rates. Is there any further discussion to that motion?
Just one quick thing.
Board Member Davis?
Just want to make a note that we actually, in our last meeting, already voted unanimously to bring this language back, along with the MOST program and the Centennial Grant Program and the Rural District Small Whatever program. We voted unanimously to bring this language back to legislation and have these programs reinstated in our last meeting.
And I would clarify that in the last meeting, the motion was to approach a certain legislator on a bill that he had in order to have this conversation so that we could kind of analyze these programs. And I think that's, just from my perspective, I think that's what board members are asking us to do before we ask now again, is that we maybe put some analysis behind the programs before we send them to the legislature. So just some, maybe from my perspective, how I felt when we voted on that last month as opposed to our conversation this month as well. Okay, so we have the Board Member Belknap, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to make one more comment that we just continue to ask for things when we don't really have all the data behind it. I'm kind of frustrated with this one because it wasn't on our agenda for us to go ask questions and to find out about. I know we have a problem here. I know we need to fix something, but I can't put a pinpoint on exactly what needs to be fixed. And I'd rather go to a legislator and tell them, this is what we need.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the staff work with the legislature to reinstate the Intensive Services Fund Program through legislation, including a recommendation that the distribution formula for reimbursement be based on board-approved professional salary rates. All in favor, please say, Jenny, Board Member Earl.
Sorry, a clarification. The last motion was to have staff bring us information about this. Is this right?
So the motion that did not pass.
Oh, it did not pass. Okay, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that clarifies.
Yes, Board Member Hanson.
Could I just have someone read back the motion that passed last time so that we understand where we are with this? I understand we've already taken some action with regard to this.
Lorraine, do you by chance have access to the motion that was made in the last meeting?
I do. I will look that up right now.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
This is Scott. Hey, Madam Chair, if I may, can I get some additional clarity? Ask staff that will likely work on this, motion. May I get some deeper clarity from Board Member Davis, ma'am?
You have a question for clarity, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead.
For Board Member Davis.
Okay, go ahead.
Ma'am, Board Member Davis, are you asking staff would just go back and look at an intensive services fund program formula just strictly for professional salary rates, or just an overall formula? Can you clarify that for me, please, ma'am?
Go ahead, Board Member Davis.
We would reinstate the intensive services legislation that was repealed in a special session, but we would work to improve and make it more equitable by creating these salary rates so that one person doesn't get all the funding every year.
One salary rates for special education teachers, ma'am?
No. The service providers that are given for reimbursable expenses, like a one-on-one nurse, a physical therapist, an interpreter. Yeah, some states have gone through and made this a more equitable process by creating salary rates that LEAs can't surpass to one-up each other or whatever, even if they're not trying to do that, just to get rid of that disparity. So everyone can only request a certain amount. Even if they pay the one-to-one nurse more, they can only request for reimbursement up to this amount so that those formulas become more equitable.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Board Member Earl?
Yeah, I'm feeling like I also need more information. The more I'm kind of filtering this through my mind and such, and I am very much for us making sure we adequately fund our intensive services. So, anyways, but I'm feeling like I probably don't have enough knowledge to make a informed decision for the legislature right now to say go do this without some further direction or more information. So,
okay, thank you. Angie Stallings, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. One thing I was just going to clarify, a couple things. Number one, I believe it was June, there was a section of code that was repealed, which is the Intensive Services Program, and it had a certain formula, a very prescriptive way of distributing the funding that I think Board Member Davis is saying there are some that don't like that old formula. Before that program was repealed, staff actually was going to create a working group to get some ideas from the field on what that formula could look like, and then bring a potential request to you all to get that formula changed in statute. Now, because the program was repealed, staff stopped work on that work group that they were going to get together to come up with a different formula. So I think what the motion that you all would have made, or that you made a last board meeting that Lorraine's looking up, was really just to reinstate that already existing formula that was there prior to it being repealed on June 18th. And so I think what you're hearing from staff is just some questions about what that formula would look like, what we would take to the legislature. And another option is, I'm just trying to brainstorm, is I guess you could make a motion to have staff get a bill file open and then maybe ask staff to work on the alternate formula if we don't know what that formula is right now.
Chair Huntsman?
Yes, thank you, Angie. That's where I was wanting to go with this. In the previous motion, if it got traction, then that would come back, and as it's coming back, then you can work the formula, work for betterments within that previously ran intensive service fund program. So we could, but the way I'm seeing this motion isn't bringing anything back. It's basically we're gonna redo our intensive service fund program, including that distribution formula, and also adding and board-approved professional salary rates. And so we're already, well, the way that I'm seeing this is, the way that this particular motion is put together is, we're already pigeonholing us and putting guardrails on the conversation and limiting somewhat what our proposed betterments would be in rolling this and going forward with the way that this motion's put together. I feel like my hands will be somewhat tied, and we're basically reinventing something in a short period of time. This is how I'm seeing it, and that's part of my concern.
Board Member Davis?
Yes, I would like to amend my motion to read that staff work with the legislature to reinstate the Intensive Services Fund program, including recommendations from a USBE working group to revise distribution formulas. That can be inclusive of salary rates and anything else that the working group feels we need to look at to create a more equitable distribution.
Is there a second? I'll second that. Okay, so the amendment is to add the words including recommendations from a USBE working group and exclude some other words that are gone and I can't read them now.
About that, I think I'll stop typing now.
So, okay, so the amendment would read that staff work with the legislature to reinstate the intensive services program through legislation, incorporating recommendations from a USBE working group to revise the distribution formula for reimbursement. Is there any discussion to that amendment? Okay, Lorraine, you have your hand up. Did you want to speak to this amendment, or do you have the motion from last month?
You know, I could find nothing in last meeting where a motion was made about this. So maybe I'm looking in the wrong spot, but I can't find anything in the minutes.
It was in the portion of the meeting where we were talking about Representative Moss's bill.
Okay, let me go back and look at that then. Thank you.
Okay. Any discussion to the amendment?
And I do have the old motion if you did want to look at it. I've got it right here. I just have to switch how I share. Would you like me to do that right now?
We'll just need it if this doesn't pass.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, and any discussion to the amendment? Board Member Bolter.
Thank you. I have a question. Would the revised distribution formula be brought back to the board for us to look at, that the USBE working group comes up with prior to being sent to the legislators?
Would you like me to answer that?
Yes, please.
Whoever would like to. It was Cindy's motion, so I don't know what her intent is with the motion, but I'm just wondering if we would look at that revised formula.
Well, the way the motion is drafted, it sounds like staff should go ahead and work with the legislature on a bill file to reinstate the program and incorporate recommendations from the USBE work group. So I guess the question is, you could either say incorporating board approved recommendations from a USBE work group, or you could just direct staff to actually create or to bring back recommendations from the work group on the formula. So I don't know if that helps. This motion, I think, just assumes that we get the work group in place, get the recommendations, and then work on the draft.
Okay, yes, we would like to have something brought back just so that we have an idea of what those recommendations are as a board.
We can add in the words board approved with no objection.
Okay, if there's no objection, we'll add the words board approved recommendations. Thank you. Okay. Seeing no further let's see. So Lorraine, were you able to find, sorry, this is just the amendment, but go ahead, Lorraine, if you have that.
I do, sorry. It helps if you look at the right meeting. So,
okay.
This was from the August 18th meeting. And this was an amendment that was passed that went to the main motion, but it was that the board directs staff to work with the legislature to reinstate the following programs in the public education funding and enrollment amendments draft bill: small school district administrative costs, appropriation for intensive special education costs, early graduation incentives, math and science opportunities for students, and salary supplement for national board certified teachers.
Thank you. Does that answer your question? Okay. So I see no further discussion. So the amendment states, there it is. Okay. The amendment states that staff work with the legislature to reinstate the Intensive Services Fund program through legislation, incorporating board-approved recommendations from a USBE work group to revise the distribution formula for reimbursement.
And that's a motion, not an amendment. I don't know if that matters.
There was an amendment to the original motion. You made an amendment to your original motion.
I just said without objection, we can add the words. But however you
which was USBE, but the other part you made as as an amendment, right? Somebody can tell me if I'm getting lost in all this. Okay.
However.
Okay.
Chair?
Yes.
Oh, never mind. I was just going to say, to make it simpler, I wondered if we wanted to just delete this. I mean, just knowing that the staff will do that and bring recommendations to you, but because I know it's not worded very well. Is that kind of what you're alluding to, is the wording of the motion?
No, Board Member Davis made the original motion and then she amended it. And then the USBE was added later as as an addition. That we didn't make a formal amendment for that. So just in Robert's rules, we are at a place where an amendment was made. So just trying to make sure that I'm staying in the lane I'm supposed to be in. It doesn't matter if we leave that or move it out. So this is the amended motion. We will be voting on the amendment. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Board Member Belknap?
No.
Board Member Bolter?
Aye.
Chair Huntsman?
Aye.
Board Member Nielsen?
He doesn't appear to be on as well. Okay. Were there any no's? Sorry. Were there any no's in here? I'm running out of oxygen. Sorry. Okay, so there were no's here. That motion passes with 1 no vote, Board Member Belknap. So now we're back to the main motion, that the staff work with the legislature to reinstate the Intensive Services Fund program through legislation incorporating board-approved recommendations from a USB work group to revise the distribution formula for reimbursement. Okay, back to the main motion. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Board Member Belknap.
No.
Board Member Bolter.
Aye.
Chair Huntsman.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes with 1 no vote, Board Member Belknap. Okay. So now we're still on our item request for statutory changes. Is there any other motions that board members would like to make? Angie, is there anything else that you wanted to speak to on that item?
I don't think, well, there is one thing in the notes or the chat. You may have seen that Cami Dupree does have some data in response to Chair Huntsman's questions about LEAs and their programs, but I don't know if you want to take the time now to hear some of that data or not. I think the other thing Chair Huntsman stated is that he at least wanted that data if and when we made a request for an appropriation to tie to the program reinstatement. Because just as a reminder, right now, all we would be doing is requesting a bill file to be open to reinstate the language, and then we would wait to determine what that appropriation level should be once you all have made a determination on that.
Okay. Is there a motion in regard to that one from a board member? Board Member Davis?
I'm kind of confused about where we even are now, but I move that we, I don't even know if there's language written somewhere in an agenda somewhere, but I move that we propose numbers 2 and 3 in the legislative proposal for board consideration.
Okay, so is there a second to that motion? So just to reiterate, that's Standards Review Committee, USBE legislative request, and the most USBE legislative request. Is there a second to that motion? Second. Okay, so the motion before us is to direct staff to work with legislators on potential amendments to Utah Code on the Standards Review Committee requests and the most request. Any discussion to that motion? Board Member Earl.
Asking that we divide 2 and 3.
Okay, so there's a motion to divide. Is there a second? Okay.
Second.
Okay. Good. So the motion is to divide. All in favor of dividing, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Board Member Belknap.
Aye.
Board Member Bolter.
Aye.
Chair Huntsman.
Aye.
Okay, the motion to divide passes unanimously. Okay, so we'll take the first item, which is the motion would then be that the board direct staff to work with legislators on potential amendments to the Standards Review Committee legislation. Any discussion to that motion? Board Member Davis.
That we've just heard from our superintendent that that's been a concern for a lot of years. I think that's a pretty compelling argument.
Okay. Board Member Earl?
Yeah, I think I'd like to get some more information from legislators themselves as far as what the process is for them, and then go from there before we tell them to, or direct staff to do something about it. So.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to direct staff to work with legislators on potential amendments to the Standards Review Committee legislation. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, Board Member Belknap?
Aye.
Okay, Board Member Bolter?
Aye.
Chair Huntsman?
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes with 1 no vote. Board Member Earl? Did I miss anybody else? Okay. Okay, the next motion then is that the board directs staff to work with legislators on potential amendments to Utah code in regard to the MOST program. Okay, any discussion to that motion? Board Member Davis.
Yeah, I think that here we're not adding necessarily a fiscal note. We're making the exact same motion that we voted on unanimously the last time, which is to have this legislation reinstated. And Cammie's added some data we can study. And in fact, I would encourage anyone to call her. I've talked to her. She probably feels ad nauseum, and she's got so much good information on this program. So I would say we just stick with what we did before and ask for this to be reinstated, and then study that data prior to making our determinations on amounts, but get working on getting the legislative wording reinstated.
Board Member Hanson?
Can I just ask why we need this motion if we've already voted for this one to go forward with the?
So the former motion was specific to a bill in a special session that is passed, and it wasn't added. And so this is a new motion to request it. Okay. I'm going to speak against this motion just because I think the reason why I voted for it last time was get it back on the books and then have a discussion. But now we have time to really look at this program and see its impact in Utah schools and to see what some of that data is. And so I think a little bit of time is on our side to really have a good strategic ask and not just reinstate and then we'll talk about it. And so I'm going to vote no on this, not because I'm not in favor of the program, but because I think we have the time to make this be a very productive and a well-informed ask rather than just a reinstatement ask. But, okay, I see no other discussion. The motion before us is to direct staff to work with legislators on potential amendments to the MOST legislation. Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay. Okay, Board Member Belknap?
No.
Okay, Board Member Bolter?
No.
Chair Huntsman?
Come on, no.
Okay. Will the ayes please raise their hand? Okay, so Board Member Newell, Board Member Davis, Board Member Haynes, Board Member Gravitt, Board Member Lear, Board Member Earl, Board Member Marsh, Board Member Hanson. The motion passes. Okay. Okay. Angie, is that everything on this agenda item?
Yes, it is. Sorry, I couldn't find my mute button.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, that concludes that agenda item. The next item is our board chair report, and so we'll turn that time to Chair Huntsman.
I can see that we're a little bit behind schedule here, so I'll keep my report brief and comments. I want to recognize a lot of good work that's been done at the LEA level with all of these schools that are opening up in their different ways, and also want to recognize their boards, their governing boards, and the work that they've done in the reopening plans and the way that they've rolled this out. I think it's also important to recognize USBE staff and all the countless hours that they have been putting in to prop up and answer questions as we've kind of navigated these different waters. I can't go around I don't get around the state a lot, but I do a little bit. I maintain my social distancing, but as I've got employees and business and other things out there, one of the common questions that I ask is how are you doing and how's your family? And then everything just goes right back to schools. And people are excited about schools. Kids are excited, parents are excited, and a lot of teachers are excited to get back into the trenches of education. We know it's different, we know it's hard, we know it's difficult, but a lot of people have been stepping up, making it happen, from the bus drivers, all your classified employees, all those support employees, to the teachers and to the professionals, unlike some of the other states that I have employees in. But to make that happen, and I want to give you guys credit, your work that's been taking place since really it's been March of last year, the board meetings, the changes to rules and to statute, and working with our legislature and a few other things, you guys and the decisions that you have made as board members has created an opportunity for our LEAs to open and make education happen in the best way that they can. And so I want to thank you as board members and your effort. Countless hours. It's been a lot of meetings, a lot of research, and a lot of work. So thank you for your contribution. Our work's not done. You see that in the business that we're doing today. But again, thank you. I also want to do a shout out to Vice Chair Brittany Cummins on the leadership side, that she carries a lot of water. You hear from me a lot. She chaired today's meeting. She did a wonderful job on it. I was unable to travel with a knee surgery kind of challenges that I've been having, and I want to thank her for chairing the meeting. And that's where I'm at. I'm just loaded with gratitude that again, education is happening. Not probably happening in our preferred ways and methods, but it is, and it's happening because of you and thousands of other people that are involved in education as their education partners. So thank you for your work. That concludes my report, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, the last item on our agenda is board member comments. Board member Earl.
Yes, as just as schools got back into the swing and hopefully everything's going well. I've seen a few that have gone well and had comments from a few others. I just encourage our schools and especially here and our staff and everyone else that as there are varying viewpoints on how to deal with different situations, that we're accommodating to the various different viewpoints and not, I don't know, our culture has a tendency to, or at least we're moving that way, to cancel others out and to be divisive instead of finding a way to accommodate a variety of viewpoints and a variety of views. And so I would just encourage our schools and our even ourselves that we're aware of those different expressions and that we're accommodating to those and not limiting on those. So those are just my thoughts.
Board member Davis.
Those are great thoughts. And I just wanted to say that I've been in 11 classrooms in 3 different districts over the last 2 weeks. And I didn't think that the little kids would be able to wear their masks, I'll be honest. I didn't think they could do it. And they are doing it. And I have had to go back and say I was wrong. And from kindergarten to secondary schools, I thought we would see kids pulling them and flipping them and all this kind of, they're not. They go to school and do their work. And we have nothing to do with the masks. I get that. That wasn't a vote that we took care. That was a health department requirement. But, you know, we're all trying to figure this out and we're all in this together. And I just want to give a shout out to the kids who are the rock stars in this whole thing. They are absolute rock stars and they're doing it. So there you go.
Thank you. Okay, I see no further hands. Our meeting then is adjourned. Thank you.